man is a product of a poor environment. There's absolutely nothing wrong with him. I can prove it.
Of course there's something wrong with him. He's a Negro.
The mic drop.
From a ground station nestled in the mountains at Andover, Maine, a signal is sent to a speeding satellite. An historic feat that could reshape man's future. Complex electronic equipment that receives signals beamed from Earth, magnifies them 10 billion times, and rebroadcasts them back to Earth.
Perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another episode of the Big Mike Drop. I am your host, Big Mike, and tonight we have a very special guest in the building with us, Dr. Randy Short. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Short, welcome to the Big Mike Drop. How you doing, my brother?
Oh, I'm great, man, and thank you for having me come. And I hope we have some fun tonight.
Yeah, man, we're gonna have some fun tonight, man. Me and Dr. Short been chopping it up, man, real heavy here for the last couple of weeks, man. So very interesting brother, very intelligent brother, very accomplished brother. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Dr. Short, if you don't mind, I would like to give a short introduction. And it's something that I believe you wrote, but let me know at any point in time if it's fake news, okay? Let me know if it's fake news and I got the wrong thing. So I did have to do my research, and I came across this from I want to say it was 2008, around that time. Well, 2020. It was last edited October 20th, 2022. So it's who is Dr. Randy Short? Is it ringing a bell for you?
No, I don't know what you're making reference to.
Well, let me read this. It says, read Dr. Short's message below and contribute to his campaign if you're able to do so. So it starts out with, hello, this is Dr. Randy Short of the Million Woman Marches Brothers in Support Division, asking you to financially support my write-in candidacy as the statehood Green Party candidate for office at large councilman for Washington, D.C. Is that
Yeah, that's true. It's true, but it's dated. And I'm thinking that's from 2016. I did run for office, but I got kicked out of the Green Party because I called Obama "old fagger" on the Roland Martin show. And I said some other stuff that I'm not sorry for. And so I got into trouble. On top of that, there were people trying to literally put me in jail by accusing me of stealing from my own campaign, people lying against the advice that I got from the Office of Campaign Finance. One of the head auditors there was hitting on me. I mean, the nigga was stalking me in the men's room. I have a witness.
Right.
And there was a public hearing, and I denounced the dude. Then there was a sister there was mad that I wouldn't have sex with her in the staircase of a government building. All this really odd stuff happened. All I was trying to do is get involved. And between people trying to put a $10,000 fine on me, accuse me of stealing. Well, ultimately, I had to go to the Justice Department and file a sexual harassment claim
Okay.
against a brother in the Office of Campaign Finance in D.C. And then everybody stopped messing with me. In fact, I can go and get the letter from the government where people, all of a sudden, the D.C. government stopped bothering me, but I was being targeted. So who is Randy Short? Really simply, I'm 57 years old. I'm a DC native. However, my roots, all of my grandmothers are from Georgia. My grandmother's from Washington, Georgia. My mother's from Washington, Georgia. And my father's mother's from Macon, Georgia.
Okay.
And I have family from all over the state of Georgia. And I had forgotten my auntie, who I was just on the phone with, Kim Weston, who used to sing with Marvin Gaye.
Okay. Then.
Um, she she's from Mobile, Alabama. At least her father and mother are.
That's where I'm
She's born in Detroit. Well, I know. I just want to bring this up. You need to have Kim on your show, and Kim is my auntie. I just talked to her within the
absolutely.
last 20 minutes. So I have a Mobile connection going all the way back. But my family's from Georgia. I've got family in every major city that I'm aware of in Georgia. And I'm not just talking about Atlanta. I'm talking about Wrightville and Valdosta and Macon and Eastman and Tifton and Savannah, right? I mean,
Awesome.
Augusta, Mitchell, Thompson. I mean, I'm talking about little broke ass towns all over Georgia, Buckeye, Dublin, Chester. I'm talking about, I mean, all over South Central. Of course, I have family in Atlanta. I've got family in Lincolnton, Georgia, family in Martinez, Georgia, family in Evans, Georgia, Athens, Milledgeville, Sandersville, Tenno. Uh, I've had family in Georgia at least since the early 1700s.
Oh wow. Okay.
So, I mean, they're all over. And what happened with my family, since you're down in Georgia now, is on my father's mother's side, I guess they went postal on somebody white, and all the family left about just about 100 years ago, or a little over 100 years ago. My grandmother moved to DC 95 years ago because my grandfather, who was a Garveyite, didn't want her to get raped working in anybody white's house. So he moved his daughter to DC in 1927,
Okay.
95 years ago.
Okay.
So, and of course, my great grandfather had to leave because they were going to lynch him. So, wow.
Yeah.
And so I have a very Georgian family, but on both sides, the people got out and didn't go back because it was tough down there. Although now the younger people in my family have moved back to Georgia. So I have a big collection of cousins, but they Muslims, and unfortunately they're jailbirds. I don't know how that happened, but so my family is half from Georgia, and that's that's all the women in the family now. And so I grew up in Northern Virginia, D.C. I'm a historian. I'm interested in genealogy. I'm a professional student. I spent about 20 years in college. So I have enough school debt to get us all some weed and meth and coke. We could have a great time in the Atlanta underground off my student debt. If it was just buying drinks and drugs, man, we could have Freaknik all over again. But
Right. Right. Shout
uh,
out to Freaknik, y'all. Shout out to Freaknik.
well, maybe not shut up.
I actually went to Freaknik in '97, so I
Oh
actually
wow.
did get to experience it before Freaknik. Before Freaknik, it was basically canceled. But the last 2 years, '97 and '98, and if they were anything like the earlier days, then that shit was wild because people were telling me how wild it was back in like '94, '92, and yeah,
It's
'97
real
pretty
of a
wild.
girl who went to Freaknik in '98 and got pregnant and AIDS at the same time down at Freaknik.
Yeah,
First time she had sex. So, Freaknik, I'll pass. And so, by the way, my family's super connected in Georgia. My cousin was president of Morehouse, Dr. Robert Michael Franklin, the one that didn't let the guys wear dresses. And then my other cousin was president of ITC, Dr. Michael Battle. And so, yeah, I have a lot of family in Georgia. My God, it's everywhere. And oh wow, just the people. I mean, even the folks in my family that are Indian. My great grandmother was from a place called Miccosukee, Georgia. You can't find it on the map, but the Miccosukee are a branch of the Seminole Indians.
Okay.
And oh my God, it goes on and on. But anyway, for me, I'm a preacher's kid, and I come from hundreds of years of Negro preachers, some of them decent. One of the most famous Negro preacher in the extended family is Nat Turner. I'm not exactly clear on how, but there's a connection. Uh, and so I'm interested in genealogy, history, religion, and I'm sometimes activistic. I've done some writing. Um,
Yeah, we're
hmm,
gonna talk about a couple of your books that
right.
you have. I have a question about one of them, but we'll get to that bridge. We'll cross
Okay.
that bridge when
So,
we get there.
and so other than that, I've been involved in various things. I mean, just either in school or somewhat active back to childhood. Um, and of course, I grew up desegregating where I lived in Virginia, and then, of course, moved into inner city DC.
Well, let's
And
talk a little bit about your educational background, because
okay,
according to what I read is that you have a degree from Howard University,
yeah, that's true.
University of Virginia,
I,
and also a
I've got
degree from Harvard.
I've, I've got three from Howard.
3 from Howard, okay, and you got a degree from Harvard, and you also have a degree from the University of Virginia.
That's true.
Okay, bet, man. So I just want people to know, man, that we're talking to the real deal here when it comes to education. I look at you, you got books behind you, like
Yeah, I like
crates and
books.
crates of
I,
books. So yeah,
I I like books. In fact, that's the one reason I told you definitely let people know about this Cash App out here because I want to. I have a thing called Angry Black Men's Book Club. I need to resume it, and I've got about 20 different titles. When you do stuff, you like need books, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, yeah.
So I need to get about 20 more titles. And then I'll feel like, I mean, I have a lot of books for me, but if you knew people who go to school or they teach or they do research, they always have lots of books. In particular, our history is stolen or it's hidden. And so you literally need to have everybody's house has to be a research center and a library and an archive because they lie about every damn thing.
Right.
So, yeah, but so you can just ask questions and I'll answer them. But the only thing I'll add is that I've traveled a little bit in the world. I've been to various places in Africa, some places in Latin America. I've been to various places in Europe. Spent part of my youth in Australia, not that long, but some. And I've been to a couple of places in Asia. I've been to Korea and Iran and Qatar.
Okay.
And if I had a little bit more money, I would like to go to a whole bunch of other places just because you learn a lot when you go around. So, uh, and of course, I've been to South America. My favorite place is Brazil, and I hope that I get in the next year or so when things get better that I can like do some more traveling just to look around. And what else could I say? I've done all kinds of work, sometimes work of ordinary people. I've been a waiter and been a janitor and an office cleaner and work with at-risk youth, work with mothers on crack. You you name it. I've done all kinds of jobs, high and low, government work, private work, and right now I'm trying to launch myself as a writer, researcher, genealogist, and I guess a person that helps make documentary films.
Yes, yes.
And
You've been on a couple of Tariq's films, The Hidden Colors, and well, you on Buck Breaking as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm in buck breaking. I didn't make Hidden Colors.
Okay.
I'm in the new one that's coming out, which is called American Maroon.
Maroon. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
coming out. I've helped make documentaries and films for close to 25 years. And two of them I got executive producer credit. I did with Sister Marcia Hashemi with Iran's Press TV, but I've done stuff that's been shown on HBO and Discovery Television. I mean, I've always done a piece here or there. I did a stint with Voice of America. I've been a disc jockey for WGP, WG, WT, WTGP,
Okay.
which the GP stands for Gospel Power out of Jackson, Tennessee. Man, I've done a lot of different things. I've helped co-write songs with Denise LaSalle, the last great queen of the blues,
I remember
and
Denise LaSalle. I remember the name.
yes, well, I lived with her for a year,
Okay.
and so I've had a very eclectic life, and God, I've worked as a lobbyist. So I've done all kinds of different things and stints. Uh, and and the one thing I want people to do is please don't call me elder. I just got told off by a gentleman I want you to interview whose name is Peter Bailey. He's like one of my movement uncles who was a lieutenant to Malcolm X.
Yes.
And I was explaining to him that I've been fighting against people calling me an elder. I'm 57. I'm not old enough to be an elder. I don't want to claim anything that's not mine. I said to
Right.
people, maybe when I get 60, 65, maybe, but right now it's too soon.
Right.
I don't want to rush it. I've just really begun to do things, but there are lots of things I've been doing over a lifetime. I need to write a memoir, and it's not even exciting yet. Okay. Oh, by the way, there's another documentary by Chef C called From the Soil. It should drop in January.
Okay.
And I've been doing different things for a while. It
Okay.
just it hasn't quite. That's another reason why people shouldn't call me elder. I haven't. I'm like my cat. The cats always land on their feet, but when they're dropping, they're nowhere. They're there, but they're not quite there until they land.
Right.
What it is that I'm supposed to do or made for is in the process of coming into being, believe
Well,
it or not.
let me
And
let me
so
let me
go
ask
for,
you
go for
something because you got something big coming up on November 5th, and that's a perfect segue into it. November 5th,
it.
we have the reparations march on Washington.
Right.
November 5th. Talk about that and kind of your role in that, because you know you've been getting shouted out big heavy in that because you're the DC, you're in DC.
Ooh. You know, uh, the only thing I can say I've done is said when Tariq asked me would I participate, I told Tariq sure. And I said, Tariq, and by the way, I'm not asking you for any money or anything. Some things you just do because your people need it. And so if I can help, if you think I'm going to be of any use to it, keep in mind I had a heart attack and such a severe case of pneumonia. The doctors didn't expect me to live back in April this year.
Oh
So,
man.
but I'm here because God's good. And
Yeah, man. Thank God
um,
for that, man. Thank God for
yeah,
that. Let's give
I
a
know.
round of applause for that. Hold on. We're gonna give a round of applause for that in itself, man, because I mean it's a blessing to even be able to be talking to you after going through that.
Yeah. Oh, no, no, no. And yeah, no. And they tried to jack me up in the hospital. I was in the same hospital as Dick Gregory. And then these people started coming up talking about all this experimental BS. And I told them, well, to get me the F out of here.
Yeah.
So that before they kill me and they want to stick stuff in my lungs and no guarantee. And, you have to sign something. So if they destroy your lungs, you can't get me. Hell, get me the hell up out of
Yeah,
here.
keep me up out of here, man, for real.
And so, yeah, and it took me, I had to struggle. But I did learn from my cardiologist, I was like a day or two from dying had I got to the hospital any later, may not be here. Or it's a miracle I didn't die before I got to the hospital, but there is a God. And I do believe in God. Seriously, that's one thing I will say. Anything good you want to say about me. I have to thank God for it. I've had very little to do with anything good that's happened. I've just been able to receive it from the Most High that gave it to me. Now back to the march. Uh, reparations is something that we must have. It's right. It's biblical. In fact, that's what I preached on to my fellowship, which is called Salt Fellowship, Salt Ministry. I'm sorry, and Luke 19, the little thug named Zacchaeus that was stealing everybody's money. He couldn't get right with Jesus until he paid everybody's ass back that he ripped off. And so we need to understand that we have a whole lot of folks who call themselves Christian of all colors who need to understand that when you owe people money, you're not right with God until they get paid.
Right.
America will never be right until Black folks get the checks cut because, like I said, my great grandmother was from Miccosukee, Georgia. Miccosukee is named for a group of Seminoles, which my great grandmother was one.
Right.
Okay. I am, not everybody came here on a damn boat. Okay. And I'm not knocking the boat. I love Africa. I've been all over Africa, and any place I haven't been, for the most part, I have friends or have been involved with or connected to literally every single solitary country on the continent. On some level, I've either been there, done something with, done advocacy for. That's a whole damn continent of Africa. And much of the same could be said for Blacks in Latin America. If I haven't been there, I've been doing advocacy or some sort of activity to uplift Black people. But, you know, now it's our time. We got to get our money. So the march is on the 5th. Brother Tariq's got all these people. The one person I want to make certain I'm hoping that they bring is Dr. Claude Anderson.
Yes,
He's
yes.
a voice that has to be heard. If they have me speak, I'm willing to speak. If I do speak, I'm going to tell them that we need our motherfucking money.
Facts.
That's absolutely, that's a motto for me, which is MFM. And I have shirts we're going to be selling with MFM that stands for motherfucking money.
Right here.
And I just want to tell you, if you will hear me say that, if I'm up there, I'm going to say it so the whole world knows we need our motherfucking money. The whole motherfucking money thing is from my ancestor, my favorite gospel singer, Mahalia Jackson. Used to get cheated by preachers, and one of my mentors up in Boston was a man by the name of Reverend Chauncey Moore. He was a Black man from Jamaica who happened to be at a church in Boston, and Mahalia Jackson had packed all these people in, and they didn't want to pay her. And Mahalia Jackson went to the pastor's study, and she used to carry a Derringer. And she pulled that thing out her brassiere and she says, I want my motherfucking money.
Thanks.
Mahalia Jackson. That was the first time I had heard motherfucking money together. And I heard this story in 1988. And I started saying motherfucking money 2 years ago. MFM. And it's not so much. Yes. In fact, when you say reparations, it sounds clinical.
Yeah.
When you say motherfucking money, that shit's real.
That shit sounds biblical.
Yes, it does.
It
sounds like Jesus would have said it, you know.
Right.
And so we need to get people to understand that we don't care about fake bushy Negroes that think we can't. We, the field niggas out here, want our motherfucking money, and we want it quick, fast, in a hurry.
Right.
And that's sort of so if you hear me on stage, get ready. You're going to hear it. The whole world's going to hear MFM for motherfucking money.
Hey,
and
you heard it here first. So,
yeah, but we've got to have our motherfucking money. I know that's going to upset people. I know my mother's going to be upset. Why'd you have to use that? Because, Mom, you got to say what you mean and mean what you say.
Facts.
By the way, Mahalia Jackson's ass got paid. And you need to know something. Mahalia Jackson was richer than Elvis Presley when she died. They died just a couple of years apart. Now, Elvis Presley sold hundreds of millions of records. Mahalia Jackson sold well too, but not like Elvis. And she had more money than he did. And she died earlier than he did. She died 72. He died 77.
Okay.
Okay, go for it. I'm ready. And my cat is now trying to overtake the show, but we'll ignore them.
All right. I want to get the crowd involved. I want to get the people in the comments involved. Hashtag MFM if you want your motherfucking money. If you with reparations, put hashtag MFM in the comments. And also, let's get the likes up, man. This is Dr. Randy Short in the building, man. Look, let's get the likes up. Let's go. Hey, so I hope that goes well on November 5th. And I hope that it really starts a real conversation. Now, you and I have been having conversations in particular about politics and what's going on in several different races. We've been talking about the race here in Georgia, of course. We've also been talking about the race that's going on there in Maryland. Fill us in a little bit about what's going on in Maryland, and then we're going to jump into this Georgia thing because I really want to hear what you got to say about Warnock and Stacey Abrams.
Jesus, keep me near the cross. There's a precious fountain.
Hey, so
look,
the world class says this. Hold on before we go, Dr. Short. The world class says this. I want what belongs to me. I want my shit from the Smithsonian and out of these private art galleries and collections. So facts, man. Shout out to the world class in the building, man. That's my partner, man. We try to keep things on a genius level, Dr. Short. So, you know, I'll probably have these fellas come up and introduce you to them, man, because these are some good brothers, man. So world class is one of those brothers. We also got Jenny Morena, 6913 in the building. Shout out to you, Jimmy. I mean, not Jimmy, Jenny. I also got Mandrell in the building, Carmen Warren in the building, and my wife, Miss Amber Alert, in the building. She's actually in the garage working out right now, so she's in and out. So, man, you know, we got a nice crowd in here, man. So get the likes up, man. Dr. Randy Short in the building. We just got through talking about the November 5th Washington, D.C. March for Reparations. If you're in the area, do what you can do to make it down there on November 5th.
Right.
It's been a couple. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You know, we should call this the motherfucking money march.
The motherfucking money march. Facts.
Yes. I like that.
Yeah.
I mean, that it sounds harder when you say motherfucking money march.
It really does, man. You can't be nice to these people.
No, you can't. And you need to understand something. This motherfucking money march, I like that. Motherfucking money march.
Hey, hold on 1 second. I got something for that.
Disloyal, fool-ass, bitch-made punk. Jay! I need my money! Jay!
I need my motherfucking money.
And you won't believe what just happened, man. My cat farted in my face. And anyway, this cat is having a protest. My cat's name is Selfish. And I think this nigga works for the intelligence agencies. They don't appreciate this program. So I told you they would bother me from the very get-go. Now they've come and it smells bad. And a cat fart is bad.
Yeah, I can imagine, man. A cat has a bad diet. So
yes.
a cat has a very bad diet. So.
That's why you see me shaking my head that this cat, they haven't farted in my face in like 5 years, and they chose to do it now.
Damn.
Anyway, it's awful. Anyway,
horrible, man.
Hold on, you know what? I'm gonna get some air freshener. Get their ass. Hold on, I'm gonna spray this shit.
Spray, yeah, you gotta spray that shit.
Yeah, no, now they move now. No, nigga, you farted in my face and didn't try to move. Sit there and wag their tail after they farted in my face.
Oh,
you know, we black men don't get respect from anything. Animals, people, nothing. Now it smells better. I'm happy now, but the cat, I don't know who they're working for. But anyway, so I'm sorry that I didn't know the cat was going to do that environmental injustice to me.
No, it's okay.
I'm doing the line.
It's okay. It happens. It happens. So, Westmore.
Nobody knows who the hell he is. Basically, he looks like a moist, caramel-colored Mr. Clean. He's not an African American. He's not from Maryland. He's not from Baltimore. It just so happens that I have relatives from North Carolina named Moore who are from the Rocky Mount area.
I know what Rocky Mount is.
Okay, yeah, my grandfather shot the sheriff's son in Rocky Mount back in the 30s. That's why my father's father moved to DC.
Got you.
Um, yeah, he blew dude away at lunchtime in front of people. Please don't call me radical because I haven't had a fight since the 70s.
Right.
So I'm just thinking my grandma just iced somebody in public. I mean, a white person in the 30s. Damn. I'm just trying to process that.
Sometimes
Anyway.
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Well, yes, well, it says the Lord works in mysterious ways. Anyway, Wes Moore, I have relatives named Moore. In fact, my favorite cousin is named Bryant Moore, and he's the nigga that they stole Avatar from. Black people need to boycott the Avatar film. It's ripped off of my cousin, and it's really about our family being black and Indian, and they've changed this shit, but that's a whole nother story. But Wes Moore is claiming to be related to me distantly. And he's lying because I have a colleague who looks just like my brother, who's from Rocky Mount, his family, who Westmore is pretending to be someone that's behind bars in jail right now in the state of Maryland. And his brother has a Muslim name named Darren Muhammad. They've been trying to expose the fact that Westmore is a fraud. He's trying to make it seem as if he grew up in Baltimore and nobody knows where the hell this nigga came from.
Hey man, my nigga
And
class from Baltimore, man. World class. Have you ever heard of this man's name, Wes Moore? In Baltimore. Hey, but we got Baltimore in the building. So we can
no,
clear.
Westmore, who the hell is he? And he's promised to help gays and illegals. And Oprah Winfrey, just like Oprah helped Obama, you now have Oprah Winfrey pushing another Negro that's questionable, that's moist, that's for illegals and gays. That's all he's promised to do is help them. And he's going to make his priority illegals and homosexuals. This is what they're planning. It's Obama, or as I say, OFAGA 2.0 all over again. And it's him and it's Cory Booker. They're always strange Negroes who've got, questionable lives nobody's ever seen before, going into black areas to destroy black communities that it's taken us centuries to build up. So what I want to say is that Westmore has basically given the black community the finger in the state of Maryland. What I believe is there's a conspiracy to destroy black Maryland, to smash Baltimore, which is still one of the few cities on the East Coast that's predominantly black. They want to break down Prince George's County, supposedly the most affluent black county in the United States. They want to bust that up. They want to bust up Montgomery County. And they basically destroyed black DC, although the city's still half black. They're after Atlanta, DC, Baltimore, Philly. They've already crushed Negroes in New York. And so they're looking to destroy us with the illegals, and they're using this bald-headed genie in a bottle looking moist Negro named Wes Moore to do it. Now he's running against this white dude who looks like, a bigot cop named Brian Cox. They have a mediocre campaign, and it seems across the country, the Republicans, basically white people, both sides hate us so much they don't even want to win if Negroes stand to benefit from the victory. So they don't want to really do enough to bring in black support.
By the way, our Baltimore delegation says no, they have not heard of Wes Moore in Baltimore.
Exactly, because my family on my mother's father's side. Now let me just do genealogically. My mother's family name is Lancaster. The Lancasters, and literally I'm descendant from some of the first people that came to from Britain or England to what became the United States in the 1600s. Okay, the Lancasters are one of the first families of Maryland. I'm talking about they were there in the 1630s. Okay, I have an ancestor named Nicholas Gassaway, who's the founder of the Maryland Colonial Guard in the 1650s. I've got family in Maryland, Annie Arundel, Baltimore, almost 400 years deep. This nigga is a Cuban, Jamaican clone. He's fake, okay? He's like a sex toy. It may look like a dick, but it doesn't have rhythm.
Right, facts.
And so he's there to hurt Black Baltimore. I'm really angry about this because Baltimore is precious to me. When my great 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 uncles found it difficult to survive in the counties outside of DC, uh, all of them moved to Baltimore. My great 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 grandmother was sold as a slave from Baltimore down to New Orleans in 1845. One of my great 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 grandfathers went from Baltimore to California in the gold rush to get enough money to get my grandfather's grandmother or great grandmother out of slavery and move her back to Baltimore. Okay. So Baltimore is one of those cities that's very precious to my family legacy. I mean, that's a story of love for my ancestor Nicholas Gassaway to go all the way to San Francisco, go down to New Orleans and bring the woman he loved back and get her freed for our family. That's my grandfather's, I think, great grandmother. I would not be here were it not for this Negro that used to roll blunts in Baltimore
Right.
that knew how to make it. So Baltimore is, by the way, DC and Baltimore are far more important to Black history than what a lot of folks would understand. There's a very good book called Chocolate City that you should pick up. And I wish there's another book. The Chocolate City talks about how Blacks in DC were doing stuff that Blacks in the other places in the country wouldn't do for 100 years, like getting Blacks elected to city government, crushing white supremacist candidates. And then Baltimore also had Blacks using the ballot. DC and Baltimore were leading the country in terms of Black folks on a local level, getting involved in government. Blacks in Baltimore literally had a program where they were shipping up Black people from the South and bringing them into Baltimore to compete against the illegals and the immigrants coming in. Blacks in Baltimore and DC were doing stuff like this, stuff we don't do now.
Right.
They want to smash every place of Black resistance in this country. Chicago is a point of resistance, so they're bringing in the illegals and the drugs, and they're squeezing them, pushing the LGBTQ and abortion and illegals and feminism. You start looking everywhere. You got this. You got moist, weak people. You got a moist mayor in Baltimore. You got a stud mayor in D.C. You got a stud mayor in Chicago, Illinois. You got a stud mayor in San Francisco. They're running this stud, Karen Bass, who looks like Forrest Whitaker with the Eddie the Munster hairline, with the Sammy Sosa complexion.
Jeez.
I mean, she's running and she looks kind of studdish to me. I'm just saying. You got Stacey Abrams that is studdish. Keisha Lance Bottom, she swung both ways like Tarzan. You know it's true. You got all these weak people all over doing this stuff everywhere. You got this Negro that looks like a crackhead, have a nice day, smiley face, cross with Mr. Yuck, who's mayor of New York. You got a broad that looks like Lou Ferrigno, the Incredible Hulk without the green paint on, that's the Attorney General for the state of New York. You got all these clowns. They're moist, they're for abortion, they're for gays, they're for illegals, and they hate Black people's guts.
Right.
And Westmore is another one of them. And I've tried. I have been able to get through. I made an offer to their campaign that we can help them. Why? There's one race that nobody's looking at that Black people are going to play decisively, and I will tell you, that race is in the state of Pennsylvania. The reason that Dr. Oz's ass is competitive is that Dr. Oz likes Black people on the QT, has been putting money into Black communities, helping people become doctors and nurses out of his own pocket for like 25 years. And so all those Negroes who know who Dr. Oz is are kicking ass, making folks come out. Black people are voting for Oz. I mean, and my boss is making a lot of the videos for Oz's campaign. In fact, there's one of these Negroes who's one of the heads of the NAACP in Philadelphia, who's not a coon NAACP leader. They're all behind Dr. Oz. That's what's killing that fake dude who's like this artificial intelligence reject named Fetterman who hates Black people's guts. So you might see Dr. Oz be off of Black people giving the finger to the Democratic Party, which is good. Just don't stick it in the ass because you may not get your finger back. That's happened in Pennsylvania. I was hoping if anybody knows how to reach Brian Cox, because they're lame as hell. They just hired within the last 2 weeks a black person that's not even from Maryland to be the black outreach for the Cox campaign. They're not paid either. Real talk.
Wow.
Okay. That's the kind of dumb shit Republicans do. They hate black people so much they don't want to win. So Westmore, he's promised nothing. He's done nothing. He's being backed. I'm gonna just talk about Maryland because there's some sorry ass niggas in the state of Maryland. For almost 50 years, one white boss hog hater dude named Mike Miller, Thomas V. Mike Miller, was president of Maryland Senate for almost 45 years. All he did was smash and stop black people. And he died back in 2019. In fact, I was working for a person running for Congress as a Republican. I was living in Baltimore in 2019 to try to take down some of these Democrats. And, I told this broad that Mike Miller's going to die or resign. Uh, and even after he resigned, he was going to die. I told her, God told me. And the day I told her, he resigned. There's a group called A Beautiful Struggle based in Baltimore. Ask your guy in Baltimore if I'm lying. So the Beautiful Struggle people talk about marijuana legalization at the Reginald Lewis Museum. And I told her, Mike Miller's ass is going to die or he's going to retire today. You'll see. And then he retired that day. Then he died soon thereafter. But Mike Miller was a total Southern Maryland Klansman. All the black folks in the Maryland government sucked this racist Roman Catholic dude's ass until he died. Then they got this dumbass, dumb fuck black bitch who is in the Maryland Assembly to pick another white dude who's probably moist. I think his name is Ferguson. How is a state that's almost half black folks have enough power to put someone black as Maryland senator? They pick somebody who don't even like black people when they could have fought to take power. And by the way, after that, Broad supported the white dude to be in charge of the Senate. They knifed her. I mean, the blacks in Maryland are like slaves to the Democratic Party. In particular, in Prince George's, they don't even know who's running. What they do is they get like a voter's guide in the Democratic Party, like they're in the Soviet Union and communism. They just tell the black people to just vote for all these people. This is who you vote for. The way you win an election is you don't have to make any promises to black people. You don't have to deliver anything. If you get on the right voter guide, all the people vote for this person's ass blindly without asking any questions. This is how they're destroying blacks in the state of Maryland. And I'm just telling you, so Maryland, I believe now that Westmore is on the voter guides, the blacks in Maryland are going to stupidly vote for his ass. And they're going to vote, and he's going to bring in the legals. They've already planned to smash blacks in Maryland. That hurts. And as I said, the first free black community in Maryland is called Sandy Spring. By the way, my family is one of the first families of Sandy Spring, going back like 240 years ago. That's a long time, isn't it? So it's not like, my roots are down in there. I got family everywhere in Maryland as well, like Georgia. And it's awful. They want to break blacks. Blacks in Maryland are doing well. They're making money in two very important cities. They got government and state jobs. They want to smash our people. And Westmore is basically OFAGA 2.0. And I believe that the people in Maryland, they're going to be deceived. And it's really sad. It's so sad. Damn. I wish. I don't know the people, and I tried. The Republican Party is so stupid and so backwards in Maryland. And the black folks, they're all crowded up under the ass of the Democratic Party until there's no shot callers on the Republican side. It's really sad. It's really sad.
Well, another state, which happens to be the state I'm in, the state of Georgia, is also making national headlines. A lot of people have their attention on this race. So I definitely wanted you to come on because I wanted to talk about this debate that occurred the other night. And this was kind of the first time we got a chance to get together. You know what I'm saying? So this debate that occurred the other night with Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. But before we get into that, I want to say shout out to Westside Kulik, Mandrell. I want to say shout out to Savannah, Raj Will, Latoya, and Dallas D of Melanated and Candid Productions. Look, I pinned the link at the top of the chat. So if y'all want to get on, then hit the link, man, and come on, man.
And tell them to share this. I mean, we need to, all the channels putting the news out. I'm just saying this. A lot of Negroes, they get a big following. They got 100,000 people, and they don't push one another. If someone's doing something, help the next person out. We got to push and support each other, or else we're dead. You know what? The illegals may eat too much corn and they may piss in the hallways and stuff like that, but they work together.
Yeah.
We don't have to be perfect to support each other. Now, let me just say this to you about Georgia. In fact, let me check. First and foremost, they're very concerned about Georgia because it's one of the most important states in the South. Frankly, the main states in the South, I mean, the real powerful states in the South are Florida, Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. The other states aren't as important. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. In terms of economically, the powerful states, Texas, Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, and to a lesser degree, and that's only because of oil, Louisiana.
Well,
everything else.
Let me put my little 2 cents in on that, because I actually took a Southern politics course out at my last year in college. So it's basically 3 types. You have basically the premier states, which are going to be like Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Texas, and Florida in the South. And then you have what you call the emergent states, which are states like Alabama, Tennessee, Alabama, Tennessee. What's the other one? I want to say it's Louisiana.
South Carolina.
Alabama. No, South Carolina is actually
still backwards.
It's still one of those states that's going to kind of go into Arkansas. I believe it's Arkansas, Mississippi, and South Carolina that fall into that bottom rung of states in the South. But with the amount of industry and whatnot that's deciding to come to the South, you got these emerging states that are going on. So that's actually broke down into 3 different categories.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought I would add that. That's like some useless.
So Georgia's a key state.
Yes.
And you have to understand that both Georgia and Texas have the most black people in their states. Somewhere between 4 to 5 or more black people live in, somewhere between 4 to 5 million blacks live in Texas and in Georgia. And I would say a number almost that large in Florida. Those states have huge numbers of black people. In Florida, of course, the undercount is incredible because you have 1 million black men who can't vote due to a felony conviction in Florida. So how many blacks?
Did you see the video footage where they were arresting them? My best friend said that to me, man, where they arrested a man and a woman, and I think Whoopi Goldberg addressed it on The View, if I'm not mistaken. I didn't hear what she said.
But what about that nigga Val Demings? Why isn't she saying something?
She's a cop.
No, she's a bitch. I mean, there are a lot of cops that speak up. And so her and her relaxed hair, she's probably got fibroids. And her brain for not speaking up. How do you let some Jim Crow type stuff happen, and then someone's supposed to vote for you? Does she really think that the Latinos are going to vote for her?
Hey,
yes,
we got Mandrell in the building. Mandrell, what's happening? Thanks for joining us. Mandrell and Dr. Randy Short.
Thanks for having me. Yes, the answer is yes. She does think the Latinos are going to vote for her.
And why would they?
Because, they have no reason to. It's just she's stupid.
Okay.
And arrogant enough to believe that.
Yeah.
No, see, black people and Latin people, I'm going to help you out. I'm here for you. What are you going to do for us? Well, we're going to get you some police reform. We're going to improve your schools.
Mm-hmm.
Going to get you jobs. We've been promising this for the past 60 years. We're going to get to it this time.
Right.
No, but she's not promising black people anything. They have a policy to offer us nothing. They have a plan to destroy us nationally, and we see it implemented and we pretend it's not happening. The days of Black people ignoring the degree to which people hate our guts needs to end. And nobody should get our votes or support. You shouldn't even sit in a church with a nigger preacher who won't be honest that we've got enemies. And we've got to live like we've got enemies. And I'm not saying hate nobody, but I shouldn't run around trusting everybody. That's like in jail, running around with running around throwing soap on the floor, diving for it. I mean, when do we stop being the bottom bitch of this oppressive system? It's not impossible for us to be safe. I'm a historian. I have seen instances where Black people have fought when they look. Let me just say this of my family, on both sides. I told you my great grandmother's a Seminole, and on the other side, my folks in Virginia were Maroons in the Great Dismal Swamp. On both sides of my family, there were people who would not be slaves when slavery was the law of the land. Right. So now that supposedly we're free, why do these niggas run around like we're slaves, afraid of everything? I'm trying to understand, other than there's a thing that you have in the military, I think you know what I'm talking about, brother Michael, called defeatism. If you show defeatism on the battlefield, did you know your commander has the right to shoot you? That's why because you're bad for morale. We will line you up and shoot you for not having a spirit to fight. We've got the biggest lickspittle, suck-up traitor Negroes on leadership, and we accept it without a question. It's amazing. On both sides, you've got no good sellout Republicans.
Hey. But Dr. Randy, they're Black, so they have to be good, right? They have to be on our side, right?
Look, that's like hold on. That's like saying the hemorrhoids that are Black up your ass are good because they're Black.
They're Black, yeah, they gotta be good.
I don't care what it looks like. Isn't it interesting if Negroes treated one another like they did jelly beans, and most people don't like jelly beans that are Black. If we were to be as discriminating in the terms of the junk food we ate as the people that we picked to represent us, we'd be getting somewhere. I'll go further. If we hated people that mistreated us as much as we hate Blacks randomly that we don't know, we'd be moving in some direction. We love people that hate our guts. We love people that betray us. We love people that lie to us. We love people that do everything to us that we don't want. And we hate everyone that does what we should get. If you're a good man, the woman don't want to have a baby with you. But if you're going to beat her ass and leave her with some bastards, she'll be singing there, "If You Don't Know Me By Now."
I have an answer, a legit one. To where you ask why are we so complacent, I guess? You know what I mean? Why are we so willing to accept all this stuff and not fight, not do what it takes to get what we deserve, which is the shit they stole from us? I blame a lot of this, and I do mean the vast majority, is on the church.
I agree 199.9%.
The whole Planned Parenthood thing was put on us. Like it started up in New York, up in Harlem, and they went after pastors and got them to talk women into going there and get those procedures done.
They got the biggest Black pastor. They got Adam Clayton Powell Jr.
Mm-hmm.
I'm well aware. My cousin down in Marietta, Georgia, is none other than Elaine Riddick that you need to have on your show. She's more famous than me, Brother Michael, and she'll come on your show. She'll cuss out practically anybody.
Okay.
Look,
I'm with
the church is the biggest problem that we have, and I'm a Christian. Born again Christian. As I said, I come from generations of preachers. I
could interject. Why are you
let me finish my point. I'm a Christian because I want to be. Okay. Very plain and simple. And I'm very clear about one other thing. Not only are the church people a problem, but I find a lot of the conscious community people have the same bullshit that the church has. From a different vantage point. I see the same bullshit in Islam. You got nigger Muslims, nigger Christians, nigger conscious. They're all cowards. I don't see people fighting and standing up. It's an escapism. Christianity for many people is an opportunity to be white. Islam is an opportunity to be Arab. The conscious community is an opportunity to be an African, and you don't want to go to Africa, or to be an Egyptian, and you don't want to be a Nubian. You want to be like the light-skinned ones who are Arab, who don't like ancient Kemet.
Right.
Everything that we're doing is running away from the fact that we've got to have this fight. I'll tell you something, and I know tough guy. I'm going to emphasize I'm not a macho man. You don't see me running around with guns and all this other kind of stuff, but you must fight back. And I'm saying this to you, growing up desegregated neighborhood, I love my parents, but my parents told me things that were lies, like just be nice and respect everybody. It did not work. So the kids that I would go to school with who were white, whose parents told them that black people were trash, would go and urinate on me when I was in the restroom. And I would go to the white teacher. As I was told my mother, you have a problem, go to the teacher. Go to the teacher, and the teacher would tell me I had bad hygiene, as if I could piss on the back of my pants. My dick's that big when I'm 6. Instead of going after the white boys that pissed on me, I realized they're going to piss on me every day. And that teacher's going to send notes every day about what a nasty person I am. They're never going to acknowledge that these white boys pissed on me, because white people, as the rule, support their own system of messing over on us. So, as I said to people, I haven't had to do it since. I made certain that I drank a whole gallon of Kool-Aid the night before, and I went and pissed over every white boy I was in the bathroom with. Right. And they ran out and told the teacher I pissed on them. When she asked me, I smiled. Did I piss on them? I smiled. So they had to bring my mother up to school.
Oh.
And you know what happened?
What?
When she brought him up to school, I didn't say anything. And then the principal asked, okay, well, did you piss on those boys? And I says, I most certainly did. But they pissed on me all week. And I told the teacher, and she would turn her head and look away as to not acknowledge that they pissed on me. So I figured if pissing on me was okay, then pissing on them was okay. And then the principal looked at the teacher and says, is it true that he come to you and you refused? And it says, because, we're going to have to put the letter in your file. And you know what? I didn't get expelled. Now, I haven't had to piss on anybody since, but I'm telling you, you fight fire with fire. Okay.
Thank you.
And it is a goddamn lie. Let me tell you something about most black preachers. Most of them are liar, grifter, fake ass. They don't believe in any God. In fact, most black people are not Christians. They worship white power. They worship middle-class life. They worship a simulation. They do not believe in God. They don't believe in the Esther that says, if I perish, I perish. My people at risk. I know I'm a queen. I could have a good life, but if my people are dying, shit, kill me too. Right. That is the God of the Bible. These nigger preachers do not teach the Bible. Now David can kill his enemies if they bother him, but we're told to kumbaya with folks as they continue to rape and rob you. There's no such story anywhere in the Bible. These nigger preachers have a secure hustle at the expense of other people who are collecting tithes that they have no biblical right to have. Tithing is fraud. It's a theft. Billions of dollars have been siphoned out of our community by no good nigger preachers.
Hey, man, you're getting Mandrell hot over here, man.
Hot? No, I'm loving it. I'm loving every fucking word of this.
No, I'm talking about
he's speaking my language.
Oh shit!
You have no business. You have no business collecting people's money. And if you did collect money, on a biblical term, it's called koinonia, where we share the damn money. Now, is Eddie Long sharing money when he was alive? Is this nigga Creflo Dollar sharing the money? Is this fool Jamal Bryant sharing money? Is Creflo Dollar? I'm sorry, no, is TD Jakes, his punk ass, is he sharing? Look, the church is a fraudulent business. They're as bad as the Arabs and the other people who sell us overpriced food, and they're also selling drugs and stuff on the side, Lucy cigarettes, and screwing our women who can't afford the extortionate prices that they charge for food. These people charge extortionate prices for inferior, degraded, apostate, blasphemous, spiritual food.
Hey, let me fuck for the EBT and shit.
No, it's Jesus lead me, welfare feed me. That's the kind of bullshit gospel that these niggas are pushing.
I got a question.
I'm sorry, just forgive me. You talk about preachers.
Hey.
You know, I went to divinity school. I mean, I thought it was going to be a mass shooter because I couldn't stand the Negroes and what they're going to do when they finish. They're going to go and lie to people and take their money and act like they're representing some kind of God. It's a fraud. It's a lie.
Mandrill, you got a question. Mandrill got a question for you, Dr. Rand.
I do. You're a senior, okay?
I'm not a senior.
Hey, we talked about that, Mandrill. Come on.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, if he was in Ukraine, his ass would be drafted. So he's that age. So
okay, gotcha.
Elder.
So, why do you think it is that with all the evidence that we have, that if the Christian God is out there, he's clearly not on our side? Why do Negroes continue to follow this religion that was forced upon us? And we know that the only reason why we believe in it is because we were told to believe in it, or else. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are we so devout with it?
I'm going to disagree with you. There's a thing called the slave Bible that they had at the Museum of the Bible, sir, where they had a fake Christianity that was offered to people and pushed to people. They did not push the real thing. If you really go back and you review the history, there's a very good book by a gentleman that's just died within the last 2-3 years named Albert Rabbitoe called Slave Religion. It is a lie that people were forced to become Christians. In fact, there was opposition to the Christianization of people brought to British North America for one reason. The British had a custom going back to the Crusades that Christians could not own other Christians as slaves. So there's hostility to the Christianization because they would assume they'd have to let their main property and wealth free. So it is a lie that people were Christianized. But what ended up happening is they created in 1727 a doctrine that becoming a Christian would have no impact on your temporal life. In other words, you could be the best Jesus-loving person of all times, but you had to be a slave. White supremacy is good. Slavery is good. Doing whatever white people told you is what your faith is. Okay, now that is the fake bullshit Christianity that you justifiably trashed. I don't follow it. Neither did Nat Turner or Henry Highland Garnett or Martin Luther King. The people who actually follow it either end up dead or marginalized because most people are not interested in really knowing about a God where you have to give up. What are they selling niggas? They're selling them pie in the sky, or they're selling them prosperity and a racist capitalist America where they're victims of credit redlining. You can't have that goddamn prosperity without fighting the economic system. These people, these no good preachers and no good denominations, which I call abominations or sinominations, these people are not teaching what's in the book. They're not practicing, but I have met and seen people who practice. I have a buddy, my god brother is out in Los Angeles at Second AME Church in Los Angeles named Godfrey Patterson, who's one of the most militant Negroes you ever want to meet. He got fired from his congregation for speaking out against police brutality and homosexualization of Black people. His congregants had the bishop remove him. Stop saying the police can't kill us. Now, this man is ready to go down, and I've met others. You have to understand that our people's problem is unbelief. They don't really believe that if I die for what is right, I go to heaven. In reality, these people want to live now and talk about a heaven that they're not going to. It's having it both ways at the same time. Black folks are completely inconsistent with their philosophy and their practice. If you really believed in God, you wouldn't be afraid of white supremacy. If you really believed in God, you would fight against what's wicked. If you believed it and you knew that you don't have an obligation. In fact, if you go to Revelations in the Bible, in Revelations 21, the first group of people that God's going to burn in the lake of fire are the people who are afraid. So all these weak, coon, frightened people who are Black are going to spend eternity in hell because they weren't brave enough to say hell no to this system. It is not an option to be against evil. It's an obligation. And if you're disobedient, willful disobedience, according to Romans 1, is called a reprobate. A reprobate is a person that can't be saved because they will not do willfully what God has commanded them to do. It is absolutely necessary to do exactly what God said, or you're wrong. And let me say this to you. Nat Turner wasn't the only one. Same year in Jamaica, you had the Baptist War. You had a Jamaican preacher influenced by Black American Baptist tradition called Samuel Sharp. These Black men refused to bullwhip Black women because the man said, you know, how can you love God? And, you know, man can't serve two masters. What he extrapolated is if you do what white people say, you're going to hell. When these people recognize that they really believe there's God and there's a hell, they started killing everybody white in sight. They had to send in the British Army and ultimately end slavery over a handful of people who took God seriously at his word.
Right.
I don't meet people who believe in God. I meet niggas that go to church that like the gospel music, or they're gay and they can find a boyfriend in church, or they're fat and the preacher lies to them and they're going to find a man or he's going to make someone gay in the church straight so they can have someone.
Damn.
That's what they go to church for. They do not go for empowerment. They do not go for collective uplift. They do not go for freedom. They do not go to get their lives together. I wish the hell they would.
Hey, Dr. Short, we got the lovely Dallas D in the building. Dallas D, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm stepping away for like 1 minute. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Good.
I asked that question because of this. I was having a conversation earlier this week about and the word leader came up, right? And I keep telling people with some of the associates and even friends I've met in this YouTube space about leadership. There's like, I think that guy's going to be he would be the leader. I'm like, no, he's not ready. Why not? Here's the thing. I saw him have an opportunity to right or wrong, but in order to do so, he had to be confrontational. I mean, directly confrontational to it.
Right.
He didn't do it that way. It was kind of passive aggressive.
You got to headbutt your problems when you're a leader.
Right. When you're a leader, you cannot be a leader and not be confrontational. Being confrontational is an absolute must.
In some situations.
Yeah, I know, but he's right. Of course, in some situations, you have to be confrontational. You have to be willing to at least.
Right. You're right, brother. And I'm going to say this to you. And let's be clear. A lot of Black people think that education is cooperation, and they think leadership is bowing. Everything is the opposite of what is. You get where I'm coming from? Abortion is healthcare. Right. And family is everybody doing their own thing. Leadership requires sacrifice. And I'll just say this to you so you'll be clear. I don't see people who want to serve others. I see people who want to be served. If you look at Nature Boy, you don't have to go to church. Look at all these little cult groups, Nature Boy, Malachi York. All these people end up wanting to be worshipped, not pointing people to a transcendent God. They want you to worship me. They're narcissists. We have a whole culture where everybody wants to be worshiped, whether it's celebrities, whether it's preachers, whether it's athletes. It's all about look at me, look at me, look at me. Real leadership doesn't demand that kind of attention unless it's necessary. I'm not saying that you can't have a charismatic leader, but it's really about service, and it may not be something that people see. Real power isn't flaunting it. It's having it and using it when you have to. Like, you don't have your bombs and missiles out on the ground for the other people's satellite to see, but everybody knows that you've got nukes and you can push a button and blow their ass away. A lot of what our problem is, brother, why we won't produce leaders for a short term, is that a lot of Black people have a love-hate relationship with white people. They want to be loved by white people, and they hate the fact that they're not loved. Instead of loving yourself, loving humanity, and yes, even loving white folks, but not taking any shit off them. Same way we treat one another. you can't lead someone, or you can't stand up to someone that you secretly wish would embrace and want you and take you in. A real leader has to say, you know what, you're not going to like me, screw you, this is where I stand, and to hell with you if you don't get it. This is not what we have. That's not what Stacey Abrams is. It's not what Mr. Potato Head Warnock is. It's not. It's not what Westmore is. It's not. We don't have people who make white folks have aneurysms because the person won't kiss their ass.
Right.
We don't tend to produce those people, because the real thing, think about it. What's the motivation for the basketball stars and everyone else? It's to cross over and to have a white following. And that's where the money is, instead of what money we have amongst ourselves. Most of what we're doing, my friend, is worshiping people, trying to be loved by people that hate us. And my thing is, let me tell you something. White folks actually respect black people that will give them the finger more than they do black folks that kiss their behind. But these people don't have enough confidence that they could be who they are and comfortable in their skin. Instead, they want white love and acceptance more than they want freedom, self-determination. Because you know what? You take the Chinese. When the Chinese told the white people to get the hell out of China, and they said, we're going to cut you off from the world economy, Mao Zedong said, well, fuck you then. You'll come back to us before we beg you. Our people have been taught, in particular by no good nigger preachers, who are the biggest frauds that have ever existed to a people. They've told our people that we have to crawl and beg and scrape. And there's nowhere in the Bible. If you read the Acts of the Apostles and listen to how these apostles taught to the Romans and other people, they told them, we don't even like you, but we're going to be nice to you because this is what our faith is, even though we don't like you. We're taught to go along to get along. I'm just telling you, if you were to tell some of these Negroes to get into a truck and go to a concentration camp, they're going to ask, can I at least play hip hop music before you gas me?
Exactly.
Hey,
exactly.
Dr. Short, we got Dallas D back. I want to let her get her question in for you as well.
Go for it. Go for it. I'm here.
Dallas, you up, and Dirty Folks. Shout out to Dirty Folks in the building.
Shout out to Dirty Folks. I just felt like it would sound better and people would receive it better if they heard my words coming from your mouth. You're singing my song, man.
Hey, man, Dallas D.
They don't listen to me.
I just got excited about the conversation, and Randy, I pretty much agree with everything that you're saying. And I've always had an issue with where we are as a people. And you're right about that respect. We've been asking for it for 400 years, and you haven't been giving it to it because they don't respect that. And I'm not an advocate for war, but I also understand the language that they understand. And the only thing they understand is violence. Everything that other nationalities or other races have acquired in America was because they fought for it. And we're the only ones that never fought for it. We fought their wars, but we never fought our own. And we're never going to get the respect we're looking for. I totally agree.
We keep saying, why don't you love me? And my thing is, let me just share this with you. I always tell people I was taught just the opposite of what I learned. Okay. I was telling people the story a couple of days ago, and I'm going to just repeat it. When we began desegregating schools in Northern Virginia, I mean, I heard the word nigger so much, it may as well have been my name. I mean, every other word to you was nigger. Sometimes the teachers called you nigger. They're just nigger. It doesn't even offend me because I heard it so much. And then one day people began calling me by my name instead of nigger. I'm trying to figure out, I was waiting to get called nigger all day and nobody was calling me nigger. I'm trying to figure out, why did everyone stop saying nigger? I've been hearing it so much. And I went to my brother, says, nobody's called me nigger all day. Why? And my brother says, well, we had a fight in the boys' room and we beat the white boy's ass. We had the biggest white boy. We forced him to kiss the dick of the blackest dude in the school.
God damn.
And they said there's more where that came from. And then all of a sudden, I mean, the word nigger disappeared. I didn't even hear it again. And I was, because I guess they're afraid they're going to have to kiss everybody black's dick when they said nigger.
God damn.
And I'm not for male on male fellatio. I'm just telling you, what happened
This is what it
50
was.
years 50 years ago in my life, because I was trying to figure out why nobody called me nigger today. I was really confused. That's how much you heard it. Everyone called you nigger. And you could fight, but it's just, but once that dude kissed that dick, the guy's name was Mink from Gum Springs. Gum Springs is the land that George Washington gave to his bastard son. And yeah, George Washington, all these people have black descendants. Allegedly, I am related to George Washington and to Thomas Jefferson and to Abraham Lincoln and to some others, Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson, to show you, I mean, damn, these people have raped everybody. But once he had to kiss that dick, the violence stopped, and the word nigger stopped. And one other thing that happens, sister, and I'm gonna just tell y'all, where we live, the white kids were taught that it was good to hit black people with rocks. And of course, my parents always taught me it's wrong to throw rocks at anybody, no matter what color, age. You don't do to people what you don't want done to you. Well, we had neighbors who would stone us every time we'd go to the store because we were black, and we would beg them to stop. We weren't trying to bother them. They didn't care. They would keep hitting us with rocks. And one day when we were coming from the store, this white boy took a piece of coagulated tin and threw it, and it slashed me across my scalp, and I'm bleeding. And I told my brother, they're going to do this to us every day. And we started throwing rocks back at them. We smashed the windows on their house. We stoned their ass. We hit their mother with rocks. And you know what? The white people who were neighbors to this white trash family that did this to us started telling us that we were bad blacks for defending ourselves. They had seen these people bother us for like a week. But nobody says, look, it's wrong to throw rocks at people. But once we pelted their asses with rocks, in particular, I popped their mother upside the head with the rock, that white family moved, and we never had people throw rocks at us anymore, but we got the reputation for being bad niggers.
Wow.
And we what choice they left? They left us no choice but to fight them. They're not people that to be reasoned with. I wish. When are we going to be honest that we're at war? They're at war with us. And I'm not saying that in terms of necessarily a physical war, but there's an economic and spiritual war that we need to engage in. And we need to just stop running from that and face it. Trust me, my mother and father told us, just run home, just don't fight. They would give me that stupid, dumb fuck boomer shit that they from the church. Now, why did you have my black ass walk to the store unescorted and then tell me not to fight? This is the kind of shit that our parents have betrayed us to disarm us, to just get along, just try. What? Look, I got blood coming down my head. What do they need to do to me to understand I'm okay? What they needed to see is that it would hurt them as much as it hurt me, if not more so, for them to throw rocks at me. That I can throw a rock too. I can pop your mother upside the head the way you hit me upside the head. And let me tell you one thing in that story that just got to me was that when we were walking to the store, this lady had about 8 kids, maybe 10. This white girl was a hoe. Her youngest baby thought it was wrong. You could see in the white baby that they didn't want to throw rocks. The white baby boy saw it was wrong, and he didn't want to do it. And her mother began to say to him, I didn't give birth to a nigger lover. And so she gave that boy a rock, and he half threw it at us. She picked it up and picked the boy up and kissed him. And I told my brother, now he's going to be throwing rocks at us too. I mean, every time she has a kid, they'll be stoning us, right? That's how racism and prejudice, this stuff works. It goes from generation to generation. The only way you stop it is that you have to check it. And let me just say this to you. You're in Atlanta. White folks stopped bothering black people in Atlanta after the race riot of 1906 when black folks were shooting back at white mobs.
Hey, I don't know that last year Trump's presidency, man, it was getting kind of bad, man. They was following motherfuckers, you know, getting into it with you on the road and jumping, you know.
But you know what? Let me share something with you that black men have not done. The only person I've seen do this in my lifetime, and whether he was talking smack or not, was when Louis Farrakhan in 1984 told white people, if you kill Jesse Jackson or hurt him, he'll be the last black person you hurt. We haven't told them, if you kill another one, we're going to get you.
But I don't care about Jesse Jackson being wiped off.
They respect that God Jong-un and North Korea.
But you got to.
We are more powerful than their nuclear weapons that can't reach this country yet. We could tell them, stop fucking with us. We don't want to do it. You know why? Because we won't be accepted, or there'll be some white woman we want to sleep with, or a white neighborhood we want to live in, or a white church we want to preach in. There's something. In fact, it's a sin in the Bible, in the commandment, thou shalt not covet. Why do we, supposed Christians, covet whiteness, white women, white hair? White acceptance. It's disgusting.
Dr. Short, on that note, we got dirty folks in here. This is a good segue. Dirty folks. We got Dr. Randy Short in the building. What questions you got?
I don't have any questions. I was just listening to him, and I don't necessarily think he's wrong. I just don't subscribe to the crayon shit, so I don't care what the colors do. But I will say that he's right. I think it's funny that coloreds use other people's religion and think that another person's God is supposed to have a covenant over them. That's not how protection works. Mm-hmm. Everything that he said happened, because I don't think racism is as bad now as it was 60 years ago. I think we made a large stride after the 1980s. I'm just being honest. I live in the second most segregated city in America, and I see the strides. I'm not saying it's great, but I don't see them as my primary obstacle. I just don't.
First of all, I never gave a priority of what the obstacle
I
was.
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm saying, but I'm not a racialist. I'm a tribalist.
I'm not a racialist. I never said.
I understand what you're saying.
I don't believe in races. They don't exist.
I understand. I'm a tribalist. So, as a tribalist, I understood the boomer thing. The boomer conversation is the same conversation I was having with my dad. Like, yo, you got me messed up, pops. Like, yo, I blow these people down. But that is a we shall overcome speech. I'm with you on that. When you talk about how the white kids threw rocks at you and peed on you, never happened to me. But you know, I have similar stories about black women. I've seen that my whole life, how black women will try to emasculate. I'll tell you a story that happened. This is a real story. 7-year-old boy trying to ride a bike. He has one training wheel, because I guess he leans that way. He can ride a bike, but he can't start up. He doesn't know how to do that first pedal to get the momentum to ride.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know this young man. Haven't seen him before or since. But I love the kids. So I teach him how to get on his bike so he can get that first push off. It's a summer day. A bunch of guys outside. All the guys are yelling, "Don't do that, fam. His mom gonna snap." His mom gonna snap because I tried to help him ride a bike. His mom don't let him have no masculine. No man can talk to his. Okay, cool. So I'm already zapping on my friends about that. Like, yo, bro, nigga, this is how you cuff the shorties. While that's going on, I see a young man. He couldn't have been older than 17, walking fast up the block. Never saw him before either. I saw him turn the corner, just walking fast. And I'm still talking to them like, man, look, shorty riding the bike. Woo, woo. He might have got 3-4 houses away, and a girl is rushing behind him, just cursing. Now she's loud. So now all the old ladies are coming on the porch. Bunch of old ladies on the porch. She runs behind him, give him a samurai kick in the back. He just keep walking. Leave me alone. She slapping the back of the head. Leave me alone. She push him. Leave me alone. He started walking even fast. He was already walking fast. Now he almost at a trot. He trying to get out the way. By the time he get to the corner, there's a bush behind at the corner. Once he walks behind the bush, she try to reach him, and he just stick her. He's still on her. And all these black women pulled out their phones. There was 4 calls to the police about this boy assaulting a girl. Like, you can't do that to a girl. You watched it like I watched this girl beat this boy up all the way up the block. So now you've conditioned all the males on this block to not help the kids, not defend themselves, not support other men. And your oppressor is your mother, your sister.
Okay.
girlfriend.
Okay, you said the tribe. That's not Africa. That's unique to situations wherein anti-black racism via feminism has contaminated our community. And there's another side to it. And I have to lay blame where it is. As long as black men live for their penises instead of living for their own lives,
I agree.
where you're always begging and groveling and pretending that women are queens because they have vaginas, instead of the fact that what makes you a man is that you have a life, you have dignity, you exist. And your manhood isn't based on where you put your thing every day. I'm not saying be gay.
I get what you're saying.
Black men have auctioned their manhood and their humanity for this simp, I call it fagonist culture, a male feminist, where they accept this.
Moderators, put that in the chat. Fagonist.
Yeah, fagonist is the term I want people.
You should coin that. So you should coin that, Doctor.
No, I have coined it. It's my term. The fagonist men.
Mind if I borrow it?
No, please use it. I want this in the language
right
of fagonists. And I'm not talking about beating down a woman or anything else, but I know right now, I just saw something fagonistic up on Facebook. It was a black woman who was complaining that she heard that her baby's father had gotten a promotion. So she went to child support to ask for more money. In exchange for her to get more money, the father demanded a DNA test. When the test came back, it turned out the child wasn't his. She feels that the man is being petty, not wanting to give more.
Yeah, and blame the child for failing the test.
But there are guys who says he should be the bigger man. You know what? I'm gonna just say there's another term I use. It's called brother fucker. Brother fucker culture amongst black men. Black men hate each other more than they hate anybody else. Black men will fight another black man for practically nothing. And that against every other black man, and in particular, God forbid, if there's some pussy or money on the table, they will turn against someone that's been nothing but good to them. And this is seen as okay because we have this brother fucker complex that goes back to slavery, where black men, instead of fighting the things that are in their way, tend to displace rage and anger at persons close to them. The preferred target is black men, because if I shot another black man in the head, that's okay. If I shoot a woman in the head, that's bad because they have a pussy, but they're shooting women these days in increasing numbers, which is incredible. So
less of them have pussy. But
yeah. So my point is that we've got a very, that's why someone asked me, why am I a Christian? Well, I want to say to you that our ancestors in Black Wall Street and a whole bunch of other places had some order, some respect, some dignity, because there was some sense of rules, order, and morality. Now, I know, as I said, I have no respect for the crooked nigger preachers and the fraud churches, but the sincere things about not killing one another, not raping one another, respecting and helping one another that some of our people had. And by the way, that is not white people's religion. The Bible has practically nothing to do with white people. If you know anything about ancient history, the Bible is talking about black people. White folks show up just in time to kill Jesus at the end.
I get that. This is what I mean about tribalists. I was just juxtaposing the fight that you have with white kids with the new fight with feminism. Tribalism is this. And it's funny you say Farrakhan, because I'm about to talk Larry Hoover. Chicago dudes don't give a shit. Okay, so in 1996, the year that didn't exist, in Chicago, 1996 never happened. Chicago had its own political party, 50,000 organic voters under one structure. The reason that we didn't take over Chicago politically, I mean, we already had Carol Mosley Braun in the pocket. We had Paul Simon. We had a couple of people at Internal Affairs and IA for the police. We were good. The reason that we didn't take over is because some goddamn baby boomers called the feds on us because we wanted power and we had a couple of dollars. And when they turned on us and everything went to hell in a hamper, y'all can blame Biden all y'all want, but it was Bobby Rush in that room. You know what I'm saying? It was these old ass goddamn it.
You mean Bobby Hush, who's a snitch, who is an informant? Okay, look, one of my elders tried to keep Bobby Rush out of the Black Panthers, as well as O'Neill, because I think you and I both know Fred Hampton Jr., Chairman Fred,
Yeah,
and I think you know. I think you know.
He's too older than me, but
okay, well, look, Chicago's one of my favorite cities. So my friends are friends to Brother Hoover. Although I'm a DC person, I'm very concerned about Chicago, and I don't like Bobby Hush. I'm doing what I can because this bastard Pritzker, the one that looks like a Humpty Dumpty with AIDS, shouldn't even be a front runner to be governor of Illinois' second term. But it's Coons. Part of the war that we have to fight is with ourselves. That's the other reason I like any religion that tells you that you need to get your shit together, as well as fight with whatever enemies, both spiritual and physical, that are coming up against you.
But we have to be able to identify our enemies first. And that's one thing that we've never been able to do. And I think it's because we've been propagandized. We've been propagandized to direct all of our negativity towards Black men. Everything that you see that's negative, all the news media. COVID was in blackface, monkeypox, blackface, black licorice, black, everything black is the worst thing on the planet.
Yes,
We've been propagandized to dislike Black men to the point that Black men are the most hated individual on the fucking planet by everybody.
Even to Black men, even to Black men. Hold 1 second. Hold 1 second. Hold 1 second. I just want to say this to you, sister. Wazi Wazi, which it means warrior sister, and you're Quasi, a queen warrior sister. So Quasi, Wazi Wazi, thank you.
But here's the thing.
Hold on. Let me interject this real quick. Y'all brought up an interesting point. Black licorice. Everything black has a negative connotation to it,
except for sex. Except for sex.
Which is why, because it's a fetish. Which is why Dr. Martin Luther King used to say so-called blacks. We have to get away from this black designation. We have to get away from black designation. We have to get black out of the lexicon when it comes to talking about who we are and where we're from. We're not black, just black people. We're something else. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That's why you but we've got another set of issues. One, it's our fault more than anything else that why not come up with the name and then make certain that the Moors and the Nuwapians and all the other jackasses don't have a counter term. By the way, let me just say this, because the biggest bitches in our community aren't the women, it's the men who don't respect each other enough to come together to create the superstructure of being a people. So if you have a great name for us as a people, I do. In fact, a lot of dudes, because they're bastards and they didn't grow up with no dad, they're very catty and conflict oriented. They always want to fight with anybody else that they see. They don't do this to whites or anyone else, but they do this to someone else that they see as in the same tribe, as this brother says. And
no, I don't think I'm in the same tribe as you coloreds. I have a distinct tribe. But
okay, well, fine.
A tribe comes with a special handshake, a pledge, a creed, a system.
Okay, well, but that's just my point. So if you're not in the same thing, why be in this discussion?
No.
See the confusion? We have to keep coming up with new categories because I don't want to be grouped in.
Anything. I'm not categorizing anything. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Yeah, but that's an example. What you just did is an example of the problem. We can't discuss who we are because everybody's got a different designation.
Hold on. We got the man responsible for this connection on the line right now. We got Westside Kulik in the building. So let's take a moment. Let's draw it back in and introduce my brother, man.
Hey, how you doing there, Big Mike? Much respect to your special guest here, Dr. Randy Short. Much respect to you. We support you. And I'm listening on the podcast here. I'm enjoying this. And how's the panel doing? And much respect to y'all.
Good. Much respect to you, too. I do have a question, though, because he brought up a good point. If you don't have anything to do with us, why are you part of the discussion, Dirk?
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that there's white people?
Yeah.
Do white people believe that there's white people? Or
In,
are they only white in juxtaposition of black? Because when I see them, you can't even say nothing about the little hat people. And then you got the Irish, you got the Scottish, you got the everybody else has a flag, and they say, "Yo, this is who we are. This is the tribe we belong to." But the greater umbrella is the white. I don't question whether or not uh uh Miguel calls himself a Moor. I don't question the dudes that take their shit off and run through the forest and want to be forever slaves. I don't question the people that want to be Pentecostals. I don't question the people that have indigenous roots here. I have indigenous roots here. My grandfather's from Turtle Island. My grandmother's from the Missouri Territory. They met in 1863. I understand that I came from free people, but it doesn't change people thinking I'm black based on crayon games. That's why I got the crayons in the back. Well, it's really for the toddlers, but crayons in the back. Y'all playing crayon games.
I'll say this. I gotta push back on you a little bit on this, because what you're doing is you're moving the goalpost of what constitutes a tribe. Because you brought up the Irish, you brought up the Italians, but we know those are countries, those are nations.
Those are nations, and every tribe by the United States Constitution, every tribe is a nation.
Hold on, every nation is consisting of many tribes. It's just a bigger collectivization of tribes. So you're not gonna go to one nation and it's gonna be one tribe in the nation.
And in America, they are probationary whites anyway, according to the Census Bureau.
I'll give you that. Now, according to America, according to everything from the 11th to the 14th Amendment, every tribe is its own nation state, but those nation states have a coalition. So, for instance, a Native American have 12 different nations for the 12 different tribes, but they're called the Muskegon Coalition, in which all tribes come together to make the policy for all 12 tribes with the coalition. Man, I don't mind being part of the coalition. I don't think niggas move right. I think niggas move like girls move. I think that I know for a fact, if you look at it, 70% of all people in the penitentiary are there over girls. You can say that men hate men all day, but niggas is fighting, he hit me. And you going over and losing your life because you're trying to fight for your sister. That ain't no I hate men shit. This I love women more than I want to find out what happened shit. I'm simply saying that, man, everybody has their own. I'm from Chicago. I was just talking to my man earlier today. If you want to say, you can call it whatever you want to call it. Frats, crews, cliques, gangs, whatever you want to call it. We were just talking about earlier today. You can, when a person tells you what they clique are, you know how they going to move. You know what type of people going to be there. You know what type of commerce they do, because you understand how their group moves.
I would say Chicago is slightly more tribal inherently than most places. So I think that would be a concept that would be hard for people to grasp. In a lot of places where there's not a heavy gang culture, we can't take that out of the culture of Chicago. There's a gang culture in Chicago, but it's really about protection. Man, we got Pats. I mean, we got Tommy B. Chill with Tommy B in the building.
I brought that.
What up, man?
Yeah, what up? Doctor,
what's going on?
Yo, man, Tommy B, what's happening with you, man? We got Dr. Randy Short in the building, man, and he's gracious enough to take some of my questions. And I don't know how long you got left, Dr. Short. I know you said you had some more things to do, so I'm trying to let everybody ask you what they want to ask you. So, Tommy B, go ahead, brother.
Oh, no, I was just listening. I would say the only thing that I was pushed back against is he said he never seen any black people tell white people that if you do this to us, we'll shoot you. That's exactly what the Black Panthers in Oakland did.
That's not what I said. That's not what I'm saying. And I said in recent, and I made specific reference that Farrakhan did, and there are. And I said in history, black folk have told people, hell to the no. We're not doing it. We're not doing it now. How is it that people could do it 100, 150 years, and we can't? We have even more reason to do it now than ever before, and we're not doing it. And there's a problem. And I'm saying that part of this problem is metaphysical.
Mm-hmm.
I hear a lot of people talk about their ancestors. Well, your ancestors fought.
Yeah.
Says people do contrary to what their ancestors did, but claim they're led by it, right? It's like, wow, why can't people stick to something that they say they believe in? And I'll just tell you what the scriptures say. A double-minded man is unstable in all his ways. Every which kind of way that things could line up, okay, it's confused. Double-mindedness, saying here, I'm here with you, but then again, I'm not, I'm something else. we have a lot of metaphysical confusion that's unnecessary. Whether a man thinks he's a woman thinks she's a man, a child thinks they're a senior thinks they're a child. All of this going on, everybody thinking that they came off a damn slave ship. I mean, there's a whole lot, and yet you know that this can't be what you imagine it to be. So it's not impossible. It's just, are people truly willing to get what they're talking about, or are they just talking about it?
Good point. Good point.
Yeah, I think that was probably, and some people might disagree with me. I think if Tupac had a chance to get older, he might have been one of the closest ones to actually push that kind of a movement. I think,
and that's why they killed him. They assassinated him. There's a book by Potash called "Drugs is a War Against Us," and they had him killed. They've had lots of people killed. I have a book right here, "Fire Next Time." They are targeting people as young as 7, 8 years old to set them up to be in prison. The drugs and all this stuff is here to preempt. They used the term to prevent the rise of a black messiah 57 years ago. They see this in metaphysical terms. So what you do, you kill the spirit of the people. You steal their story, you weaponize their women, you implode the family, you bring in drugs, you bring in alcohol, you have chemtrails, you've got lead in the water, lead in the air, you've got what's the stuff in the water? Forgive me. What they treat the water with.
Fluoride.
You've got all of these things. Now you've got this genocide jab. You weaponize even religion. You make almost everything unwholesome. The food you eat isn't good anymore. I mean, you got Frankenfood. They're trying to kill the spirit inside of us. And another way is to promote atheism, to attack anything spiritual and tell people just don't have, all of that's bullshit. And yet these people are so deep into their witchcraft, into their masonry, into whatever it is, their Mormonism, they're deep into it, and all the while trying to destroy any kind of, even the music, kill the music, kill all the musicians that make anything that gives life, they try to destroy because they're beasts.
Hey, Tariq said that about them taking the soul out of the music, with people like Doja Cat being the biggest R&B, rhythm and blues. That was all about soul. And now you got these flat singing ass girls.
You mean like Drake? Can Drake compare to, any number of singers that we have? For that matter, I'm not trying to be mean, but do you really think Kanye West is better than Stevie Wonder? Really?
No. Well, I was going to say, I think Kendrick might be in trouble then, because I think he's about the only one that's pushing, that type of message of even trying to uplift people. But I think we just gotta.
They didn't hit Kendrick with the feminism shit.
And he's talking about baby killing and all this other stuff.
Yeah, he talks about everything.
To me, part of whatever it is that's going to change things is someone's got to give up something. And I want to say this to you: Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Martin Luther King, for that matter, they all died broke. They weren't trying to get rich. They were trying to help their people. Another thing that kills the spirituality for people, and I'm not against money or owning, but one of the things is to get people to worship false gods. So you got all of these rappers, they're dying every day, getting shot. Folk running around in debt, acting like they're making millions of dollars. You got everybody running after this worthless paper of people who hate our guts. And yet the only thing that produces real wealth is hard assets, land, resources. They don't even have us running after what really can produce wealth.
Land.
And yeah, exactly.
That's the thing they took from us too.
But the point is that we could buy it back. But you know what? These illegals are coming up here buying land, and yet I can get the average Negro whose family has land down south, don't want to fight or pay taxes on it. It's astounding to me how this is. But I'm going to again say to you, If people accumulated all of this land with the belief system that they had 100, 150 years ago, what was that belief system? Because there are a lot of fake ass people who act as if they're conscious and as if they're militant, as if they're going to change something. And yet they revision history. They revision who our ancestors are to suit what they're doing today. They want you to think that Harriet Tubman was smoking blunts when she was going down south to help people come north. They revision and make everything fit now instead of saying, who were these people? Who were they really?
Well,
what did they actually believe? In fact, I'll tell you something. These folks want you to think that these people were into all these ancient things in Africa that maybe these people didn't have. Whether someone destroyed it or they lost it, but it's bullshit that everything from Africa spiritually got destroyed coming here. It's not true, because you've got the Gullah and the Geechee, you got hoodoo and voodoo. People had something that they believed in, that they held on to, that they brought from wherever or was already here amongst the Aborigine people. So, but there's this new group that wants to destroy anything that existed before, and they run after, like this Stud King movie. They want to pretend that a bunch of dykes who were out killing babies were freedom fighters. This is the kind of shit that you see, and you get a bunch of white feminist, moist women who get with a group of dumb fuck black feminists and refashion history that's not even real, and everyone calls this empowerment. Lies, falsehood. You get where I'm coming from. At some point, things have to be what's factual, what's true, what's false, what's right, what's wrong. If there's no absolute right and wrong, then there is no such thing as racism or anti-black, whatever. Because I know someone's going to fucking get into the semantics and say, I ain't black. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. The people that they're screwing with that were held in chattel or victims of genocide. And we shouldn't have to scramble for a word to talk about it. The minute you start doing that, then someone plays a stupid psycho game. And I want to say this. Formal education counts for something. One of the fucked up aspects, and I'm going to say this of many, many black men, is when they didn't go through school and they drop out, they have ambivalence and bitterness towards people that completed their education. We have a lot of pettiness that's unnecessary. I'm just talking about black men, where I dropped out of school, I couldn't read too well, and I don't like anyone that does. They don't have a problem with whites or Asians or anybody else knowing how to read or write or speak English well. They have a problem with someone that's whatever color or whatever garbage we're going to use to describe ourselves. We don't like them to have it. We need to stop being so jealous and petty and looking for reasons to disagree or to split hair over dumb shit. No other group of people tolerate this. And that's why I'm saying there are like 1,000 ways to describe us. We could do that. We can do that with your damn last name or what state you're from or whatever. But if we can't even agree on a term of how to say who we are as an aggregate, we're damned. Let me just say this to you. We talk about these countries in Europe. There's a very good book called How the French Became Frenchmen. Napoleon wasn't French. Napoleon was a Corsican who became head of state of France. There are people that are Aquitanian, people that are Ile-de-France. There are people that are from all over, people from Gascony. But ultimately, someone came along and said, we're going to have at least a unitary identity in order to survive, and they came up with France. France and French people, it's a relatively new concept. It was necessary for them to survive as a nation to have some unity. What you see, a lot of black folks call themselves educated, find ways to split us up into smaller and smaller units because every specific aspect of me has to be addressed or else I've been dismissed. And I look for something to be different. That isn't tribalism. That is, how can I describe it? It's enemy. It's anarchy. It's confusion because you can't describe what you're talking about. Do you know who else wanted us to be like this? The people who had people enslaved, the people who came here and killed the Aborigines and enslaved everyone, didn't want people to have a shared identity. One of the miracles is that somehow enough of us got a shared identity, as flawed as it is, to come together to push back where we could. This is why the gentrification and everything else is to destroy bastions where people had a shared identity, did do some things for uplift.
Mm-hmm.
Be very nervous of anyone that's trying to just fragment and make everything fit something that's super narrow. That's very that's what's got Africa fucked up, and that's what's got the Caribbean fucked up, is people looking for what makes us not alike instead of what could unify us.
Dr. Short, that got us fucked up. And that's part of the thing that fucks me up in these spaces. And West Side will tell you, I always say this, you know what I'm talking about. Like, whenever we get on the other side and get free, we can then choose a fucking name. Like the Soviets, right? They had to choose the name after the revolution. They didn't choose the name and then do all the branding and shit and then go to revolution. They fought the revolution. Then when it was done, they took a vote and then chose the name as Soviets. You see what I'm saying?
That's because victors get to make those decisions, but you got to fight to be victorious.
Gotta fight.
And we haven't done that. But even throughout history,
write the story.
Right. Even throughout history, though, white men in power have been known to say their biggest threat is Black unity. And we're the only ones throughout history that have not known what it means to be unified as a people.
And we choose not to. You know why? I'm going to share with you. By the way, if you get into the history of the Bloods and Crips, do you know that they weren't at odds with each other? And then someone decided, let's kill each other and start fighting to kill. And we've had thousands of deaths over someone deciding to not get along with someone else that's Black, and all this death. And then people make this an identity, and you've got to relate to them around death and destruction, that someone just decided, well, why not hate someone who has a different color thing than I do? I mean, let me share with you, when people form a nation, do you know what they do? They kill people like that, because they can't afford all this chaos around whatever moves someone one way or the other. One of the big problems that we lack as a people is we lack a code, we lack a law, and we lack enforcement. And when someone gets out of line, they get whacked. These Black towns that everyone boasts about, Bolay and Black Wall Street, if you don't think that they didn't kick other Black people in the ass that were out of order, then you don't understand what took place. And so someone's got to come along and say, you will not. I mean, people scream about African empires. They jack people up that were off code. In order to be a people, there's got to be rules and enforcement. And you can't be like Lizzo with your ass hanging out saying that you represent Black women. You can't be like... She does not speak for me. She doesn't speak for anybody. Billy Porter can't speak for me, that degenerate. Most people don't stand for this. And what we've ended up doing is allowing the very thing that white people promote but don't practice is individualism. They've got Negroes thinking that being individualistic, that I can be a stupid ass Candace Owens, and I don't know what the hell she is, that all of these odd personalities, Dennis Rodman, they celebrate people who are fractious and cause division and put them up as symbols. Other people don't tolerate this. Those Asians got their Confucianistic thing. Those Latinos had their Roman Catholic thing, even if the Pope is the biggest punk of all times. Other people have centrifugal forces that demand a degree of unity and uniformity that has to be, or else you're out. We're the only people where people demand that things be done by the exception. Do you know who else demands to be viewed on the exception? White races. You can't look at me as like my group. I'm different from all the people that oppress and screw you. And it's interesting that the Black people that undermine our unity say, well, they start having these explanations as to why they're off code. Well, hey, I'm an eco-feminist or this, that, or the other. By the way, we're not talking about the debate, and I have exactly I say 40 some odd minutes to still talk to you.
I want to move to it, man. We got the world class in the building. I want him to be able to ask you what he wants to ask you. Then I'm gonna launch into this debate. I understand if you have to drop off in the middle of, but I do want to get started into it.
Is the Herschel Walker debate you talking about?
Yeah. I'm gonna play the whole damn thing.
Please
so
do.
Even after Dr. Short leaves, man, Drill, I want you to stay.
Why you want me to stay for that nonsense?
You gotta stay.
I ill with many peace officers.
Walker destroyed him. him.
Yeah. How bad do you have to be when Herschel Walker beats you in a debate? He's a moron.
You have to
get beat by a moron.
Hey,
absolutely.
I'll say
wow.
You have to be bad enough for Big Mike to walk in on October. What's this the date? The 20th, October 20th, about 10:50 this morning, and pull the lever for Walker and vote against your motherfucking ass.
I can't believe you voted for an absolute idiot.
And I voted
of the highest order.
I voted for
Him. A lot of people voted for a bigger idiot than Herschel Walker named Biden. And if you didn't, you're not black.
Well, no. Here's the thing: Biden is an actual bona fide, real life enemy to black people in America. No bullshit enemy.
Big Mike and Dr.
So I mean, and you're right. Niggas voted for him anyway, even though he almost single-handedly killed the black community with two pieces of legislation that he authored: them crack laws in the '80s and the '94 crime bill. He killed.
But they want to be mad at Trump for his surface racism.
Right?
Like, he cares about surface racism.
Yeah, I was just going to add, and then I'm passing the mic to Noble here. I was just going to say, my thing with the identification thing is I'm huge on that. Like you said, Big Mike, you want to be the victor, then be able to name yourself. But I believe it's both ways. Definitely, for example, and this people don't like this, but this is true. We gotta let this go as people. We're not genetically African. We're not of African descent at all, and that's one thing that's messing us up by all kind of sectors right there. If y'all want to call yourself black or whatever, I would not do it. And I get what you're saying, Dr. Short. You're just saying it as that. I know you are, but because I know you know the deal. But we gotta let this genetically African shit go.
But we gotta win first, Westside.
I agree. I agree.
I think that we need to. I think that we need to advance this. I differ with Kulik on one thing. I'm both and, not either or. And I'm saying that because I understand that some people, we got the boat for my folks, but not everybody. Most people didn't come on a damn boat. And so I've got both. And I can deal with that however I'm here. So my loyalties are here first. And as I said, my mother, who I see every day, is definitely an Aboriginal American. Okay, it just is. Okay, I think I told you, Brother Kula, going to the family reunion and everybody doesn't look like they're from Africa. And I said, wait a minute, what's this damn boat shit? None of these people look like Africans on television. The family, why are they teaching this in school? I come and nothing looks like what's in the books. Someone's lying. But that's my mother's family. Now, my dad's family, they all look like they came out of Congo Square. So we need to understand that we don't have to have homogeneity, but we have to have unity. And we can have unity and we can have unity and diversity. It's the same way. I
agree, Doctor. I'm not mean to cut you off, but I agree. But I'm saying as a whole, this nation here, we want to call this country here, in this nation, in the continent of America, we are not of African descent, and we are not genetically African at all. Now, I don't know what's in your family tree. I don't know what's in your family tree, but I'm saying as a whole, as a collective state, this is where we get messed up. We're not African. Now, do some people have some dips and dabs? That's their business. But I'm saying the majority of us here, we're not African.
Now, here's my thing again. I think there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, but I want to say this to you, that the whole planet, the people were brown, the original people were brown.
Yes.
The idea that everybody brown is African is absurd, and that's a racist concept. So I'll just say that to start off, that you have brown people everywhere. I think I may have sent it to you, Brother Kulik, if not, that they found all these skeletons in Taiwan, and it's clear that they're these very dark people that were living in Taiwan or Formosa. I think I sent that to you, that there's this brown, the original humanity was all brown everywhere. Adam means from the earth, brown. Everybody was brown. Whether they were in Asia, whatever, the continental rift, everybody was brown. It does not mean they're African. That is a racist concept that comes from Gubernatorial and others who broke humanity down into three groups. Now, having said that, there are places like Haiti where they can prove that they boated those people over there. There are places where they had a heavy number of people brought from Africa. The Caribbean, those folks were brought over on boats. Here, very, 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 very few Africans were brought to the United States. Very few. This is a fact.
Let me get world class question in. World class.
I have no question. I was waiting for the debate part. I have no question.
Oh, you waiting for the debate? Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. Let's move on and listen to a little bit of this debate, man. So I did two things, Dr. Short, because I figured we might get here because the conversation got thick quick, which is a good thing. I got a condensed version of some highlights from the debate, and I actually got the whole debate.
Do the condensed, because a lot of it was fluff. The highlights, the highlights whenever Herschel Walker kicked his ass.
He lost to a buffoon.
Because he's a buffoon and he's moist.
Yeah, that's how you lose to a buffoon. Oh man,
he looks like a moist Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah, that's how you lose to a buffoon when you're more buffoonish. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what happens. So this is I think this ain't Taisha Fernandez.
Damn, who's that?
Yeah, one of our chicks off of the news over here. I forgot her name.
Raphael Warnock face off in their first and likely only debate last night. The high-stakes race could decide control of the Senate. The debate came on the heels of negative headlines in less than a month out from election. Jeff Hollinger joins us live now from Savannah with where this debate took place. And Jeff, we saw it in 2020. This race is pivotal for both parties as they try to win majority in the Senate with just 2 days from early voting.
Look, check it out.
What are some of your takeaways?
I'm gonna let it rock for the 3 minutes. I'm gonna let y'all see the whole thing and then we'll discuss. Is that cool?
Let's do it.
All right, cool. It's about 3 minutes.
You know what? It was a debate of which we have not seen in Georgia over the generations. In fact, generally in October, when you talk about gubernatorial debates or U.S. Senate debates or any statewide sort of debate, it is tepid for the most part, particularly at this juncture with about 3 weeks to go before Election Day. But last night had a different feel. It felt like a football game, and it only makes sense when you're talking about Herschel Walker, one of the greatest football players in college football history. It was a curious debate with a lot of substance. I think that's something a lot of folks would have been surprised by 24 hours ago. Polling has Reverend Warnock up by 12 points, 50-38. Quinnipiac, which came out in the last couple of days, has Herschel Walker trailing Senator Warnock by about 7 points. But the biggest hot button button issue last night was abortion. And this debate came after Walker was accused by a former girlfriend of encouraging and paying her for a 2009 abortion. At times during the campaign, Walker has supported a national abortion ban. But we saw Walker try to shift the question to Senator Warnock, blasting him for being a Baptist pastor who supports abortion rights.
He told me Black Lives Matter. And if you think about it, Senator, in Atlanta, Georgia, there's more black baby that is aborted than anything. So if Black Lives Matter, why are you not protecting those babies? And instead of aborting those babies, why are you not baptizing those babies?
I think the women of Georgia have a clear choice. He says no exceptions, even in the case of rape, incest, or the life of the mother. I think that's extreme, it's out of touch with Georgia, and I intend to do the work that senators can do.
Well, this was the only debate that we will see in this contest. Again, traditionally, 3 debates are held, but only one this time. Herschel Walker decided that he would do one in Savannah, which, of course, is the home of Senator Warnock. So It's back to the campaign trail. As far as reaction last night, I think those Republicans in attendance were pleased by the performance of Herschel Walker, and conversely, Democrats liked what they saw from Senator Warnock. So we will see where it goes from here. Again, in-person voting begins on Monday, so the process is right at our doorstep. I'm Jeff Hullinger in Savannah, 11 Alive News. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Jeff.
Big Mike. There's none, bro.
Guess that was the kill shot, huh?
No, it was not. Herschel Walker has paid for 2 abortions that he is admitted to. So
shit,
it's very hypocritical for him. Like I said, Tommy, he lost to a buffoon named Herschel Walker. How do you lose to Herschel Walker? How? How do you lose to him?
Because
he
doesn't.
He did. How?
Because he's not paying child support for the 2 kids he has, and he tried to kill his wife. And it's alleged that he steals money from Ebenezer Church, and he got PPE money. He's dirty down to his drawers.
God damn.
And nobody asked him any hard questions. The same way they didn't ask Stacey Abrams any hard questions when she was debating with what's his bastard's name, Kemp. These debates were to help the Democratic candidate win, and even with the fixed game, Warnock is a loser. And any man that tries to kill his woman is a loser in my book. And any man that uses a woman as a beard is a loser in my book.
Well said. Well said. I got my popcorn. I wish y'all could see the whole thing.
Now, Big Mike, I made a statement. I want you to respond to it. How does he come at Herschel Walker about anything to do with abortions and tell us, well, abortion. Well, Herschel Walker is admitted to paying for 2 abortions.
He didn't admit to it.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Come
No,
on,
he
Mike.
didn't.
We seen the receipts.
Dude, what receipt you saw? Hold on, Mandrell. Hold on. Let me do this. What receipt did you see?
It was all over the news, and his son said it. His gay son said it.
Now, first of all, you can't believe what gay people say.
Okay, first of all, it's Herschel Walker's fault because he produced a gay son. How am I supposed to trust that?
Well, it was with the white.
Them the kind of rounds you shooting?
It was with the white woman.
All the same. Them the kind of rounds he's shooting up, he firing off out here?
I mean, the woman probably.
That's what he putting out here in society?
The woman probably turned the kid gay to get back at the super masculine husband.
Oh, listen, as masculine as Herschel Walker has been his whole life, ain't that much sugar in the world.
This Mandrell. What did you see that's a so-called receipt? You saw her.
They showed.
Hold on. You saw her receipt from the abortion clinic.
Yes.
You saw a check that was written by him.
Yep.
Okay.
And a get well soon card.
A get well soon card. So why would you not send somebody a get well soon card if they've gone through a horrible procedure like
yes, Tommy B. He sent them a get well soon card.
Bro, y'all about to have me watching the news again. What the?
Hold on, man.
It was wild.
Hold on, man. Let me finish. On that check, it's a section on every check that says 4. Can you recall what you saw on that check in that section that said 4?
I do not recall what I saw, and neither do you.
I can tell you what it say. It didn't say for a fucking abortion.
Well, you're not gonna put that on there righteously, are you?
You gotta be a savage to put that on the check.
Right? You're not gonna righteously put that on there, Mike.
You can't be no more savage than the woman laying on the table.
But
you're right about that.
Yeah, you're right.
But if you paying for it and you actually put that on the check, boy, you different.
Hey,
But
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're talking about a multi-million-dollar football player. That nigga probably hand out $2,000 like shit goddamn now and laters. He probably wrote $2,000 checks to a lot of chicks. Maybe
okay, cool. Then why did he write one to the white woman here that one with?
Why didn't he make her get 2 abortions? Because apparently he got a kid from her already. So the woman is saying he made her get an abortion, has a child from her.
Is that child also,
I don't know.
Okay, we got plenty of them. We don't need no more.
First of all, that's what actually shot him up in the polls. When the gay nigga came out and started talking, That's actually what got him back up in the polls, because nobody believe what they say.
You can't believe what gay people say, though, Mike. I agree with that.
So
I'm
I'm a little off on the R word one though. He don't believe in it if she got great, like that's
right.
That's wild to me.
That's not facts though. That's what.
Oh, okay.
Here's the deal, and like I said, I'm doing this for time's sake because we got Dr. Short on. Dr. Short's already watched the whole thing. But when Dr. Short leaves, I will actually play the whole damn thing. So
I watch it.
This nigga get his ass whooped, dog. This nigga got his ass whooped.
Wow, I'll wait for that.
He got his ass whooped, bro. Like for real. First of all, and Dr. Short brought up a good point. When you're in a place like Georgia, first of all, you're talking about a man that got a speech impediment. You're talking about a man that got a health condition, and y'all trying to play him like he dumb, and everybody's acting like it's all right. First and foremost,
he is dumb. Second, I don't know about health problems. He claims to be a picture of health.
He got a speech impediment.
Okay,
we know that because that's
his speech impediment. Yeah, that's a side effect of being stupid. That's what that is. Anyway, I don't see how they got lost. Y'all got to be right. That's why I believe every word you're saying about the other dude. He has got to be an absolute corrupt asshole, man. A world-class turd to lose to Herschel fucking Walker in a debate.
Why he had to throw world class in there?
He has to be a world-class turd.
May I say something for a second, please?
Yes, sir.
If you recall that Warnock barely held his own against that white bitch, Loeffler. I mean, he didn't like that. He doesn't like being asked questions. You have to understand, he's a nigger preacher. He's used to people just hanging on his every word. Whatever he says is fact, and no one contests them. These people become preachers because they are psychopaths who like to be in control, and sociopaths. This man is a liar. He's done whatever it's taken to be in a position of authority. He's a fraud. So putting a person who's used to people just going with his every word as a word of God, right, from on high, a debate isn't a good place to put someone who's not used to being challenged. That's why he lost to Herschel Walker. He could lose to Pluto, Donald Duck, or Mickey Mouse. He could lose to Lassie. If you put Lassie up there, he's used to always people like, and he's been protected because he's a Mason, a problem. No, he's definitely a Greek. He's definitely Greek. And he's been protected. So he doesn't have to answer, is it true that you tried to kill your wife and tried to take the kids? Is it true you're not paying child support? Is it true that you're evicting people? He lied and said that they give out food every day at Ebenezer Church. I know what it's like to hang around Ebenezer Church. There are other people that come in and hand out food for Ebenezer that are not people that bring food in to help the broke, busted down people on Sweet Auburn Avenue. And you guys from Atlanta know it's true. He's a liar. He's a fraud. He's gotten passes. He's one of these Negroes that got anointed and probably up the butt because he went to Morehouse. If you saw him the other day, surrounded by a bunch of guys that looked like they had a pocket full of condoms, and he's giving a press conference. I mean, there's something wrong with that man. And I said that the first time I saw his picture. I was down in Atlanta to denounce him in front of his church. In fact, I have it on high authority. I believe that dude asked for me and other people to be removed from Atlanta because we were staking out Ebenezer Church, taking pictures of homeless people and doing stuff. And the King family is part of the problem here. And down in Atlanta, it's time for folks in Georgia, blacks all over the state, to start calling out the King family. Dr. King was for reparations. Dr. King said that America had given us a bounced check for the Great March on Washington, and yet only his children and his nieces and nephews, they're getting money from the government. They're getting reparations for that bogus King Center, and yet they don't want it for the rest of us. And by the way, the reason that you don't know more about Warnock is people want to respect the legacy of Dr. King, Coretta King, King Daddy King, A.D. King, right? And therefore, nobody wants to ask questions about missing money at Ebenezer or anything else. And in reality, we would be better off if Martin Luther King had never lived, and we could fight for our freedom, no holds barred, than to have to walk on eggshells around the Negro who got more OPP than Iceberg Slim.
I mean, dude, Sounds like a perfect politician to me. Shit, sounds
hey,
like he fall right in line.
Hey, look, Dr. Short, before you go, if you don't mind, I do want to go ahead and get started on this because
I've got 13 minutes.
Okay, is that cool? You want to do that for a few minutes?
Yeah, sure. I've got 13 minutes.
All right, cool.
Then I have to do Bible study for my Christian friends. I know how y'all hate that. But yes, I'm a Jesus nigga and I'm going to die a Jesus nigga.
Hey, but Big Mike, before he drops off, just in case I don't get a chance to butt in, I'll be hitting you up, Randy, on this religious conversation later.
Okay, well, you have my email, I hope.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure
Hey,
do.
and actually, let me take a moment to do that, man. I was flashing it on the screen, but just let me take a moment to shout that out. We please support Dr. Randy Short for coming on to the Big Mike Drop and blessing us with all of this game and knowledge, man. This is Dr. Randy Short, man. He's a real one. He's a real one. But please support him via Cash App at $ Dr. Randy Short. And you can also hit him on Zelle or PayPal. And his email address is wrandyshort@gmail.com.
And I got two books.
Yeah, I'm going to put those up real quick. Let me go and put the books up. These are Dr. Randy Short's new books, Spartacus and Slavery's Mastery, Religion's Oppressive Bigotry, Unhinged. And we got Spartacus, the Cory Booker story, the real Cory Booker story. I got a question about this.
In fact, you know what my joke?
Go ahead.
Oh, I got to tell you one joke. What does Cory Booker have in common? What's the difference between Cory Booker and Santa Claus?
I don't know. Go ahead.
Cory Booker can't keep a beard.
Oh, God.
And I got a Stacey Abrams joke, and I'll stop.
All right.
How come Stacey Abrams' car keeps running out of windshield wiper fluid?
Why?
She doesn't like going under the hood.
Look, man, you only getting this here at the Big Mike Drop. Dr. Short, the Spartacus book, the real Cory Booker story, I see another name on there as far as the authors. Is that D. Roger Stone?
Yeah, that's the crazy ass right-wing Roger Stone. Look, we got to work with everybody we can until we only have to work with each other.
Okay. Nah, check it out. So for those who don't know, this book was co-written, co-authored with Roger Stone, man. So let me get this picture, man. I got a picture of Roger Stone. I actually got one pulled up here. Give me 1 minute. Let me pull it up. Man. That's awesome. That's awesome. And Roger Stone was Trump's, what was he, publicist? What was he?
No, he was ahead of the Trump campaign at first. He's one of the people that recruited Trump to run for president a long time ago. So Roger Stone is far from perfect, as I am, but you got to work with everybody until we only have to work with self. I always tell people that Jewish people don't like Jesus believers, but work with Christians.
Right.
We got to work with who we can work with. And by the way, I'm so glad to meet you, Brother Big Mike. And thank you, Brother Kulik, because I've never really had a lot of friends in Atlanta for obvious reasons. I mean, DC is gay enough. I didn't think I needed any more fudge. So I mean, I'm serious, DC. I stopped wearing shorts in the 70s and shit when I was a kid. So I figured, damn, I came down here. So, oh my God, I don't run with people like that at home. So it's nice to meet some normal people in Atlanta. Thank God for that. And that's it. Come on, God. Let's roll. I'll give you a few minutes since I ran up some time. Although, can I do a few more Stacey jokes? The joke I did that really got me in trouble with this feminist, I said, Stacey Abrams is so fat that she thought the Golden Gate Bridge was her dentures.
Oh, God.
And so, and the other thing I was saying is that Stacey Abrams' behind is so big that whenever she puts on the thong, she does simulations for NASA for eclipses.
God dang. Hey, man. Speaking of Stacey Abrams, I got some ridiculous shit that Stacey Abrams said on the Morning Joe. Dr. Short, I don't know if you've seen it, but
her talking about abortion gets rid of inflation.
Yes, man, this is the fucking craziest shit
She's
I've
wicked.
ever heard.
She's
Wait,
wicked. That's
she didn't say
Freakonomics.
that. Hey, come on, fellas.
It can't be worse. It
Man,
can't
Trail.
be worse than what Al
She really
Sharpton
said that?
said.
Man, Drell, I'm finna play it now. You already know I got receipts, fam.
Show me.
I got receipts. Oh, I'm finna show you. Let's go. Let's go.
Just asked you. You're running for governor of Georgia. I would assume, maybe incorrectly, but while abortion is an issue, it nowhere reaches the level of interest of voters in terms of the cost of gas, food, bread, milk, things like that. What could you do as governor to alleviate the concerns of Georgia voters about those livability, daily, hourly issues that they're confronted with?
But let's be clear. Having children is why you're worried about your price for gas. It's why you're concerned about how much food costs. For women, this is not a reductive issue. You can't divorce being forced to carry an unwanted pregnancy from the economic realities of having a child. And so it's important for us to have both and conversations. We don't have the luxury of reducing it or separating them out, but we also have to talk about what a governor can do. A governor can address housing prices. A governor can address the cost of education. A governor can put money into the pockets of everyday hardworking Georgians instead of giving tax cuts to the wealthy. That's what I talk about on the trail, and that's what's resonating. But let's not pretend that women, half the population, especially those of childbearing age, they understand that having a child is absolutely an economic issue. It is only politicians who see it as simply another cultural conversation. It is a real biological and economic imperative conversation that women need to have.
Ms. Abrams, this is Eddie Glaude. I want, first of all, congratulations. We're both going to be celebrating.
All right, yeah. So basically, Stacey Abrams' answer to inflation is kill half the population around this moment.
She didn't say that.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what she said, man, Trail.
Directly.
Hey, nah, that ain't what she said.
She didn't say that directly.
But hold on.
But
As
she
a
did
woman-
say it.
as a woman with no
She
kids,
did say it.
As a woman with no children, that is absolute bullshit. I don't have kids, but I worry about the price of gas at the pump. I don't have kids, but I worry about how much money I'm spending at the goddamn grocery store. So having
Exactly.
kids has nothing to do with that shit. Economics impacts us all with or without kids.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's bullshit. And honestly, that's no worse than fucking Al Sharpton talking about any black man who doesn't want to support Stacey Abrams is insecure. I'm like, when the fuck did you become the face? Who made him the voice of the black man? That's all I want to know.
Masculinity, period.
The government made him the voice of black people. And I would love to introduce you guys to Sister Keisha up in New York. She swears that Al Sharpton used to run with a bunch of soy boys back in the day. This is why Al Sharpton doesn't do any live media in New York, because the black people there hate him so much. And I would just say to you, 21 years ago, when I had a chance to meet Assata Shakur, the godmother of Tupac Shakur, she told me and other students from Howard University that Al Sharpton helped set her up to be murdered on the Jersey Turnpike way back in the day. Al Sharpton is a snitch. Al Sharpton is scum. There was a black woman shot in front of the Senate building back in 2013. Her sister was a person that works for security and does legal work for Al Sharpton. He didn't say a word about a black woman with a baby in a car being shot dead, where the U.S. Senate gave a standing ovation to the cops who murdered the black mother. And I'll say one more. On Al Sharpton's birthday that same year, 2013, at his birthday party in his office, his friends raped and ran a train on the woman who's one of his lawyers, who was forced to suck up and take back the fact that she was raped by friends of Sharpton, one of them being Jewish. And guess what? How did she know she was raped? The doctors filed the police complaint. The doctors saw that she was raped. Al Sharpton is a beast. Al Sharpton is a liar. Al Sharpton is a deviant.
I can see that. I can see
And
that.
any black man that can stand back when a black woman is raped by white men, he can't lead me to anywhere but the gates of hell.
Facts.
Yes, yes. I knew a dude. I worked with a dude that knew Al Sharpton. He lived in Connecticut at the time, and he said he and Al Sharpton dated two sisters, and say Al Sharpton was a huge cocaine dealer and used to send limousines down there to pick the sister up all the time. And this would coincide with around the time when he was wearing wires, trying to infiltrate the mob as well. So yeah, Al Sharpton is a reputed snitch. And they say he used to be James Brown's little do-boy. That's what they say.
And I hear that from Judge Joe Brown and others.
Yeah,
that
that's what
he used to. No. I talked to Judge personally. He insists on it. I wasn't there, but my friend that was in the music business up in New York swears that dude would have like a cortege of moist guys. Look, you are who you sleep, and you are the company that you keep.
Facts. Man, look, so, man, I appreciate you. Do you got to go yet, Dr. Short?
Let's do some of the debate, please. And I just want to say straight off that Warnock, I can't believe he's from Georgia. My grandparents are from Georgia, or grandmothers, but not me. But I'm a Southerner. The way that he talked to Herschel was completely acultural from how Black people down South talk to each other. You don't show that kind of disrespect and contempt in front of white people to another Black person and act all arrogant and judgmental and all this kind of stuff. Warnock, his style is inconsistent with what I know to be Southern Black culture. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm just looking at him being all arrogant and hissy. He was acting like he's from New York and talking all fast and talking down to people like he's better. You can't be uppity to Black people and reach them down there, or even in DC. When a Black politician talks to people, he has to talk to them eye to eye, not like he's up on a mountain and they're down in the sewer somewhere. Warnock talks down to people like they're stupid, like they don't matter, like he's better than them. And he keeps saying he comes from the projects of Savannah, but how come he's like a whole bunch of other planet niggas, Obama included, when they run for office, you don't see any member of their family around them. No family, no brother, no sister, no mama, no daddy. Why is that? Why doesn't Stacey have any close friends around her? These people that they're running for office, the same thing for Dykefoot in Chicago, wherever you see these Black folks that they put on the fast track, they are somehow uprooted and deracinated from the masses of Black people. You don't even see their family, friends, nieces, or nephews. Why not?
That's a good question. That's a good question. And those are questions that we as voters should be asking. Those are questions we should be asking.
He's got 11 brothers and sisters, and he's always around white people. And if you had that many family members, why, when I went up to his campaign office, you had all those white boys with the tight clothes on, metrosexual white boys? Where were the Black people from Ebenezer working in his campaign office? Why weren't they there? Who is this man?
Right. We're gonna see a little bit. I'm gonna play a little bit before you get out of here.
You in the United States Senate.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, we move to you now. In 2020, Georgia became the epicenter for questions on voter fraud. What are your thoughts in 60 seconds? Did President Biden defeat former President Donald Trump in 2020? Again, sir, you have 60 seconds.
Well, first of all, I need to mention that he said that SB 202, really, it made it easier to vote and harder to cheat. And she mentioned that more people turned out for the primary. So you gotten good at in Washington not answering that question, because that was the question she asked you. And Biden winning, President Biden won, and Senator Warnock.
You got to mute Dallas, Mike. Got to mute Dallas.
Because we need a change in Washington. We need leaders that's going to stand up to foreign leaders. We need people that's going to stand up for people in Georgia. Because Senator Warnock, he went to Washington, but he forgot about Georgia. And I want to stand for the people of Georgia. He just mentioned he's standing for the people of Georgia, but can he tell me why he voted with Joe Biden 96% of the time if he was standing for Georgia? That tells you that he's for Joe Biden, I'm for Georgia.
Mr. Walker, thank you. Now, before we move on, gentlemen.
I'd like to respond to that.
I will give you that opportunity, sir. I will give you that opportunity, Senator. You have 15 seconds to respond.
It is very clear that my opponent would rather be running against anybody except me. But
I'm
either
happy
me,
to run
there
against
are only
him.
two people who are going to sit in this seat, either me or my opponent. And I think this race is about who's ready to represent the people of Georgia. And I'm thinking about them every single day.
But if he cut from the same cloth at 96% of the time, I'm running he and Joe Biden because they're the same.
Gentlemen, we are moving on now. This next question. This is a yes or no response. And this is for both of you, Senator Warnock, yes or no, regardless of who wins in November. Will you accept it?
And
let's get past that one. Let's
at SB 202.
Gentlemen, we are moving on now. This next question. This is a yes or no response. And this is for both of you, Senator Warnock, yes or no, regardless. Why do you believe this should be done through executive action instead of Congress? And also, how would this be funded?
Okay, so they're talking about student loan forgiveness.
The president has already moved to do student debt relief. And there's additional relief for folks like me who, when they got student loans, were Pell Grant eligible. But there's no question we need reform in the system so that we can get the cost of college.
Excuse me, how did this nigga not pay off his student loan when he gets $7,500 and housing expenses every month from Ebenezer Church? Where's the money going? I mean, do you realize he's getting more money just to have some place to stay than most people in Georgia earn? Not forget his salary and the love offerings and shit. How has he not paid off his student loans?
Right. Unless he's lying, which would make it even worse, right?
But he is lying.
Right. Right. Oh, let's keep on. It gets worse.
Thank you.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, to repeat Christian's question, will you support further forgiveness of student loan debt? And if so, how would you implement it?
Well, first of all, you can see
60
that.
seconds, sir. I apologize.
Yes, first of all, you can see that Senator Warnock has gotten good at being in Washington, because you asked the question, why did Congress not do it instead of the president doing an executive order, which is what should have been done. And as I was traveling around the state of Georgia, I talked to people. Some people wanted to go to college, they couldn't. So they ended up going and working on father's farm. Some military wanted to go to college, they didn't. So he went to the military, may have lost an arm. So this is not right. Georgia people say it's not right. They said it's unfair. First of all, how can you transfer someone debt who owe it to someone that don't owe it? And also, Senator Warnock brags about making $400 billion that now the taxpayer, all you in the audience, got to pay for. You got to pay that debt. And I didn't co-sign for anyone's loan. I hope no one out here co-signed for anyone's loan, because I didn't co-sign for anyone's loan. And it's not right, it's not fair.
All right. So pretty simple, nothing too controversial. But these were the basic, simple questions that Herschel Walker drugged Raphael Warnock through the mud with. I mean, in my opinion. Raphael Warnock gave you the textbook Democrat response about, oh, when I had student loans and I had to do this and that. See, they try to draw commonality with people. I think that's part of the sales cycle we used to study. As you know, you build rapport, and that's by finding some kind of commonality with people that you're getting ready to, hit with some crazy fees or fines or whatnot. So, and then what do you think about that, Dr. Short, that exchange there?
Look, Warnock is, you can tell he's entitled, he's arrogant. Whoever coached him, he knows how to speak to a liberal audience, but he didn't connect with people. He doesn't have to. People don't matter to him any more than his wife doesn't matter, any more than he mentioned that he talked to his children on the phone before he went in the debate. But why aren't your children there to watch their father debate? I mean, so it begs the question is that you still have a jacked up relation with the woman that had those kids for him like a mule transporting drugs from Columbia up to JFK Airport. That's how he treated that woman. If you'll dog your woman, you'll dog all the rest of us. I mean, he's useless to me. There's nothing he can do for me but have like a stroke or something. I mean, just really. And Herschel Walker, I mean, he may be an embarrassment, but at least I'll tell you, he'll make people concerned enough where black folks have the numbers in Georgia to run someone that they can win across state on a grassroots level and actually have a real black senator from Georgia. Why not do that? But if you put Warnock in, he's going to fill the state up full of illegals, and they're going to bring all, in fact, they're going to probably make Georgia a sanctuary state for LGBTQ, where you can come in and get your wee-wee and your boobs hacked off and so forth. Watch, he's that kind of thing. Him and that punk dude, Jack Off. That's what his name should be.
John,
Okay.
ass off.
I call him Jack Off.
Hey, I got a
He's
commercial.
gay.
I got a commercial I want you to see before you get out of here, Dr. Short. This was the commercial that we were talking about with that's airing right now in my town. I see it about 5 or 6 times a day. And this is Raphael Warnock's ex-wife talking about Raphael Warnock, actual body cam footage of a domestic incident in which the police were called. So let's check this out, man, real quick before you go.
And he just starts backing the car up. I just can't believe he would run me over. But I've tried to keep the way that he acts under wraps for a long time, and today he crossed the line. So that is what is going on here, and he's a great actor. He is phenomenal at putting on a really good show.
34N22 is responsible for the
Look at how tight his clothes are.
Let's watch it one more time.
And he just starts backing the car up. I just can't believe he would run me over. But I've tried to keep the way that he acts under wraps for a long time, and today he crossed the line. So that is what is going on here, and he's a great actor. He is phenomenal at putting on a really good show.
34N22 is
Man, I
responsible
ain't
for
hit
the
that
content
bitch.
of this advertisement.
I ain't trying to hit him, man. Hey, all right, man. I would stop taking
That's insane.
the trauma, man. But yeah, that's what's going around right now about Raphael.
And he was trying to take the children. That's the part they're not saying. The children were strapped in the car. He was trying to leave and take the kids over the wife's objection, and was ready to run her ass over. And he would have said it was an accident had he killed her. He's evil. You can tell he's evil. He looks like a psychotic Mr. Potato Head. I mean, just look at him. Look at him. Come on, y'all. Y'all been to church. You've seen liar preachers before. I've been seeing liar preachers my whole life. The first time I saw him, I called Alveda King up and said, is that liar nigga your pastor? And I says, if I find out you go to this church, I'll call your ass out. I mean, who's following him? I mean, and he's marching, hold a white dude's hand at Pride. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, man. We got to do better.
But didn't they say they didn't find any injuries to her foot?
You don't have to sustain an injury for a tire to run over your foot.
Got you.
Yeah,
So
I've had run over my foot too.
no, the fact is that he didn't care, and he's reckless. And the fact is, if he didn't mean to hurt her, why isn't he paying child support and he's not paying alimony now? That's a vicious nigga. Okay, and he's got enough money. That PPE money, $7,500 housing allowance money, and all this other stuff. Look, they're niggas that go to jail. They take your car and everything, take your license so you can't work when you're old. Someone's blocking for his crooked ass, and they can't be our friends.
I agree with that, but as an advocate for child support reform, I don't give a damn if he don't pay child support. That's just how I feel about the situation. But I agree that he can be heartless. I agree with what you're saying. I just don't believe in the whole system of child support anyway. So fuck that.
I think Democratic politicians should pay child support.
I do too. They're subsidized. Look, I'm not for the bullshit of child and family services. However, to me, my motto is, if it's my cum, I'm the one. If those kids are actually his, then he should fucking pay for them. I mean,
But
if he had to,
unilateral decision making comes with unilateral responsibility. And if she is the only one who can determine whether or not she brings a life into this world, she ought to be able to accept full responsibility. Now, I do agree that a man should step up because it takes two, but unilateral decision making comes with unilateral responsibility.
I agree,
That's how I
but
feel about that.
he married her, and there are laws.
Yeah, they
And
were
so to me, if she was at home being the housekeeper and she wasn't out trying to be career Annie, then that's even more reason why he should do it, because she was playing that role. That's part of why they gave his ass the big ass salary, is because he had a family. Now, if he just wanted to be a metrosexual swinger, a pastor, he may not have gotten the pastor of that church. So he used her. She's part of why he got money. I'm saying this as a preacher's kid, that a whole lot of men, they use these women like, you know, the rotisserie thing that you put the chicken on. And it's just not right.
I can feel you on that. I still stand where I stand on child support.
I didn't say that you were wrong. I'm making a point that this Negro, not only that, he's done stuff to threaten her. It's a lot more than what you're seeing. And they've refused to put it out there to protect him because folks want him. They want to use him on us to the degree. If child support would get his funky ass out of office, then I'd love child support. I wish he had a bunch of bastards so they could kick his ass out. I just don't like him. I'm serious. I just don't like him. I don't care. He's no good. I could tell that first time I saw him. And that's why his eyes always bug out like a coon caught stealing watermelon. Y'all know something's wrong. His face looks like he's lying.
I feel you.
Hey, and first of all, you got to be psychopathic to go in the lens crafters and pick those frames, my nigga. That shit's horrible.
Wait.
I'm sorry. I'm a fashion guy. I'm a fashion guy. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be a psycho.
But what I'm trying to say is, but wait a minute.
Frames is real.
But no, hold on. But let's be honest. I was going to say something about him with the Dollar General glasses on. But since you brought it up, I mean, if he spent as much time on the glasses as having the tight suits that are tailored, he'd at least affect like, you know, he's a fashion plate. But again, why have his clothes always tight? Did you see the tight pants he had on when Marcel was out there and he had his hands on his hips like he's in the Rocky Horror Show? And I'm just looking at this saying, what's going on here? Why can't other people see this?
That's the emasculation of the black man. That's all that is.
Well,
that's
he
the
seems to enjoy.
That's the image they want us to have.
He enjoys it. Okay, I mean,
but it's still the image they promote. Like you said, that's the image they promote.
Oh, he promotes that heavy.
Yeah.
Okay, it's time for me to leave, y'all. We can do this again. God bless and keep you. May he cause his face to shine upon you. Please don't vote for Gacy, and don't vote for Horlock. Okay, that's what I call him, Horlock. And y'all going to be locked up with a whore, a political whore, a socio-political whore who's against reparations, affirmative action, and the traditional family. If you've read Warnock's book, he's saying that the church needs to just normalize LGBTQ. Okay, he ain't even trying to be no damn Christian. I don't get it. To me, you know, when you go to a drug pusher, you don't expect him to give you what's the stuff called CMOS. You expect to get dope.
Right.
I mean, really, can you imagine a nigga giving you some vitamins and shit and you want to get high? You go to get weed, and the guy gives you some oregano. I mean, he gets shot. So a preacher should give people the gospel, or else he needs to get his ass out of the pulpit. He can be a pusher, be a stripper, be something. But don't say you're a man of God. You're not really teaching what's in the damn book. That's like me saying that I'm teaching phonics and it's porno that I'm showing the kids.
Right.
And that's probably all right with him. I got to go, y'all.
Hey, man, Dr. Short, man, we appreciate you.
All
y'all
right.
To get out there, support Dr. Randy Short, man, on Cash App, $ Dr. Randy Short, man. Go ahead, man, drop our brother something, man. Dr. Short, man, we appreciate you, man.
Okay, much love, Big Mike. See you, Coolin.
Salute.
All right. And nice meeting you, Wazzy sister.
Appreciate you, Mr. Randy Short.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, y'all, man. Take care. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Randy Short in the motherfucking building, man. We had a real OG in here. Then Dirty Folks is back. We got Dirty Folks back. Look, I know it's the time y'all are waiting on, man. I'm getting ready to start this debate. Is everybody okay? Do you need to use the bathroom? Get something to drink, popcorn? Mandrell, are you there? Mandrell does not want to see the shellacking that's about to happen. Does not want to see it. So let's go ahead and get back into it. And yeah, y'all come in when y'all feel it. Y'all come in when y'all feel it. But yeah, this shit's crazy, y'all. It's so crazy.
It's wild.
There we go. All right, let's go.
What is one idea that you would champion to reduce inflation? We ask you to be specific. You have 60 seconds.
Well, first of all, you have to blame this administration and Senator Warnock because within 2 years, this inflation has gotten worse. They cut our energy independence. They also raised taxes. And at the same time, they reckless spending all our money. So he would sit here tonight and say that he's doing a good job for us. And you ask me, what is one job I would do to help the inflation?
Hey, we got Tola 101 in the building. Hey, what up, Tola?
First of all, we got to become independent.
Independent.
And the reason why, we're going to our enemies to ask for gas and oil. And that puts us not just in an inflation problem, but it puts us in a national security problem. And I think that's something that I think Senator Warnock need to realize. And he mentioned that he grew up here in Savannah with 12 siblings. Well, in this area, most people live paycheck to paycheck. And we have inflation the way he's brought inflation on. How in the world can you buy grocery or gas for your family?
A follow-up question to that, Mr. Walker. Most economists say that cutting government spending is the first step in economic recovery. I would want to ask you, would you consider cutting military funding or spending on social services to accomplish this goal? And you have 30 seconds.
I would not think about cutting military spending because first, I believe in peace through strength. Right now, we're at a brink of war. And I think right now with Senator Warnock, who he and Joe Biden, they don't show any strength. And we have to protect this country. And I said it early on, right now, because we're giving our energy up to our enemies that don't like us, we have to be ready for war. This is not a playground. So we have to be ready for war right now.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Senator Warnock, since President Biden has taken office, inflation has reached levels that we haven't seen in 40 years. You've supported nearly every piece of legislation that this administration has pushed through Congress. Do you take any responsibility for the financial hardships currently that Georgians are facing? And you have 60 seconds.
There's no question that people are feeling pain at the grocery store, at the pump, at pharmacy counters. And while we are paying record prices, a lot of our corporate actors are seeing record profits in the oil and gas industry and the pharmaceutical industry, which is why I've stood up for ordinary, hardworking Georgia families time and time again. I passed the single largest tax cut, contrary to what my opponent is suggesting, for middle and working class families in American history. And we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which had two of my provisions. One, caps the cost of prescription drugs for seniors so they don't have to choose between buying medicine and buying groceries. And one caps the cost of insulin. He said he would not have voted for the Inflation Reduction Act. And I think he should tell the people of Georgia why he thinks they should have expensive insulin and why the pharmaceutical companies should be able to charge us whatever they like.
Well, first of all, may I respond? I believe in reducing insulin, but at the same time, you got to eat right because he may not know, and I know many people that's on insulin, and unless you have eating right, insulin is doing you no good. So you have to get food prices down, and you got to get gas down so they can go get insulin. And you continue to pat yourself on the back, but right now, families are starving. Right now, families are hurting, and they're hurting because of the bills and the laws you're passing right now.
Senator Warnock, I'll give you an opportunity for a
Listen,
rebuttal.
I meet people all the time in my church who are trying to manage their diabetes. I've been there when they've gotten the news that they've got to get an amputation. And I think we're hearing from my opponent tonight that it's their fault that prices of insulin are being gouged. I don't think it's their fault. I think it's the fault of these pharmaceutical companies. Insulin has been around 100 years. The patent was sold for $1. They're engaged in price gouging, and too many people in Washington think they work for the pharmaceutical companies. I work for the people of Georgia.
All right, y'all. So I know that health is a big thing for a lot of us on this panel. What do y'all think about it so far? Man, we got Jim Red Wolf in the building. Man, we got an all-star.
What's good?
What's up? Let's do it, man. How you doing? So
good, brother.
Man, I got an open panel. What do y'all think so far as the argument is concerned in the debate? He should be owning Herschel Walker in this debate right now. He should be.
I agree.
But in some aspects, they're both right. But inflation wouldn't exist. You wouldn't have the price gouging if the need wasn't as high as it was. So he's right. We haven't taken the initiative to take better care of ourselves. We don't treat our bodies like temples, and we pay for it in the end. All we want to do is party, drinking bullshit, eat fried chicken, fried fish, and all that other bullshit 7 days a week. So he's right on. They're both right on some level. Because the price gouging wouldn't exist if the need didn't exist. And the need exists because we don't take care of ourselves.
That's
true. Could I chime in on this?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
All right. Where he's wrong is that he's playing politics. Herschel Walker actually brought up a good point. Well, what he did was he piggybacked off of that, but then he was disingenuous with what he presented because what the Dallas just said is absolutely correct. So like he playing politics. He's a man, look, man, like we got to keep it real out here, man. And these are the people who we vote for and put in power. And this is what they doing. They playing around. And with Dallas D she just hit on something, man. We need to get back to that, man. Bro, stop playing with us. Everybody ain't stupid, man.
Everybody is not stupid. Mandrill, I see you popped up. What you got? Mandrill, anybody? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and keep going.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You got it on that?
Yeah. Go ahead. Keep playing, Big Mike.
All right.
In Washington. Can I finish? I work for the people of Georgia.
Yeah, but you're in Washington.
And that's why I stand up for them every single day.
And you're the leader.
It's a delay. It's a delay. Big one.
Question to you, Senator. This state.
Oh, you say it's a delay?
Yeah, there is a delay on my end too. I'll get it too.
Mr. Walker, thank you. Now, before we move on, gentlemen,
I'd like to respond to that.
I will give you that opportunity, sir. I will give you that opportunity, Senator. You have 15 seconds to respond.
It is very clear that my opponent against anybody except me. But
I'm
either
happy
me,
to run
there
against
are only
him.
two people who are gonna sit in this seat, either me or my opponent. And I think this race is about who's ready to represent the people of Georgia. And I'm thinking about them every single day.
But if he cut from the same cloth at 96% of the time, I'm running he and Joe Biden.
Oh, we talking greasy.
Gentlemen, we are moving on now. This next question. This is a yes or no response. And this is for both of you, Senator Warnock, yes or no, regardless.
Nerd ass nigga.
Will you accept the outcome?
Yes.
And Mr. Walker, regardless of who wins in November, will you accept the outcome?
Yes.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Buck, over to you.
Thank you, Tina. We turn now to the topic of abortion. We're going to start with you, Mr. Walker. A week before this debate, a former girlfriend made public accusations saying you paid for an abortion and that you encouraged her to have another. In an ABC News interview this week, you said that the accusations were all lies. For the voters watching tonight, can you explain the circumstances surrounding these claims? You have 60 seconds.
Well, as I said, that's a lie. And what most thing I put it in a book. One thing about my life is I've been very transparent. Unlike the senator, he's hid things. But at the same time, I said that's a lie. And on abortion, I'm a Christian. I believe in life. And I tell people this, Georgia is a state that respects life, and I'll be a senator that protects life. And I said that was a lie, and I'm not backing down. And when you have Senator Warnock, people that would do anything and say anything for this seat, but I'm not going to back down because this seat is too important to the Georgia people for me to back down right now.
You've been vocally pro-life, supporting a ban on abortions without exceptions. Would you support a complete ban on a national level?
Well, first of all,
30 seconds.
see, that's not true either. I said I support the heartbeat bill. And I said I support the Georgia heartbeat bill because that's the bill of the people, Governor Kemp. And I said that has exceptions in it. I said I'm a Christian, but I'm also representing the people of Georgia, and that's who I represent. So what the people of Georgia stand for, I'm going to stand with them.
Thank you, Mr.
He got his dancing shoes on, boy. I tell you, man, that nigga know how to dance.
Doctor and the U.S. government. We're asking you to take a clear
Nice.
right now.
He can still juke and stiff arm motherfuckers, man. I'm telling you.
Man. I think that the women of this country and the women of this state woke up one summer morning and a court protection that they've known for 50 years.
Get out of McLovin.
By an extremist Supreme Court. And I stand where I've said I stand in the past, that a patient's room is too narrow and small and cramped a space for a woman, her doctor, and the United States government. We are witnessing right now what happens when politicians, most of them men, pile into patients' rooms. You get what you're seeing right now. And the women of Georgia deserves a senator who will stand with them. Trust women more than I trust politicians.
May I respond?
That get back was weak as hell.
It is.
Lovin ain't got no balls, man.
He's a neat talker, but did he not mention that there was a baby in that room as well? And also, did he not mention that he asking the taxpayer to pay for it? So he's bringing the government back into the room. So he's not talking about that.
Right.
So when he mentioned that, it's like I've not seen too many pastors that would say that statement.
Mr. Warnock, I'll give you a chance to rebut.
I am a
60
pastor.
seconds.
I'm a man of faith, and I have a profound reverence for life and a deep respect for choice. And because
Thank
I
you
have
for
such a
using Blog
profound
Talk
reverence for
Radio.
life, it's one of the
Goodbye.
reasons why I've stood up to address this issue of maternal mortality in our country. We lead all of the Western nations on that front, and Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die, even when they have the insurance and the income. Now, that's something government could actually do something about. And I joined with Marco Rubio of Florida to pass a bill to address maternal mortality. The women of Georgia.
I think it was interesting that he put that whole thing on Black women. What about y'all?
Deflection at best, man. He's a weak nigga, man. You know
I got
what
a
it is,
question.
Mike. You already know what it is, man.
My question is, how is the government going to help with that?
The government don't give a fuck. That's not their
No,
job.
yeah,
Their job
yeah.
is to run the
My
country.
thing-
We
right, and my
supposed to supply ourselves with our.
I get that.
problems.
I get
Work it
that.
out.
But my question is, again, he says we, the government, can do that. What exactly is the government going to do to help the situation? What can you do as the government?
You ain't heard what I just said. He just a weak nigga.
No, I know, but I mean, he
And
said that
he
statement.
trying to talk to strong niggas like you.
No,
That's
no,
why
yeah.
that's why you questioning because you
Right,
like,
right, because it's like, nigga, that don't make no sense. Right, like, nigga, that don't make no
sound crazy,
sense.
bro. Like, I'm gonna go out and just do me. Like, fuck you mean? Like, man, look, man, I'm gonna make it happen.
First of all, he's not talking about strong men. He's talking to Black women. He's pandering to his
That
Democratic
too,
base.
Right, and my thing is, nobody's asking
let
the
Oak
questions
talk. I
about that.
forgot you was on the panel, man. That's my big bro right there, man.
I'm just saying,
Talk, folks. Even though I'm ganging you, folks.
I'm just saying, Black girls are killers, man. They love killers. That's why they date killers, because they killers. So he talking to the killers. But I mean, I ain't gonna say I ain't never paid that bread, but I'm just saying they killers. Anyway, the honestly, I think Herschel won this one. To be perfectly honest with you,
Yeah, because he on real nigga activities. He talking man shit, and this dude is just a nerd.
It's not even that. It's
weak.
No,
Niggas ain't gonna go.
It's everything that
Sound
people,
crazy.
That's not even that. It's everything that people take over comes off the 14th Amendment. Abortion was based as a right of a minority based on the 14th Amendment. But I guarantee you this: that doesn't happen if women aren't counted as a minority when they're the majority of the nation. 52% of the nation are women. They're the majority.
Yeah.
I don't care how you count.
That
Girls
makes
can't
sense.
count.
That makes sense.
So saying that it's not a federal right but it's a state right, doesn't mean abortion doesn't exist. It just means that, man, you can't go out here with $50 off your
But
medical
that
card.
complicates things. That's complicated.
Nah, it don't complicate nothing. It
No,
don't complicate.
that is complicated. The separation is complication.
No, it doesn't.
You know that.
Florida and Texas having.
I lived in Florida, nigga. You know that.
All right, listen what I'm saying. Florida and Texas having zero state tax. New Mexico and Montana having 1% state tax. All those states are complicated. You know where you're going. Illinois is having 11% state tax. We
A
know
mansion out there for the kind of money we be living for in like New York and Chicago and shit. You get a mansion out there.
But that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, if you know the rules of the land that you want to go to, then go to the land that serves you. Like, it's not a big difference. It's
Texas has a 0% sales state tax.
Where?
No, Texas and Florida got 0%.
Texas. My mother lived. Yeah, she's right because my mother has a mansion in Houston, nigga.
No, that's what I said though. I said Texas and Florida got
She up
0%.
here at my crib right now, but she has a mansion in fucking
Montana got
Houston, bro.
1%
Like, for real, man.
The rest of the nation anywhere between 7 to 11%. So it's obvious to people in everything else you do, how criminal laws work, how taxes work, how every other law works, state per state, sometimes city per city. That, man, it's not a big deal that the feds say that we're not going to federally back. Okay, if we went off the feds, right? If we went off the feds, going to the shop, right?
Talk your shit, nigga.
Then think about this. There are 18 states where marijuana is legal, but it's still illegal by the feds. But the feds don't come and raid your weed spot in Denver or in Detroit.
Because it's guidelines to record. Because ever since the state legalized the shit, guidelines and shit.
No, they breaking the law.
Feds have to. The feds have to go by too.
No, Tola, they're breaking the law. If you're
exactly. It's that. You didn't hear what I just said? There's guidelines. So if they go against that, that's breaking the law.
They broke the
so
law.
their laws, they're fighting against their own laws. They're confused.
But the feds don't come through those states and say, yo, we're going to shut down your shop.
Because they can't.
They can. They're the feds. If you're telling me they can't do
that.
They
can, but then it's going to be now state can trump that because the guidelines, because niggas say, yo, no, we have this shit. This shit is legalized.
No. The state can never trump federal.
No,
never trump federal, but it could be like where it could be like, fuck you, nigga. Look, it's like a nigga running your house, right?
And the governor will be removed if he stands by that.
Yeah,
if
you're
federal
right.
government wants if federal government wants your shit, if federal government wants your shit, they're gonna get your shit.
Yeah, you're right, bro.
There's nothing you can do about it. Right. Nothing you can do about it.
Hey, no matter how bad you are, no matter how much kung fu you know, no matter how much money you got, man. Like, yeah, man. Like Andrew Tate, man. That's why I like Andrew Tate. I've been tuning him on
lately. Fuck all that.
No, I don't worship him like some niggas do because I put him on the niggas and he start working. But he says a lot of real shit that I like.
I'm saying real shit. Fuck Andrew Tate.
Of course. Yo, hey, Big Mike. I've been bigging your ass up on YouTube for a minute, man. And me and you don't even link like that, man. I've been trying to link up with you.
I know, but you're yelling over me. I've been trying to talk.
My bad, bro. But you know, big bro, I've been trying to link up with you, though, man.
No, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate your support, and I appreciate you having you on here. But I'm not going to take a backseat to Andrew Tate on the big mic drop. Fuck Andrew Tate.
No, hell fucking no, man. Because you are the real, you know what I'm saying? I'm glad you brought that up. Because you sound like Andrew Tate been listening to you. Type shit like.
Hold on, Toby.
You need to listen.
I feel that, Big Mike.
Let me say
Big Mike. No,
I feel that, Big Mike.
Yeah, you right, D. You believe that?
Let me say something about the feds in the state.
I feel that, Big Mike.
Let me say something about the feds in the state laws. When it comes to drugs and things like that, I guess we're talking about drugs in the form of marijuana use. Once you get past a certain quantity of drugs, then you cross over into federal territory. If you cross over state lines with drugs, then you're subject to federal charges. But it is an actual. The feds can't just come in when they want to. They can only come in when you get over a certain
warrant. They have to be warranted.
You have to be
over rights. First Amendment, Fifth Amendment.
You don't have no rights.
You just have to be at Fed levels.
You don't have no rights to sell drugs in this country. But what happens is when you get to a certain quantity, then the feds come in when you get to a certain level of drug possession, drug dealing, and stuff like et cetera. So that's all I'm trying to say. We arguing the point that the feds can't come in when they want to. The feds come in when they're asked to.
Especially if you own your property.
No, wait, because you making a micro argument off a macro issue. What I'm saying is that a federal law trumps a state law, but the state runs their own law. So when the feds say, but this is what I'm saying. When the feds say, look, we just don't want to have to deal with it, period. That's all they're saying. But when it comes to the chop shop, the feds says, you know what? This one our business in the first place. It don't help men. It don't help black men. It don't help Native Americans. It's not really a 14th Amendment issue.
And it cuts into the tax,
it's not even cutting into the tax. It's they're saying we're taking this law off the books, just like they took prohibition off the books. This doesn't mean there's not dry cities. Zion, Illinois is a dry city. You can't buy liquor. You can't drink liquor in public. It's a dry city. But prohibition federally is off the books. All they saying is, y'all handle your own shit as y'all want to handle it. My confusion is, if this is for Georgia, right? This is the debate for the state of Georgia, right? Big Mike.
This is Georgia, yeah.
All right, cool. Abortion is legal in Georgia. So what's the debate actually about him taking it to a federal level on Roe v. Wade when it's still legal in Georgia? Like, what's the point of this interaction in the debate? That's why I'm confused.
As of now, abortion is not legal in Georgia unless you're raped or incest.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, that's what the whole issue is about. But I mean, there's so much pussy abuse out here. I don't think they have to worry about abortion anyway.
But if both of them support the idea of having exceptions for abortions, then what is the argument about? If that's what the current rule is now.
Warnock wants unfeathered access to abortion.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's wild. It's crazy because
abortion because you got cream pie. Not because you know what I'm saying? He wants you.
I find it bizarre, man. I agree with Mike on this one, man. I find this shit bizarre, Mike.
It's horrible, man. You got a preacher that's sitting up there caping for this shit, and like Noble said, child deletion.
He's supposed to be pro-life.
You're a pastor. Hell yeah, you're supposed to be pro-life.
No.
Yo, it's bizarre to me, like, because I think with logic and common sense. I don't get this kind of shit.
Look, man, if it wasn't for abortion, I had 23 kids. Shout out to abortion. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is,
your pull-out game weak, Oak.
Nigga, I don't pull out. I go far up in it. Nah, anyway,
let's go, man. Moving right along.
No, what I'm saying is, as a pastor, his congregation is mostly women and gays, and they're pro kill without going to jail. So I understand his position. He's talking to his constituency. I just thought that Georgia had abortions because Atlanta. So thank you, Mike, for informing me.
I've lived down south. Yeah, I've been down by
Atlanta.
I know what it is. And I fuck bitches. Excuse my language.
Atlanta's not the main part of Georgia. It's the biggest city in Georgia, but
I live in Dallas.
No, I get it, Mike. I went to school in Savannah. I got friends from Valdelia. I get it. I'm just saying I thought Atlanta was like a chop shop state. That's all.
Nah, you can chop shop the cars though. They still got some cars around this motherfucker.
To control your life, or do you want a senator who wants to save your life? Well, I want to save your life.
Well, it's funny, man. I have to respond to this
very quickly
because he told me Black Lives Matter. And if you think about it, Senator, in Atlanta, Georgia, there's more black baby that is aborted than anything. So if Black Lives Matter, why are you not protecting those babies? And instead of aborting those babies, why are you not baptizing those babies?
Mr. Warnock, or Senator Warnock, we give you a chance to respond to that.
That man said, instead of aborting those babies, why are you not baptizing those babies? As a pastor, you should feel like a piece of shit.
All day.
That you on stage going in for that in front of millions of people, because millions of people watched it, and you got this so-called dummy that you so-called lured into a debate to beat your ass. You can't make the shit up. They wanted to shame the dude, and I don't like the word shame, but I don't know another word to fit into there. But they wanted they wanted to make him look stupid. They wanted to bully him, and your boy Raphael Warnock just didn't cut the mustard, which is why I pulled the lever for the man on the right today, Herschel Walker. So if I have my way, Herschel Walker will be our next senator. Brian Kemp will be our next governor.
Yeah, let him just do stupid shit in office.
Liberal mindless fucks.
You say what?
He doesn't. And you know what? He is approaching it not from a political view, but he's talking to the people who have rational minds. We're dealing with a time and age where most people think rational was talking big words. That's not rational. That's empty stuff.
Right.
All right. The man
That's
is
another
talking
reason
about
why. That's another reason why.
Right now, you have more people dropping dead of heart attacks and everything else. We ain't going to get into the specifics, especially amongst the melanated people, but we stuck on abortions from a sick-minded. I'm not a religious person. I don't knock if you really live in it. Majority aren't, but that guy is no good. I mean, the last one died in the motocross accident. They put him in. Come on.
Facts.
They just want to fill the void for the agenda. That Negro's part of the agenda. Need to get him gone like all the rest of them. Boy, all of them gone.
Yeah, we need to get him out of here. Like I said, I voted straight down the ticket Republican.
Shout out
to and about the 14th Amendment, my brother, I'm a constitutional lawyer. I went to law school. I didn't take the bar. I don't want to practice. It's corrupt. That applies only to people. They ratified it because a lot of people are ignorant, call themselves black, which happened after the 60s.
Cadence in his voice, he means what he's saying.
All right, no, listen. After the 60s, and it implied to slaves. So he enumerated because most slaves were pale skins. POWs a different story. That's our people.
Oh shit, they're taking it there.
No, that's to illuminate the fact of liberal and conservative. I hate both parties because they're both no good. But I know my second cousin. I know him.
Hey, I'd rather go for the Eagles than go to Ebenezer Baptist Church though, fam. For real. So, let's push.
I think women of Georgia have a clear choice. He says no exceptions, even in the case of rape, incest, or the life of the mother. I think that's extreme, is out of touch with Georgia, and I intend to do the work that senators can do.
See, he didn't read
oh my God, this guy he don't get no pussy, and he's a weirdo.
He's just appeasing the ignorance. So when he made a statement,
okay, we've got a lot to get in tonight. Follow-up question for you, Senator Warnock. We have to listen to something that you said at a rally.
So women, I trust women and their wisdom and their ability to their own God. And if they choose to sit with their pastor and to pray about that and let their own conscience guide them. Even God gave us a choice.
Even God gave us a choice. Can you clarify what you meant by that? You have 30 seconds.
Oh, I think it's self-explanatory. God gave us a choice. And I respect the right of women to make a decision. These are medical decisions. They are deeply personal. Women find themselves in a range of circumstances.
But you're supposed to be making the right decisions in those choices.
And we're witnessing right now the chaos that ensues as a result of that.
This is not how this boy do him, though. Hold on, Dallas. This is how this boy do him, though.
And women right now who may be facing a miscarriage in some cases are wondering what will happen and how will they have to explain that. I think that's deeply problematic. There are enough politicians piling into the rooms of patients, and I don't plan to join them.
But just to clarify, in your opinion, God gave us a choice in regards to abortion.
It is apparent that God has given us a range of choices, and the people of Georgia have a choice right now about who they think should represent them in the Senate.
And may I have to respond?
Mr. Walker, we do have to move on to our next
topic. This will be very short, because he's correct. God gave us a choice. But also within the Bible, if you read the Bible more, God said, choose life. In the Bible, it said, your choice.
What scripture was that, nigga? Don't be just bringing the Bible.
Death.
Very quick.
God said,
I think he wants to arrogate to politicians more power.
Arrogate.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. We're going to have to move on to our next topic, okay?
I'm the only one that realized that's not a word.
gentlemen, on the next topic, and it is about student loans. We turn to a college student and Next Star News Nation viewer from Locust Grove, Georgia.
As a college student at the University of Georgia, me and my peers are often faced with confronting the rising costs that come with obtaining a college degree.
This
In the
nigga
United
look like
States Senate,
Jeffrey Dahmer. Don't he?
will you support further
That nigga definitely got serial killer vibes
in the United States Senate on a federal level?
Our thanks to Christian
he
for
looks
that.
like
All he's missing is those glasses.
he likes to taste of blood.
You say what, Dallas?
All he's missing is those glasses.
Oh yeah, exactly. All he needs some glasses and some yellow contact. That's Jeffrey Dahmer all day, fam.
Shouldn't be standing here tonight if it weren't for low interest student loans.
And we heard this part already. Let's go to the next one.
I wonder why Mr.
That raised their
5% over the past 20 years. What will you do to stem the cost of higher education going forward?
Well, first
you
of
have
all,
30 seconds.
First of all, what you should do is get rid of federal funding of any college that raised their costs. Get rid of federal funding of any college that raised their costs. That's the first thing that you should do.
So that's what you would do.
Yeah, that's
We're
what I would
asking
do.
what
Any
you
college,
would do.
Well, any college that raised their costs, I get rid of any federal funding that they're going to get.
You need to get rid of all of them and make them trade schools like the war.
That folks are
Senator
offended
Warnock,
by.
Senator Warnock,
Yes.
I'm going to give you this one. I'm going to
Thank
give you a pass for 15 seconds.
I will be.
They tried to give him a pass and everything. He still couldn't get over and beat Herschel Walker.
Very brief, I promise.
Very brief.
It's interesting to me that folks who have been crying about the student debt relief haven't said anything about multi-billionaire corporate entities who've gotten PPP loans. I wonder why Mr.
We're going to
Walker is
move
not
on.
offended by
We're
that.
moving on. Thank you. Thank you, Senator
I
Warnock.
knew that was going to happen.
Mr. Walker, we are moving.
You see how she did him? He couldn't even make a
Exactly.
He could not even make a point, bro.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike. Because I'm about to take my I cammed up and put my mic back on for a minute because I'm about to. I know you don't like people doing the drugs on your shit. I'm about to roll up my spliff. Hey man, if you need a sponsor, man, Raw.
Hook me up with him.
Yeah. So, but fuck, I forgot my point, man. I smoked too much. Anyway,
memory loss.
Yeah, man, short-term memory loss, man. It's a thing.
This is a disingenuous argument, though. Like, you
Yeah,
understand
man.
the stuff that the guys are debating aren't really debates. Okay, I'll give you an example, right?
Yeah.
Every human being is worth $6,700 to the feds, right? So, and I mean all across the board, right? So every child, it depends. On
Demographics. We're talking about demographics. Okay, let's move right on.
I'm just saying, but depending on state. But every student is to educate every student is $6,700 a year.
Oh shit! Who the fuck is this?
To do
Somebody
like
ringing my bell, man. Hold
All right, man. I'm gonna mute you. Go ahead, bro.
to do elderly care, $6,700 a year. Child care, like the babysitting check, $6,700 a year. To the Pell Grant, $6,700 per year, but they break it down by quarter, so it can be more than that, but they break it down to roughly $3,500 a quarter, right?
Okay.
So the federal process is over at the grants. The loans are private banks. They may be federally certified private banks because you got to certify with the feds in order for them to fund it. But that's not federal loans. They're private bank loans. A lot of credit unions get their money like that. A lot of larger banks get their money like that. So to say that he would cut off federal funding for institutions that raise their tuition, that's not on him because the funding is $6,700 from the feds regardless. Everything else is a private bank.
No, he's talking about federal funding to the actual colleges.
But I'm saying that the actual college funding, I don't know how that works. But I'm assuming
Colleges get money from the feds.
All right, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
But
so that's what he's saying. He would block any federal funding of the actual college that raises tuition rates.
But they were just modified to make it larger student loans. So I'm saying there's no way he can enforce that. But I understand what you're saying.
If he's a senator, he can vote.
Yes, it is, because it's just like they fund prison systems, private prisons. They can actually pull federal funding.
Yeah. Yeah, and being a senator, he actually gets a chance to actually, get rid of the whole shit once it makes it to his house of government. So I'm with him on that, man, because you do have colleges that are acting as businesses, and it's just a big Ponzi scheme that pulls a lot of students into debt that can't get a damn job when they get out of damn college.
I don't know, that's based on. I agree with that part. Like, okay, if y'all saying that, because I do understand. I'm gonna have to study that, bro, because I study a lot of high school and elementary school education. I haven't studied college.
Yeah, study college because that's when it becomes a business.
It's a business before then.
Nah, but it's a real business in college. Them niggas got CEOs.
They got
schools don't have CEOs.
Yeah, colleges do have. That's true.
Yeah, like the president of the college I graduated from. I mean, he came from corporate America.
Yes,
We're going to move on to minimum wage, gentlemen. We have
Yes.
a lot to get through
Yes.
tonight. We've made that clear at the top of the hour.
Yes.
So let's get as many questions as we can in, because
She Aggie because her boy can't raise to the occasion.
Hey, Big Mike.
Want to
But
know?
I still say while I agree that a lot of people were duped into that whole idea of a college education and they can't get a job in their field or the level of degree, I still don't think that that's my responsibility to pay for that.
It's not mine either.
Right. I mean, so I feel that shit. That's not my responsibility. That is your debt. So, because it's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face to the families who couldn't afford to send their kids to college. It's a slap in the face for the people who decided just to not go. That I'm paying for somebody else's fucking degree. So if you can't find value in your degree, how the hell am I supposed to? So I got a problem with that.
Well, I'll say this. I wouldn't have a problem funding college education for people if they went into a position that we needed.
I agree.
If everything was broken down to what society needed, down to geographical location, even down to locality, you know what I'm saying? Then I would be able to support somebody going to college that passed the aptitude test. That's how Germany.
Oh shit, Mike, you really took it there?
Yeah, because Germany does that. Hold on. Germans take a test
headshot
in the 9th grade to determine whether you're going to go to college or trade school.
You're not rotating the proximity.
You don't get a choice.
That nigga said you're not rotating the proximities. Man.
No, it's just you're not going to waste our resources and time.
Yo,
be a damn DJ.
This is why I look up to you, Mike.
We don't need DJs.
No, you need DJs, nigga. MCs need DJs.
We don't need. Everybody ain't no MC.
Well, nowadays you can make your own music.
That's why you should request DJs. We need a certain amount of DJs. Once that shit is filled up, ain't no more DJ.
Fuck Master Flex talk too much, man.
Hey, but you know what? You're right, Big Mike.
He owe me $7,000.
Oh, no, Tola, let her talk. She talking.
No, I was just saying, you're right. I lived in Germany. That's 100% facts.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's why they get along better as a society. That's why they outpacing us in technology and damn near every other field right now.
Right.
Yes. Let's continue.
Let's move right along.
And on these issues, they have to make a decision. Let them know tonight. Buck?
Thank you, Tina. Now, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, 14% of Georgians live in poverty. The federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour, a number that has not increased since 2009. Let's do this by a simple showing of hands. Raise your hand if you support a federal minimum wage. Okay, Mr. Walker.
All right, notice neither one of them raised their hands, right?
You did not raise your hand. So I'd like to ask you, first of all, why not? And what would you do to help struggling Georgians?
Well, when you said a federal, I think right now, and he said that I want the federal government. No, he wants the federal government to run your life. Right now, I think you have to work with different corporations and see just where they can pay. There are some companies right now, and he should know this, after getting the All-Star game moved out of Atlanta, they destroyed a lot of small businesses. So those small businesses couldn't pay $15, $20 an hour. So they have to pay what they're capable of paying. So to mandate a federal fee that they have to pay hourly wage, no, I couldn't approve that.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Senator Warnock, you did not raise your hand, so why not? And what would you do to help struggling Georgians?
I believe in the dignity of work, and I believe in the dignity of workers. I watched my dad work really hard to take care of his family, and I've seen what we call
that's that lame ass Democratic shit, man.
Yo, enough is enough, man.
Daddy, man, don't nobody care
enough
about
is enough.
Hey, he showed up with his talking points.
Huh? What you said, Dallas?
He just showed up with his talking points.
Yeah. Yo, enough is enough, man. Like, real niggas is tired of this shit, man. I'm telling you. Like this shit, it's a point to where war is war, man. And we have to win this. And we can't win it. See him? He's the loser of this war, man. That's why Herschel Walker gonna walk all over me, because Herschel Walker might not be it's not as smart as him, but yo, a man should talk from his balls and means what he says, man, and be able to back it up. This dude is a fucking nerd, man. Y'all finna go get high, man. Y'all niggas, I'm gonna cam off because I know Big Mike don't like this shit on his show.
All right, man. I appreciate you, brother.
No, I'm not going. I'm still on, but I'm a cam off, fine, because I'm finna smoke.
Oh, got you. Enjoy it too.
All right. I know you respect it, but you don't fuck with it on your show.
Stand up for us.
Yeah. Different people be looking.
We call them essential workers. They deserve an essential wage and essential benefits. In other words, workers deserve to participate in the prosperity that they are creating for others. And so I've been a part of this conversation around the minimum wage. I think people need a livable wage. And some of that is being addressed.
Livable wage. Niggas want to get rich.
Market. So I'm willing to work with folks in the corporate community as well as the labor community to figure out how we get to a good place. But there's no question people deserve to participate in the prosperity that they're creating for others. They deserve a livable wage, and they deserve benefits.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Tina?
And that topic is crime and violence. In June, Congress passed the first bipartisan legislation to combat gun violence in 30 years. According to a Pew Research poll released in July, 78% of Americans think the new gun law will do little or nothing to reduce gun violence. Senator Warnock, I turn to you first. As the number of shootings in Georgia and across the nation continue to rise, what should be done? What should the next step be to solve this issue? You have to answer this question, sir, and I give you 1 minute.
Well, I'm glad that we finally passed the first gun safety law in 30 years. And we did that on a bipartisan basis. I believe that this law will indeed save lives. And I'd like to see us work and see what we can achieve beyond that on a bipartisan basis. My heart goes out when I see the kinds of tragedies that we're witnessing all across our state, all across our country. And it's the reason why I have passed legislation to support law enforcement. I passed the largest investment in the cops program.
That nigga was foaming at the mouth. Did y'all see that?
Man, look, I see
it. Man, he ate it. It's just gross.
He's digging deep. He digging deep, man. He digging in the crates.
He ain't telling the truth. Our state, all across our country. And it's the reason why I have passed legislation to support law enforcement.
Look at his eyes, man.
The largest investment in the
He ain't even blinking. That should show you something.
Gun control is not going to stop murder.
Hell no.
Gun control can't stop murder because people gonna kill people either way, with or without guns. This is what these fucking idiots don't understand. If I want to kill you, I'm gonna kill you, nigga.
That's not even the biggest problem with gun control. The biggest problem with gun control is it goes against the Second Amendment. Just like the
problem with gun control is that it takes power out of the hands of people who can actually defend themselves.
Defend themselves, right?
That is also true. But I'm saying the defense.
I know martial arts. I don't need guns.
No, I get that, but I'm saying the
I've
defense.
disarmed niggas before.
The defense of
Who try to
yourself
rob me.
against all terrorism, both foreign and domestic.
But everybody can't do that. My mother can't do that. Or you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, come on, man. Give people guns. Let people have their guns. Because criminals gonna have their guns. They're not gonna give a fuck about what laws pass. Criminals always go around the law.
That is true. My
people are stupid, man.
My point is they're killing every amendment. The First Amendment, freedom of speech. They're canceling. Man, how many times you been on jail and Facebook jail? You know what I'm saying?
I've been in jail. I'm
in YouTube jail right now. YouTube jail right now because I did a Kanye video.
I know. They cancel good bread.
So you have they're violating your First Amendment. They're violating your Second Amendment. They're gonna go up the list. So people should be fighting. There's the fact that liberals clap when people say we're gonna take away your rights is bananas to me.
It's an agenda bigger than anything anybody can conceive. Yo,
bro,
you talk about you out there talking about murder, kill one another.
Tola. Let them talk. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, no.
You out there, they talk, look, they don't mind you twerking, the baby's getting stolen, this, that, and the other. But what they want to do is take your gun. They want you to fall in line.
Yes.
They're not leading. First of all, it's by the people, of the people, for the people, by the people, of the people, right? And the thing is, you see how they've been racing the last generation, they want to call the Z. And then they're supposed to have the alpha. How in the hell they're gonna have an alpha that can't even lead themselves?
That's the way he going with this.
Bigger than anything anybody can conceptualize.
Yeah. Talk your shit, bro. No, go, keep going. Keep going.
You know, I'm retired military, right? And every time I see it, I'm like,
hoorah, nigga.
Hey,
what is this?
Tola. Hey, hold on. It's hard to hear him when you saying something after everything.
I'm mute.
Let him talk. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm around a lot of veterans and some rich people and all this, that, and other, and I see the divide even in my family. There's no love, there's no empathy. You know what it is? A whole lot of egos, and a whole lot of division and separation. How did they come to this? Well, the same people who's doing what they're doing to Kanye and everybody else, silencing you, silencing me, silencing everybody, are the ones who are in control of the Federal Reserve, of the music, all our stuff. Swap things around, dismiss us, and what people don't get, what they don't get, it's about us and against us. It ain't for us. And so when you hear these Negroes, these people who spew, to reach out for your feelings and your emotions instead of deal with facts and make it relevant, it's about control.
Right.
And subjugation.
Absolutely.
It ain't about no law. It ain't about no amendment, no constitution. They don't care about none of that. They're perverts.
The word of the day is echelon.
Let's go.
COPS program in a decade. I introduced legislation called Invest to Protect that's endorsed by the sheriffs of Burke County and Scriven County because it supports some of our smaller law enforcement entities. So we got to stand up with law enforcement. We've also got to create opportunity.
Senator Warnock, thank you. Mr. Walker, we're posing the same question to you, sir. In 1 minute, what should the next step be to solve gun violence?
Well, first of all, any law or bill passed that affect anyone's Second Amendment, I'm not going to stand for and I won't support. But third, to hear Senator Warnock talks about supporting law enforcement is sad because he's called them names. And because of the name calling he's done, the morale is down, recruitment is down, only because of what he's done. He's empowered criminals to think they're better than the police. And because he believes in no cash bail, releasing prisoners, he don't protect the border. Fentanyl is
This is laughable.
And also to Atlanta. 70% of the drugs coming from the border goes to Atlanta, Georgia. And he talks about
they'll collect it.
Sheriff that has endorsed me than anyone running in Georgia right now. We have some sheriffs here, they've endorsed me because they know I have their back, they're gonna have my back. So to listen to him say that after calling them name, I think it's a disgrace.
Mr. Walker, thank you. I have a follow-up now for both of you.
I think I ought to be able to respond to that.
I will give you the opportunity, 15 seconds to respond, Senator Warnock.
We will see time and time again tonight, as we've already seen, that my opponent has a problem with the truth. And just because he said something doesn't mean it's true. I have supported all them, and those officers.
Blame all this on Dallas D.
When they
this is laughable.
Police officers routinely do. You can support police officers, as I've done, through the COPS program, through the Invest to Protect program, while at the same time holding police officers, like all professions, accountable. One thing I have not done, I've never pretended to be a police officer and shootout.
They shooting, mama.
I have to respond to that.
We are moving on,
I have to
gentlemen.
respond to that. And you know what's so funny? I am with many police officers, and at the same time,
Mr. Walker, Mr. Walker, Mr. Walker,
When he
Mr.
said a
Walker,
problem with
excuse
the
me,
truth-
Mr. Walker,
when he
please,
said a problem
out of
with the truth,
respect,
the truth
I
is
need to
here.
let you know, Mr.
Yes.
Walker, you are very well
Yes.
aware of the rules tonight,
Yes.
and you have a prop.
Yes.
That is not allowed, sir.
Yeah.
I ask you to put that prop away.
Oh shit!
This is real. And he said,
Oh wow!
It's
the law
considered a
enforcement-
prop, Mr. Walker.
Yes.
Excuse me,
You on
sir.
prime time, baby boy?
Did they call that man the prop?
Aren't you aware of the
he
rules?
brought up the truth. Let's talk about the truth.
Thank you for putting that
Yes.
prop away. And as a matter of fact, we still have a lot to get to, and we are not going to continue this. We're going to follow up with a question. And this is according to the CDC. Homicide is the leading cause of death for African American youth. Mr. Walker, in 30 seconds, why do you believe this is happening? And what would you do to stop it?
What I would do is hold people accountable, which is Senator Warnock not doing. Believing in no cash bail, no accountability, that is a problem. People must be accountable for their actions. And the truth lies with Senator Warnock, because he was going to Washington to represent Georgia. He went to Washington to represent Joe Biden. That's the reason we're in the mess we're in today, because he represents Joe Biden and not the truth.
Elizabeth.
Senator Warnock, this follow-up for you. Same question. What do you believe homicides among African American youth is growing?
Spend
Why
this shit.
are those homicides growing, sir? And how?
Well, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's.
I presided over some of these funerals. I've met with young people.
But do you know what the backstory?
We have to have rules and laws in the society.
They deserve to probably get shot.
Interested in as a legislator. At the same time, we have to create opportunity. There's no sickness like the loss of hope. When people lose hope, when they doubt that their life can be any longer, or that they can dream of something bigger than the street they live on, a lot of things can happen. I grew up in one of those neighborhoods, but I had a nurturing family, and I benefited from good federal public policy, like the Head Start program, like Upward Bound,
bro,
Pell Grants and low interest student loans. Is to invest in our best resource.
Senator Warnock, thank you. We are moving on, gentlemen, to the next.
All right, so I'll mute you now. It's kind of difficult to hear during the thing, Tola.
Just keep me muted then, man, because this shit is like I have I'm passionate about you see people like him, men like him. He's a man, right? But men like him, they disgust me, man. They irritate me. I'm not a bully, but I used to be weaker, you know. We need more Cobra Kai dojos in every city. That's all I'm gonna say, man. We need more Cobra Kai. Mr. Miyagi is nobody more badass than Mr. Miyagi, but we need more Cobra Kai dojos, man, in every city.
Either way, man, a little more emotional control. Here's the thing. My thing is, I think they miss the point all the time with the murder rate. I believe that we can cut murder rates down by 70% with the youth by changing the
stopping single motherhood.
Yeah, by canceling the custody laws, switching them around.
Stopping single motherhood.
I agree with that, but I also feel that if they counted unborn children in that youth number, those numbers are the number one cause of shift real quick.
Facts.
Facts.
Save the babies, man. Look, we old, okay? I'm 41 years old, man. And I be telling even my own mother sometimes, like, yo, we're gonna die. I got a daughter, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I got nieces and nephews, and I like kids love me, man. The babies, they love me, man. Animals, babies, life loves me. And I relate, I reciprocate the love. So you know what I'm saying? Like other people, man, they mean and evil and selfish and just die, man. I'm not wishing death on motherfuckers, but just get the fuck out the way, man. Watch out. Life gotta go on, man. You outdated. And you know what? You bitter and you're bad taste in the mouth, and you're just you look, man. You're rotten.
Oh, okay, let me say this.
Get the fuck out the way, man.
I might cam up for this because I'm passionate about living. Because I got shot 4 times by.
That's what I was saying, Oak.
Here's the thing, and I wasn't even mad at the 18-year-old that shot me. But here's the thing. There's 2,600 homicides of Black youth per year. That averages out
82%.
No, I'm just saying that averages out to around 215 a month nationally. Nationally,
of the population,
right? When you
I
come
do the
down,
math too.
when you come down to that 216, if you add just the liberal states, not just city, but states, because like you can say Chicago, but we still also have East St. Louis and Peoria.
Yeah, y'all murder happy, man, over there.
Yeah, we get it in out here. But what I'm saying is, but so does New York, so does LA.
Y'all bloodthirsty as fucking rack, man.
So does the Atlanta metro area, which is liberal in a Republican state. When you take away the places that pay women for bad behavior, give them housing, give them free food, give them free education, free daycare, so they can neglect their kids.
Facts.
Yes.
When you take away those cities, most American cities, if they have one murder in 5 years, it makes a newspaper.
Yes, because the population is denser or some shit like that.
It's not about the dense population. It's about the way that people operate. The doctor came on here and he blamed everything on men, and I understand because old men.
New Orleans is a big city. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But the truth of the matter is, and what I was trying to say, but my man pulled up on me, is 70% of all the people in jail are in jail over a woman. So it's not that men hate each other, because men can have friends for 35 years. It's girls that can't keep a friend. It's that men attack other men on the behest of women, the same women that say they're the least protected are the biggest fight promoters I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. They infiltrate, they facilitate the fuckery.
So if you change custody law so boys can learn conflict resolution from their dads, so they can learn how to learn from their dads, because school doesn't teach you how to learn, they just teach you how to memorize. And they can learn a skill set so they can earn and have some type of self-pride. All those things come from men. Even with little girls, it comes from men. You change the custody laws, I promise you, you'll change. You won't need gun laws. You'll reduce that murder rate by 70%.
You're talking about culture, Oak.
I am talking about culture, but nobody cares about culture. They care about freedom, and freedom is anarchy.
Freedom is anarchy.
Yeah. So blacks want to be free, but freedom is anarchy, and they get anarchy, then they complain, and then they want to create laws to give them structure and give them penalty, because you.
But that's ass backwards.
And look, colors ass backwards. But what I'm saying is that's what they're looking for. They're looking for a federal penalty because they can't accept penalty from a biological father, from a husband, from a dad, from anybody, because
let them die
for men. But the lack of respect for men is based on the government subsidizing the removal of men.
Yes,
subsidizing and what you say? New York just created a law that they pay.
Oh fuck, man! Don't get. You ain't even over here, bro. You over there in the rack, man. Y'all got y'all. Don't get.
I got to do it to you, Tola, man. You got to let the man finish what he's saying.
New York has a law that pays men to be gay. Every state has a law that pays women to be single mothers. There's certain places that, Chicago, for instance, when all the Black Lives Matter things happened, I was in City Hall when the Black Lives Matter lesbians came in there and said they want transgender housing. So they're literally using the blood of heterosexual, tawny and swarthy men to house gay men. when you have an incentive program for dysfunction, and then you get dysfunction, you don't create laws that say law-abiding citizens need to be less armed because there's dysfunction. You go to the source of the dysfunction. So that's all I'm saying about that, man. You don't need to talk.
I'm gonna tell you, the only thing standing between total dysfunction is armed citizens. That's the only thing that stops every city in the country from becoming Chicago or New Orleans or anything like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what stops that. That's what stops the city from becoming a Mobile, where you have 17 murders in a weekend from a Friday to a Monday in a city with 350,000 people. You see what I'm saying? That's fucking nuts. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, Mobile don't have no less than 6 or 7 shootings every damn weekend, and it's literally not even a 500,000 people in the town. So, you know, hey y'all, look, I'm glad y'all joined me tonight, man. I'm gonna go ahead and kind of go through this a little bit more. It kind of got boring after that. It was a lot of, you know.
Can I ask you a question, Big Mike?
What's up, bro?
Because I watched the Wisconsin debate, and they were saying Wisconsin was a swing state. Is Georgia also a swing state?
Yeah, I think Georgia has become a swing state or a battleground state.
Okay.
Same. So,
is it a state that Barack Obama will come and defend the Democrats in?
Barack Obama's coming to defend Raphael Warnock after he got his ass kicked last week. Barack Obama will be here next week.
Okay, so it's a battleground state because he just left Wisconsin 2 days ago. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, Dr. Randy Short asked that we shower Obama with condoms when he comes down to Georgia. Throw condoms at him. So, you know, anybody from Atlanta that's listening, when your guy Barack Obama comes down, throw condoms at him, all right? We're not trying to hear that bullshit he talk about. Matter of fact, tell him this.
Take your little bow tie, get your shit, and get the fuck out of my office. You understand? Get the fuck out.
Tell him to get the fuck out of here.
What's your thing with Obama?
I don't like him, bro.
Explain.
I'm not a fan of Obama either.
Because I'm gonna be honest, man. I don't like no nigga that get in a position and use me to get there and don't do nothing for me. And I'm gonna be honest too. The excuse that he can't is not good enough. I can't eat your excuses.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that he couldn't do nothing excuse. Fuck all that shit. If you can't do nothing, you don't need to be in the job.
And in all honesty, Trump did more for the black community than Obama did.
Yeah, but black women don't like Trump, so he won't win. Here's the thing: Obama did more to destroy the black democracy than any previous president.
I require elaboration.
Okay, that's fine. Bro, I keep telling y'all, bro, I'm a gang banging boule. I'm on both sides. So when I listen to the AKAs and the Qs, and when I go on the block and listen to the GDs and Vice Lords, everybody is saying, yo, Barack did everything for the Mexicans and the gays, ain't do shit for us.
No, I say I agree. The thing is, I agree with you. I just want to hear your reasons why.
So at some point, people stop. Barack Obama is the reason that colored stop blindly voting Democrat and say, hold on, let me hear your policy. He's the reason that black women come out in droves to say that black men are race traitors for not voting Democrat so they can get abortions and free housing.
I slightly disagree because those idiots ran out and voted for Biden.
Yep. Who's worse than Obama? Because he's the one who killed us. Because he's the one who killed us.
Here's the issue I have.
Biden is worse than Obama. Biden is worse than Obama.
Biden is worse than Obama.
Bullshit.
Biden is not. He's a zombie.
Biden's not worse than Obama because he's not doing shit. He sleep the whole day.
He's a zombie.
Biden ain't nothing.
His handlers
This administration is
the machine is running the operation now,
bruh. But Obama,
they have what they want.
Operation. Obama's still running the operation. Why do you think they're sending him to these battlegrounds?
No, Trump is a thorn in the ass.
Okay, listen, and this is where Big Mike is right. They're not sending Biden to support Georgia or Wisconsin. They're sending Obama. Do you understand how potent that is for a former president to have to go and speak on your behalf?
But Biden wouldn't be where he is right now if it wasn't for Obama. And that's the problem Jill have with him.
What you said, D?
Biden wouldn't be there if it wasn't for Obama, and that's the problem Jill has with them.
Yes.
Because the fact that he got his power from a black man, she got a problem with that.
Okay, we need to not talk about that because we don't want to get Big Mike in jail. I've been in jail for that too. But Here's all I'm saying is this: Obama came in, and all of a sudden, everybody said, "Yo, this is some bullshit." And I'm gonna tell y'all something else. Y'all was talking about Ice Cube with the plan for Black America and how all them black women turned on Ice Cube and said, "What about us?" Obama had the Big Brother program for black youth because
And black women killed it.
and black women killed it. And y'all still not giving me my flowers when I tell you who your ops are.
They part of the ops, but they not the ops.
No, everybody's ops until they not.
Yep.
I heard that.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is there are more ops.
No. Here's the thing.
They're not the end all be all.
No. They're not. They're the first board. If you can't beat a woman and a gay, you can't even get to the men. You got to fight. You got to fight the first boss first before you turn over the game, bro. You can't overlook the first board. I can't overlook the barrels to get to Donkey Kong. The barrel will still kill me. I lose a life. These bitches are the barrel. All I'm saying is Obama has done.
I'll say this. If you don't destroy the system that they depend on, see, they haven't created a system.
Because girls don't create shit.
They're working, hold on. They're working within the confines of a system.
I agree.
If you don't create
all manipulation.
And the problem is y'all made it too comfortable for them.
If you don't destroy the system, see, the big problem is we have acquiesced to the system. So this is the system. Until we go against the system, until we, you know what I'm saying? Until we dismantle the system,
Not at all.
there's always going to listen to what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't agree. It takes a system.
Why wouldn't you agree? They have not created a system. We could beat them bitches today.
Oh, no. I get that part. I ain't thinking about these toddlers. Niggas think about their toddlers. What I'm saying is it takes a system to fight a system. You don't fight everybody's been telling you need to fight a system from within. That's not how you beat a system. That's how you beat a disease with white blood cells. How you beat a system is with a system. You do not see Arabs and Asians trying to run for political office. You know why? Because they have a system. That's why there's a little Arabia, a little China, Chinatown, whatever, Greek town, Little Italy, in every city. They have a system. You don't have a system, so wherever you see colors, especially in liberal cities, they call it the ghetto, which is ironic because that's a Jewish.
How you gonna have a system if you don't have unity?
You don't need unity. You
yes,
need
you do.
No,
yes,
you
you
don't.
do.
No, you
yes,
don't.
You do.
You do not. You ain't gonna make me believe that shit. All you need is a
Fact.
smart dude with a plan.
Fact.
No, all you need is a smart dude with a plan, a money man, and a shooter. Everybody else will capitulate. Y'all don't want unity. Unity is communism. What y'all want is a king.
No, that's wrong.
Absolutely.
No, he's absolutely right. He's 1,000% correct. Bullseye, nail on the head. Black people want to follow somebody. Nobody, but the problem is nobody either wants to or has what it takes to lead. And the people who do have what it takes to lead, black people won't follow them because all we follow is bullshit.
No, people in general want to follow somebody, man, Trail. I wouldn't attribute that to just black people, which is why most people have leaders.
Right? I feel you, but I'm just saying, I'm putting us in the context because
they got governments. But what I'm saying is the government is a system.
It is.
Like I say, these women that we're talking about, women are doing nothing but nesting within the system. Women have not created a system. They're nesting within a system that already exists.
Because women don't build, they redecorate.
That's what I'm saying.
But what I am saying is what the doctor said before he left is these niggas listen to girls and they hide behind skirts. These women destroy men who try to build and then they blame it on white supremacy. Nigga, that was your auntie. What I'm saying is you have to learn how to separate. That's why I say I'm tribal.
Supremacy is the system they rest in. So you can't do anything with them without doing something to white supremacy, which is why they're still here.
No. Okay. Let's say that I say you're right.
That I am right.
Okay. Let's say you are. So, okay, that's fine. America is a corporatocracy. America is a corporatocracy. That means that all corporations plug into the matrix. Pay Rome what is wrong. Rome will let you do whatever you want to do as long as you do the correct paperwork and pay them what you want. You know what I'm saying? When you're doing things on a legit level, your only enemy is the IRS. Pay your taxes, right? So you can create your own system in America. There's 3,500 cults in America and several different ideologies in America. And everybody, they pay Rome what is Rome's. Niggas want to do nigga shit. And they just think they want somebody else to do it for them. All you got to do is do it. Now you're saying that people won't follow it. That's fine. Because colors don't follow the bill because they just don't build. But if you build it, as soon as you build it, people jump in.
Either we want a king and we want to follow, or we don't. We can't have it both ways, Dirk.
No. You do want a king, but he has to anoint himself as king.
No.
Yes. He's not going to be the people's champ because everything about black culture is backwards to functional culture. While everybody else wants to be the best, blacks just want to be the second.
Functional culture in the country.
That's not true. We keep this nation running.
We're the only functional culture in the country.
That's not true.
What culture is running this country?
They all emulate us.
Several. If we were the only functional culture in this country, then niggas wouldn't be marching for 70 years because they hate smart people so much they won't follow a 7-year plan. That's not functional. If we're the only functional culture in the nation, then you will fuck the debate king and the chess champ and not the dope dealer and the dude that crack jokes with a box Chevy. We are not the most functional culture. We're not. We're a minstrel culture.
You're calling women the culture.
No, you're a matriarchy.
I think you're laying the power.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that's part of the culture. If you're saying that men do what women like and men are scared to go up, and that's what the doctor was saying, that you think they're weak as men, and I agreed with him with that. But if you're saying that you're dictated based on your little head instead of your big head, then I'm not saying that women run the culture. I'm saying they influence the men that should run the culture. They're part and partisan in this. You can't tell me you black and not include women, gays, and felons. You just can't. So if you want to be with the women, gays, and felons, and everybody thinks that 46 million people gonna unite on anything, nigga, I don't go to family reunions because I don't like my mama's side of the family. I don't give a fuck about 46 million people. I give a fuck about the people that follow instructions. So, man, it doesn't take that many people to make you a king. 15 people at most. 15 organized people can run 46 million people.
Hell
easily.
No. Hell no.
Hell yeah. 15 organized people can run 46 million people. Easily. Name a nation that took more than 50 people to run a nation. Name one. America, Constitution, 52 people. You can go to Stalin, you can go to Hitler. No, it didn't take more than 50. It took 52 people on top.
52. That's more than 50.
Okay. That's true.
And those weren't necessarily the leaders of those
No,
municipal.
it took unity, it took work, teamwork, it took a whole lot of shit.
It took a bunch of people that take a check. It's a lot of people that say they a boss that take a check. All your politicians that say they a boss take a check. That's why all the black neighborhoods have Arab and Asian stores, because they took a check. Your leaders ain't leading. They gonna take that check, pay off who you gotta pay off, shoot who you gotta shoot, and then 15 people run all 46 million off the logo.
But just because money is exchanged doesn't mean a product is necessarily produced. That still involves some form. That still involves some form of, I don't know if you want to call it unity, but it involves some form of that. Just because it's an exchange of money doesn't mean you produce a product. In all cases,
not a product, but if it's not a product, it's definitely a service.
Right.
There you go. So that's what the money's for. A product or a service. Dirty Folks is right on this.
I'm not saying Dirty Folks is wrong. All I'm saying is that I still think that we could beat all the women back today and we still gonna have the same issue because the system it's about the system that the women are allowed to nest in.
I agree with that. I said they were the barrel on Donkey Kong. I didn't say that you won the game. I'm saying you have everybody's ops until they not. If you have a highly productive person and then their productivity is cut down 75% because they lost their house and they lost their kid and they're going through depression, that's a leader that you lost. You got to get over that. Then once you get over that, then you can deal with the other things. Okay, cool. How do we get over this tax? How do we get over this influx of technology? But you have to be able to concentrate on the big things, but you can't concentrate on that until you concentrate on the small stuff. You got to not be able to sweat the small stuff to handle the big stuff. America puts you on a treadmill. You running in place, getting nowhere fast. Whole year done passed. And the treadmill is basic, simple shit that you shouldn't have to worry about. Just simple shit. I shouldn't have to worry about my kids going to school. Blacks don't want their own school. They don't want it. You can say that. I hear people all the time. Don't let your enemies educate you. I'm at those school meetings. I'm at those charter meetings, and I'm listening to all these teachers refuse to teach any curriculum that doesn't come with a teachers union check. You can say that housing is an issue, but housing really ain't an issue.
But like I said, in that situation, the teachers aren't necessarily the first layer of blame. The blame is the union.
No.
Yeah, the blame is the system in which they can operate in. It's not them.
No, that's not the blame. That's the opportunity.
That's the blame.
No, it's not. It's the opportunity.
That's the
blame. No. The blame is that motherfuckers don't want to have autonomy of their own shit. I'll give you an example. You can look this up. There's a school district called Uno. Uno came out. It's all Mexicans. Mexicans take the same federal and state funds to teach their own kids, and they educate them based on their own curriculum.
Yep, United.
And they're doing cool. I went to them same teachers and say, man, look, y'all shutting down schools. These kids are displaced. Man, I got a curriculum. I help y'all out, man. But look, and then what's so crazy is in Illinois, they closed down 49 public schools and offered 46 charter schools in this place. And the teacher said, no, because charter schools don't get teachers union funding. They wanted their pension. So I'm like, yo, you could replace all of them because charter schools aren't teacher union schools. And I'm looking at this and I say, man, black people don't want it. The teachers want a check and the parents just want a babysitter. That is a cultural problem. But the opportunity has always been there. But when you tell colors that, they be like, nah, man, because it's how it's been. It's how it's always been. I don't want to do nothing different. The enemy that I know is better than the unknown because they want to be victims. They just want to be victims.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
You say you agree with that?
I can agree with that.
I agree in part. I'm just not agreeing with that being the first thing that you take down. If you don't from
the bottom up, not the top down.
If you don't take down the system, but the top down is actually the best way to go.
No, it's not. And you don't have to take down the system. You plug into the system with your system. You fight a system with a system. Everybody else has a system. Everybody except the colors have their own system. You don't hear them complaining. Everybody got their own system.
Everybody does not have their own system. Everybody has the same system that goes against us. We're the only ones that don't have the same.
If it goes against us, because we don't have a system. Whether you are Amish, a Mormon, whatever you are, you have a system. Your only fight is with the feds. Your fight is not with all the ancillary stuff before the feds. You don't worry about the state.
But why do you think that is, though?
Because you have a system. That's why.
But you can't say that those people don't have an advantage or easy access to plug into the system as other groups may.
I can't say that.
Their system is the whole system we're talking about. Nobody in America is living outside of this system.
No.
Nobody has their own system in which unless you're talking about some underground,
I'm not talking about underground. I'm talking
about even in Chinatown, if they're plugged into the system in America, they just happen to have easier access into it than we do. So it's easy to say. I agree with what you're saying about we need to build, but just because we build doesn't mean it won't get burned down. Doesn't mean we won't have the access that everybody else has. I agree with what you're saying, but we lack the fortitude or the mentality to even pull that shit off right now anyway.
I don't know, because I think about that life, but I don't even think it's an access.
Not by the masses, though. There are few. But masses,
I don't care about the masses. I'll run the masses. It's cool. I'll run the masses from the spirit of Larry Hoover. Look, what I'm saying is that I'm not worried about nothing has ever been built by the masses anyway. It's been built. This is how colored see history. Black men do something great. They name the thing. It's Black Wall Street. It's never O.W. Gurley. They never realized one man funded Black Wall Street. It's Black Wall Street. No, it's O.W. Gurley put his people on. But when women do something, they name the woman. It's Madam C.J. Walker. So blacks have this weird concept that all blacks have to get together to do something. It's not true. That's why it's called great man history. Great men make shit happen.
Madam C.J. Walker was a traitor.
And so was the chick on the $20 bill. But you know, anyway. But my point is, America's great at naming the people that they want you to be the hero that they want you to emulate. They're great at and I told a shorty this yesterday. I said any generation that gets named ain't no good generation. Baby boomers get named. They was shitty. The millennials get named. They shitty. The ones that's quiet, they never. How did you go straight from baby boomers to millennials and skip Generation X? How'd you go straight from
Well, dirty folks, hold on. I mean, Generation X. I mean, their name was big. I don't know about that, man.
I haven't seen somebody say something about Generation X in 20 years.
Jesus Christ. Hey, yo, I'm out.
No,
Mike.
but
I
they
love your
don't.
show.
No, he's right about that. They don't talk about us. When you talk about stats generationally, you talk about Gen Zs, you talk about millennials, and you talk about boomers. You don't talk about Gen X.
You don't talk about the silent generation.
They
which
do talk about Gen
built
X.
this nation.
But you would have to say something that Gen X has done great in order to compare us to those other generations.
And I mean,
But Gen X, Gen X, the real
y'all got a
survivors,
theme
though.
song. Y'all got a theme song. What was it on WWF? I mean, you know that was big. I don't know
They
about
sent
all
the
that.
feds for Gen X. No
They sent
other
the
generation
feds?
has had a federal task force except Gen X. That's how much Gen X
Nah,
was moved.
I don't know about that, man.
The silent generation had one, and Gen X had one. They sent Bobby Kennedy over the silent generation, and you give all the credit they did to the baby boomers. They sent the Fed indictments for Gen X, and y'all give all the credit to the millennials or the baby boomers get a lot of credit for not doing shit but smoking crack for 30 years. But baby boomers get a lot of credit for not doing shit.
I like I said, when it comes to boomers and all of that, I can't put everybody in the same category.
Right, because I didn't have a bad boomer experience. I had a good baby boomer as a parent.
Yeah, I had a good baby boomer experience too. But Re-Up says something, Gen X survived the crack era. I would say this, Gen X survived the crack era. Some members of the silent generation survived the crack era. Some members of the baby boomers survived the crack era.
Baby boomers were the crack era, by the way. They were the crack era, but okay.
I mean, but we were the ones selling it to them. Let's keep it a buck.
Okay.
Generation X was a lot of the ones selling it to our damn parents and uncles and shit. Let's keep it a buck.
And that's poor parenting on their part. That's
Poe being a child on their part.
How?
But hold on. Who were they raised by?
If you look at this, there's only a biblical mandate for children to respect their elders and parents, right? There's not a biblical mandate for it to go the other way around.
That's called the Dharma in Buddhism. I get you. But if your mama ran your daddy off and she sold all the food stamps so you hungry and you try to get it off the roof, you can't blame a child for being a survivor.
No, but that's 2-3% of the population.
It's only like
it's like 2 or 3% of the population.
The whole population Generation X didn't do that either.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So we can't sit up and get into blaming people with this wholesale, your whole generation was this, your whole generation was that. You can't do that.
This is what I can't say about Generation X. Living through it. It was the last generation when men helped men. I can say that. It was the last generation. You go to any man and he say, man, put my name on your application and I'll hire you. Man, I got you. They don't do that now.
Right.
All these men help women and tell men to get off the roof. They all want to be the only good man because it was raised by women who told them you got to be the only good man. Right now, you have a powerful stream right now, bro. Your live is off the chain, but I guarantee you, it's some chick, some Kendra G or Cynthia X or something that's getting $100 cash shots before she even say a word through the intro, with all her listenership being men.
But check this out: the men that are doing it are mainly in your generation, though.
That's what I'm saying.
So I mean, what are we saying here?
I ain't got a rebuttal for that one. Touche, pussycat. Cake ass niggas. Fuck them niggas. But I never knew them niggas existed to social media. They ain't come outside in the 90s and 2000s.
Hey, I'll say this.
But you know what though? You right, Dirty. But what I got to say about Kendra G is she need to be brought up on charges for conspiracy to commit genocide. Word up.
Yep.
Thanks.
Word up.
Along with the rest of them.
Word up.
Hey man, I want to move a little bit along. The great conversation. I want to move a little bit along, and I want to play something that's kind of it's not really off the topic, but I guess it's on the topic. We talked about Ye last night a little bit. Dallas D, I'm glad you're here. We had a whole stream, damn near 2 streams about Ye last night. What are your thoughts on the situation with Ye?
I haven't really heard the interview. I've heard about the interview, so I'll hold all of my thoughts, but for later. But I will say this: sometimes Jay be on his shit, sometimes he don't. But we all know that he got mental issues, so this should be no surprise to anybody. But just because you can't support him on one end doesn't mean he's not right about a lot of other shit. So sometimes he just get a little off his rocker.
Can I ask you a question? Much respect to you, Dallas D. I just posted a video on my thing. Does Howard Stern have mental issues? Does Bob Dole have mental issues? Does Bush have mental issues? My point of saying that is we keep saying it about this guy over and over again. I don't know Kanye personally, but I don't know anybody that can do what he can do that's got mental issues like y'all been saying.
No,
so
I can. Autistic people are geniuses. But that's considered. I can believe that. And if you watch the documentary on him, you could see that. You can see the weakness in him, but you can also see that is what made him the person who he is. He's not a person that played a victim, but he's the one that got diagnosed. So that's the only reason why I say mental illness. I don't say it so that I can claim it. I say it because he personally got diagnosed.
Do you remember when Kris Jenner had those people strap him up and take him to that unknown building? Do you remember that?
I think so.
Yeah, and they try to take those pictures down off the internet for whatever reason. Personally, I don't believe any of that. What I think would happen around that time, they strapped him down and took him to this unknown building. I think they did something to him. Now, I'm not sitting here and saying he's crazy. I'm not saying that mess, but his ancestral realm has bypassed that. So his ancestors are speaking through him. Now, I'm not saying everything he's saying is correct and good, but we have to look at what his ancestors are saying, not what he's saying, but something speaking through him. That's what I'm getting at right now. What is being said or within code is what I'm getting at. I'm not worried about the emotion. I'm not worried about who he's clucking and all this kind of stuff. What is he saying and doing through his ancestral realm?
Well, for those who don't know, right now, Ye is at risk of being sued by the family of George Floyd.
For $250 million.
$250 million. Now, let's keep this in mind. Kanye West gave George Floyd's daughter $2 million in her college fund after her father died for no reason whatsoever. So I want to listen to what he said about George Floyd. We're not going to talk about what he said about the other people with the funny sideburns. We'll leave that for the next.
I talks about them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Talking like me.
So this is Kanye West. Let's go to about 15 minutes on the dot. Let's go to 15 on the dot, and we'll talk about this statement right here. And let's just see, is this worth being sued for $250 million for? And if, in my opinion, I think George Floyd has one of the most despicable families out here in this country. I'm not gonna lie for this, but let's go.
You understand? Now go and get y'all some motherfucking
fair use.
Well, we gonna get free because I'm Moses. You know what I'm saying? I watched the George Floyd documentary that Candace Owens put up. One of the things that his 2 roommates said was, they want a tall guy like me. They want a tall guy like me. And the day when he died, he said a prayer for, 8 minutes. Mm-hmm. He said a prayer for 8 minutes. They hit him with the fentanyl. If you look, the guy's knee wasn't even on his neck like that. When he said mama is his girlfriend. They said he screamed for his mama. Mama was his girlfriend. It's in the documentary. but something that hit me that fucked me up when I was watching the documentary, and it said they want a tall guy like me. When I looked at that image of him, this tall black dude with the bald head, he reminded me of somebody else. Who you think he reminded me of? Virgil. He reminded me of Virgil. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna cry in front of y'all because that's how they get me, right?
Right.
But I know that we lost him.
All right. So this is the statement that's getting Kanye West sued for $250 million. You say, Red?
Yeah, that is the story. That is the statement. And also, Big Mike drop, keep in mind his source, a documentary that Candace Owens made.
But my thing is, there's nobody.
What's going to be my point? Where did the information come from? That
Candace Owens.
Where was his receipts? That's what I was looking for. The receipts.
Yeah. The documentary that Candace Owens made. Those are his receipts.
Source.
Huh?
He gave a reference. That was a source.
The documentary, a documentary.
But
By
it doesn't matter. He gave a source.
By
So
Candace
why is
Owens.
fair use? He
Why
gave a source.
Why is he being sued? Is my question. And why are black people, so-called black people, going for it?
I disagree with the lawsuit. Yeah, no, I disagree with the lawsuit, Big Mike. I do. I have from the beginning. I disagree with the lawsuit because I don't think you should be able to be sued for something you said. You know what I'm saying? That's
your
the Constitution.
viewpoint on a situation, because
Exactly.
there are multiple people who have a different viewpoint of how that man died that day. So if you're not suing everybody for that, you're taking advantage of somebody that has the ability to pay $250 million. Because from what I understand, the original lawsuit that they submitted was for $250 million, but of course they didn't end up getting that. So it's like they're just trying to take advantage of a situation. And no, I don't support that either.
Yeah, the thing is, Alex Jones set a precedent when he was ordered to pay money for something. Now, what he said was egregious, and what Kanye is saying here, he's absolutely wrong. The cop's knee was on his neck. So that's that. The way it comes off, it sounds like he doesn't give a shit about the guy dying because he's lying, and he's lying because we all saw that tape. We all saw the guy's knee on his neck.
He's quoting a source, though.
Yeah, he has a fucked up source, and it makes it. That's what I'm trying to get at. He has a fucked up source. It makes him sound like he's lying. It makes him sound like he's lying about the incident. That's what it sounds like.
Source, but he's still quoting the source.
Yeah, he is quoting the source.
Alex Jones claimed to be the source of the
right. So she should be. The family should be suing Candace. But anyway, I don't care about her at all. I don't care about this rat bastard either. I mean, and I hope he burns in 7 hells. But anyway, he's just that dumb. He's a minstrel, walking minstrel show. But anyway, yeah, it makes him sound like he's, and I think the sad part is he is lying because he believes it. That's what makes him a liar. He believes what he thought he saw.
That don't make him a liar. It just makes him misinformed.
It makes him a liar, dirty folks. Come on. No. I will keep my foot on Kanye West's neck forever until he shakes up.
But in order to be misinformed, that means you didn't see the video, because misinformed comes from somebody else reporting information to you and you not witnessing it yourself.
He saw the video. And he admits to not reading. He admits to not staying informed. He admits to not knowing how what a president's job is. And you come on, you people want to vote for that.
So he chose that viewpoint. That's the choice.
But come on, people. About a brother can drop all kind of tea and good information, make a mistake, say something based on an emotional feeling, and next thing you know, he's wiped out, called all kind of names, and smacked all around. Who made that statement?
No, I made that statement, and I made that statement. Now it's because of an accumulation of things,
Not here. No, we're talking about one of them people everybody like to follow. You know, I don't follow nobody. I'm not emotional feelings police. I'm not into that.
I'm not emotional feelings. Look, I'm not emotional feelings.
Somebody made a comment, right? Made a statement that it's funny how that's why I said it's important about unity. Maybe I'm coming from my family's perspective and military from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Maybe I'm looking at that because I wasn't caught up in that crack stupidity shit. I could have been a part of policing it, but I chose not to be part of any of that shit. I saw it, I had to learn about it. The thing I'm saying is one of these people everybody like to follow made a statement. It was a brother. He said, it's funny how brothers can sit there and they can throw all this good information out, drop tea here and there, going through the turmoil they go through. And in the moment something goes on, somebody comes along and they got to smack them up under the bus, run them over.
I'm not throwing them under the bus.
don't get that.
Okay. Here's the thing. I'm not throwing him under the bus for one incident. Kanye has a track record of putting his foot in his mouth. And my honest appraisal of him is that he needs to shut the fuck up because he doesn't know how to articulate his point. He does have good information to put out there. I agree with that. He speaks facts in a lot of the shit that he says, but he doesn't know how he puts his foot. Slavery was a choice. Now I get when you listen to what he was trying to say.
But Dr. Claude Anderson,
I understand what he was trying to say.
Dr. Claude Anderson said that.
Right, he can't get it out. Yeah, he can't get it out. He is not the guy. He and then Harriet Tubman.
See, there it is. There it is.
He speaks like a third grader.
Got him blocked.
He speaks like there's certain community that that's like Lord Voldemort. We can't say their names.
And there it is, right there. He's not the guy. So some people, as humans, I don't care if it's a Klansman, him or herself. Some people need a special person for them to feel good or for them to get the message. And slavery was a choice. Slavery was a choice.
I get the message that he was saying, and I'm just like, he just can't articulate it without putting his foot in his mouth.
Well, again, it goes to what
How else do you say slavery was a choice other than to say slavery was a choice?
Exactly. Yes, that's right, Red Wolf. That's right. And it was a choice.
Set up by David Rockefeller and the CIA in the 1965. That is what got y'all believing that nonsense.
Right. You got these niggas on here talking about this woman shit every fucking 5 seconds and all this shit. We got to do this dumb shit. My thing is like, and again, I don't care about it being Kanye or whoever. If it's the good message and it needs to be done or said, I'm gonna go along with it. If that's the gospel. But I don't need to special somebody.
My thing is the stuff he's saying. Like again, I get the context, but I get it, and everyone on this panel gets it. But the vast majority of people who are the people who need to get it also are not gonna get it because they're in their feelings when they listen to shit, and they stick on what made them feel a certain way when they hear people talk. And until you address what you said that made them feel a certain way, they will not hear anything else you say.
So you're proving what I'm saying. You're proving what I'm saying is people need a special type of little fucking rub on the back to make them understand it. If Beyonce's fake ass said it, or goddamn whatever people say alike nowadays, it would be heard. My thing is, I don't care who's saying it, because it takes a higher being to understand if it's in the right moment, right time, and it's correct. You go and do it.
I understand, and I agree with you. I agree with you, West Side. But because I want to see people do better. I do. Okay. And it frustrates me because I made that same point you just made several times on other panels, and they don't even listen to me when I say that. And they're doing it right then in the moment. I'm like, you're doing it right now. And it's just you just can't get through to people. And I'm just saying, but my problem is people look up to Kanye. People hang on to his every word, and they're following him. They're choosing to follow him, and they're choosing to follow the wrong person. He's no leader.
Okay, he's no leader. I agree with that. Yes. And I also agree that Kanye says the right thing for the wrong reason because he can't back up his context. But it doesn't mean it's wrong. Okay, him saying slavery is a choice. I always wanted slaves, right? That's my thing. I was like, yo, I'm gonna give me some slaves. I studied it to realize slavery is still on the books, just like the 3/5 laws. None of that's been taken off the books. So I learned how to incorporate slavery in my life. Like, what do I have to do to get slaves? There's 4 different categories that slavery happens in America right now. Child labor is supposed to be illegal, but it's only illegal in warehouses and manufacturing plants. If you're a farmer, you can put a 9-year-old in the field and make them plow. There's laws for everything. I want slaves. He inspired me to go out here and enslave all these goofy ass niggas and toddlers, man. I'm here for it.
You can claim an 8-year-old on your taxes in a family business.
Yeah, I'm about that action, boss.
Well, you know what the slave is like. You know what?
You're saying too much, bro. Because you remember that you almost got shut down last time. Be careful.
No, that's
because I'll tell you what a slave is, though. A slave is nothing more than an employee.
No. Money, Mike, you're right. Because slavery, what they consider slavery man, you know this whole shit mix up. But what they consider slavery was in when they wasn't getting paid and they was working. But now they found out a way to do the same shit, but they're just giving us paper.
Okay, I'll give you one better. Slavery was only slavery because it had to follow the laws of indentured servitude. That's it.
Yeah.
So what they would do is they would give you money. You slaves got paid. They call it slave wages. Y'all just say things arbitrarily without realizing it's an origin. Slaves got paid, but their slave wage, let's say their slave wage was $350 a year, because that's what it was, like 30 cents a day or something like that. Their slave wage was commensurate with how much it would cost for them to get their freedom papers, right? So
that cost what, $400,000?
Nah, no,
it didn't.
No, it didn't. So if your slave wage, I'm gonna use round numbers just to make it even, right? So if I made
today's numbers, that's what I'm saying.
If I made $1,000 a year, I'm just using arbitrary numbers. If I made $1,000 a year, then my freedom would cost $7,000. It would be the cost of 7 years of
right.
In today's
it don't matter what today's is, bro. I'm telling you that slaves got paid. The reason that they chose,
but $7,000, how much would that be compared to like today's economy?
Doesn't even matter, because it would be whatever minimum wage is for 40 hours a week times 52 weeks.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
So that's what minimum wage is actually illegal, but I digress. So slave wages were a wage, so you can buy your freedom. Men spent their money, but slaves, men and women, spent their money on arbitrary shit then, like they do now, so they didn't have money to purchase their freedom. But they had the opportunity to purchase at any time if they. That's why most of the slaves that got free were gay. Honestly, because they didn't spend their money on girls and they ain't care. They ain't really had no expenditure.
Come on, Dirk.
I'm being honest.
I need to know where you got that from. I need you.
I study this because I'm going to enslave y'all niggas. Look, what I'm saying is,
you studied it. Give me the source.
I go through my book. I got a video on it. I'll tag you in the video, man. I got all the sources in the video, but I can't think off the top of my head. But that's what it was, bro. So slavery being a choice, it's not just freedom or death, which is awesome. That's gangster shit. Or hopping off the side of the boat. Slavery being a choice is, do I want to spend my money on my freedom, or do I want to spend my money and chill? Slavery had a pension plan. You work 30 years and then you can sit on the porch like the fiddler and just play your fiddle. Like slavery had addendums. Like people think
it's so articulate.
Horrible thing. Slavery was awesome for lazy people. Everybody didn't want to be free. No different.
No, that's facts. That is facts.
No different than now.
That was proven when they got their freedom. A lot of them went back. That's facts.
No different. Just like I don't believe in all the grape. Like, oh, all the girls got raped by them, and that's why people base. Man, they had the paper bag test back then. Girls wanted, women then and now want their child to have the best opportunities. So they was begging white people.
The paper bag test came after slavery.
My grandfather's favorite song is a Chain Gang song called "I Don't Want No Jet Black Woman to Fry No Meat for Me." They never really rock with the darkies.
Key word.
I don't know about that. Nah, bro.
My grandfather was born in 19.
Punch Bowl and over 27 cities were flooded after the Civil War. There wasn't no slaves, and the people who went back to their lands. And look, there was a bunch of foreigners who got off the boat and they were occupying their lands. Oh my God.
That's true.
Yo, my nigga West Side helped me to figure this shit out.
Occupation came after.
You see how they did the POWs for the Civil War Punch Bowl, right? They put them there and let them die.
That's true. All that's true. That's post Civil War, but all that's true.
I mean, the paper bag test was post Civil War.
Nah, man, they was no.
Yes.
No.
Oh, it was.
No,
I don't know about that.
My great
I don't know about that. I ain't go that deep into it. I don't know about the war shit.
I'm gonna tell you why it was. Because if everybody before the Civil War were slaves, like the narrative is, right? Why would you need a paper bag test to have more rights?
Because they
I know what you're talking about, Mike. Hey, Mike, hold up, Mike. This Mike show. Man, Mike. Big Mike.
Yo.
I don't know. There's this Portuguese dude, man, that started this whole thing about race, man. Do you know about that?
No.
All right. I know you're gonna more than likely get deeper into if I'm just bringing it up. This whole concept of race, it comes from Portugal, from the Portuguese, from the Portuguese, man. Europeans, English and them, they was never really down with this shit. And they actually wanted to put a stop to that shit too when they found out what was really going on. Because the slave trade was really Africans, man. Africans were the real slave masters. They were the ones capturing niggas places. Like how a lot of these Hotep niggas talk about Egypt and shit. It was niggas from West Africa going over there and taking these niggas, man, who you would talk about as the real Hebrews and Israelites, who are, you know what I'm saying? Like the real great, blessed, whatever, man. They just niggas, man. But like, yeah, they was going over there taking them and selling them to white people, man.
Yeah. But see, the thing about it is when you got caught by them, you were a POW. When you got sold to somebody else, then you became a slave. So it was two different states of being.
But you know why the narrative got changed? Because white people don't want you to know that it was over 660 million white or Europeans in slavery.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That's true.
There was more of them. We had more of them.
Hold on, let me say something.
Working on our plantations in Africa. Then they was shipping over there to America. They just did it the backwards way. They say, yeah, it was 60 million of y'all. No, it was 60 million of y'all working for us, man. We were superior. We was always superior. I'm your daddy.
Yeah, actually,
white boy.
right here on this land. Yeah.
Hold on, I just want to correct
everywhere on the planet, not just here, everywhere.
Tola, I just want to correct
everywhere.
Bob.
Yeah,
I just want to correct Bob in the chat because Bob said, Bob, I didn't say most of the slaves were gay. I said most of the ones that bought their freedom papers were gay. A lot of these slaves have families. When they got older and they got to retire, a lot of times they didn't get sold. They got sold as young bucks. When they got older and they were able to have families, they didn't want to leave the plantation. They wanted to see their kids grow. That's almost like the Kunta Kinte with the Izzy in Roots. So it's not. I didn't say that the slaves were gay. I'm saying the ones that bought their freedom didn't have any attachments, so they saved their money and they bought their freedom. That's what I said, bro. No, I ain't saying all.
That they got attached to its life. Oh, like I mean, they built a life. Like you know what I'm saying. It's not like they built a life and they got attached to their family that they built.
Tola, I know you're not arguing with me. I'm saying I've seen 3-4 generations of people living in projects. I understand how slaves.
Yeah, man, I'm agreeing with you too, nigga.
But I'm just saying that's how that works. All slaves was gay.
But it's a good thing, a bad thing, man. What you think?
It don't matter what I think, man. I'm a buyer, dog. I'm not a participator. I'm a buyer, so it don't matter what I think, bro.
Man, cut that free thinking shit out, man. I know we both, you Boule, I'm Shriner. So come on, man. And we both exposed ourselves on this YouTube shit, man. Come on, man. Good or bad?
It just is, bro. It just is.
Yeah, fuck it, man.
Man, I don't
what
know.
would you choose? Well, all right. It's Big Mike show. Big Mike got the. Yeah, I'm muting.
I don't know what y'all talking about, man.
Now he was asking me if 4 generations of people growing up in the projects was good or bad. I mean, it just is. But projects is
time, we control time or we victims of time, man. And that's what's going on here. We could correct this shit or we could keep going through it. Do you understand that, Mike?
I understand that, but what I'm saying is we can't correct it because we can't even get to a point to where we can agree.
Wow. Okay. You took it back.
Listen what I'm saying. We're still at the same point. Even all these YouTube panels we've had, we still wind up at square one. You and Dirty feel what y'all feel. Everybody else feel what they feel when we leave here.
Nah, Mike, man, it's bigger picture, man. You see what you do? You underestimate yourself, brother.
I'm what?
You underestimating yourself.
No,
just like Dirty.
I'm
you
not.
You got a platform, man. You underestimate your capacity right now. You're a public figure now on YouTube, man. YouTube, like when you used to watch the Cosby Show. I'm tuning into your show, bro. People tuning into you. You know what I'm saying? Just be responsible, drink responsibly, and do the right thing, and then to teach the kids.
I'm saying the same thing.
Bottom line is, I mean, he's right. YouTube is the new cable television. To be fair, it is.
It is.
These kids today watch way more YouTube than they watch TV. That's why ratings are falling on television shows. There's no one watching it except people who are
Everybody tuning in YouTube, man.
the only people watching TV are people 55 and up for the most part.
Collectively, we do not understand the power that we have. We do not understand that we have basically walked our way into production companies without owning the first piece of fucking equipment. Most of us just have an iPhone 12 and that's that. And we do not understand the capacity that we have right now with this YouTube shit.
I understand it.
I want to make a Western movie just using cell phones and blue,
Hell yeah.
But
yeah, like Mike, if you notice the way I do my show, I do it like a TV show.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because this, like, I noticed this years ago. I said, this is going to be the new cable TV. Because one day I felt,
Mandro, I don't mean to cut you off, but salute, man. It's been a minute, man. You always show the utmost respect. Salute to you, brother. But continue with your Tory, bro.
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate it. I noticed myself. I said, I watch way more YouTube than I watch TV because there's educational shit on here, entertainment stuff on here. You can go ratchet or clean cut or somewhere in between. There's way more options on YouTube than there ever will be on television. And I think that's what we could have this powwow here and come up with solutions to every issue we have in the black community. Once our minds are great enough, just the people on this panel. All we have to do then is commission a state senator or somebody to make it their platform and have them run on it.
Apply pressure.
Yeah, the thing is, in order for him to get everyone else on board, it has to be economically viable. Like that's why everything's catered to women, because the government figured out that the Rockefellers did at first. They figured out that there's tons of money in pandering to women and marketing to women. That's why the feminist movement was allowed to persist. Everyone thinks that it was to quell down the civil rights movement. No, it was about taxes. If you can get women out of their home and into a job, they pay taxes. The fall of the black families was just a happy accident.
Yeah,
that was a byproduct of it. They wanted women to pay taxes. The more tax dollars they make, the more money the government and captains of industry get.
But you can't have taxes that you won't give a job to. So I will have to push back on that a little bit, because if they wanted us to pay taxes, then we would reach full employment like we were during so-called slavery years, right?
All right, but boom, this is what Mandrell is saying, Mike. If you have a nuclear family, right? They're paying it's a unified tax that they're
but the thing
paying
is,
per household, as opposed to a separate tax, but the woman paying her own tax and the man paying his own tax.
Yeah, but the thing, what I'm saying is, it's impossible.
And the claims is what it comes down to. The claims is what it comes down to. I think that's what you're saying, Mandrell. Am I wrong?
What I'm saying, listen what I'm saying. You're not paying any taxes without a job.
Right.
Of course not.
Right. What we're talking about is a group of people who have not reached full employment since we were released from so-called slavery.
I got your answer. The answer is I get what you're saying. The answer is
more income. Then you give more jobs to people to create that income. That's not the reason they wanted to do it.
I feel you, but here's the thing. They calculated for that market. Hold on.
Something for me, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, could you clarify what you said about the destruction of the black family? That was a happy accident. Could you clarify?
It was a happy accident for. Yeah, it was a happy accident and a byproduct of the quelling down of the civil rights movement. See, everyone thinks that the feminist movement, the reason why they allowed it to go in tandem with the civil rights movement, that it would quell down the civil rights movement. A lot of people think that that's why the government allowed the feminist movement to persist. No, it was to get women, as many women out of the house as they could, and then onto a job so that they can pay taxes. Now, to answer Mike's question.
Could you give me the references and resources so I can search? I do a YouTube channel, right?
I was reading.
I would like for you to give me the resources and the references. You can share with Big Mike, whoever, and I would appreciate it so I can research that.
Not a problem. I can shoot it to Big Mike.
I believe everything. I believe everything is construed to the fact that it was all a decision made long ago in 1875. After 1945, And the Reconstruction era, it was a decision made because a lot of people think when they say kill the Indian, they think they're talking about some foreigners brought to this land. Has nothing to do with that. All right. And you have, in order to kill the Indian, you got to kill the family. You need wars and everything else. But please give me the references and resources to that so I can go ahead and add those to mine so I can be more lucrative in telling that story.
No problem. I can shoot that to Big Mike tomorrow, and he can shoot it to you. Now, to answer your question, Mike.
Tall order.
There's no way, even in a socialist society, to have 100% unemployment. So you have to factor in that margin, that margin of error and loss, right? The goal was to get as many out as possible, and the more they marketed to women, the more they catered to women, the more it worked. It's not just the Black community that's hurting from marriages and nuclear families. It's all of them, even the ones who come over here from other countries, and they're giving the reason why they stick together so much is because they're giving benefits and stuff like that to open up gas stations and other and fucking American delis and Dunkin' Donuts, so they keep their businesses in the family. You know what I'm saying? That's why they stick together. There's incentive there, but they are all still paying taxes.
They have intention. Okay? Yeah, you're right.
And right. They're all still paying as long as the taxes are rolling in.
Because because my family came from here. I'm from Brooklyn, right? I was born in Brooklyn, right? I consider myself a Jamaican, but I'm an American. Like my uncles and them would say, like, yeah, boy, I can't get the port from nowhere, and I can't say you nowhere, no. But let me tell you something, man. We come like people come here with a merchant mentality. People who live here have a user mentality. Cause I grew up with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that different I'm an American, bro. Like I grew up here. I've been here since like all my life, man.
What do you mean user mentality?
But then you would know
what that. I want because you know what? I ain't gonna hold you West Coast, man.
Hold on.
I wouldn't mind reasoning with you a little bit.
Hold on. Reason with me.
Last time we got into an argument, and I think I overstepped. But like now what I've been listening to. Yeah, man, I understand this shit a little more. You and Big Mike, both of y'all.
Totally. Let me explain something. I come from a family where both of my parents' parents owned gas stations, record stores, clubs. Nice. We had merchant classes because nobody else would sell to us. So how can you sit up and say that we have a user mentality when we were the ones who couldn't get a hold of products unless we were buying them from somebody that looked like
talking about the mainstream? Who's running the narrative now, Mike?
We're not talking about a narrative. We're talking about the reality of the situation.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The reality is ran by whoever, like the kids, and like that's why I be telling people save the babies, man. Whatever we, like niggas like us talking about don't matter, man.
Man, dude,
babies have to live.
Got the highest.
They need the future. The future matters.
Unemployment rate. We got the highest unemployment rate of any group in this country.
Mike, man, I'm pretty sure you are, man. Like I'm straight when it comes to money and shit. Like so, like saying, look, man, it's not about us, man.
Tola, who do you think we buy? Who do you think? How do you think these kids make a living? They're a merchant class.
Yes, exactly. You heard what I said earlier.
If you're a dope dealer, you're a merchant. You know that, right? Yeah. There's always been a merchant class.
Because the user class is Latinos, foreign Latinos, Asians, Jamaicans, Bahamians, Arab, pale skins. That's the user class. They always want to hand out.
You know what? See, I'm glad this nigga West Coast is said because shit. Because what I said was ass backwards. And what? All right, cool. I ain't pandering, but bro,
no, it's part of the narrative that y'all are fed over there about us over here.
Yeah,
but nothing could be further.
I just caught that.
I think that's something we need to get y'all to understand, especially if y'all continue to come over here. You have to understand the truth. You can't.
No, I'm from Brooklyn, bro. You got to remember, I'm from Brooklyn, bro.
And I know you grew up around black merchants. If you're from Brooklyn.
My family is West Indian, you know, like I grew up around. I'm both sides of the fence type shit.
You from Brooklyn, you done bought shit from niggas hustling in Brooklyn.
Man, my own family, bro. Like I said, my family is West Indian.
Yeah, I get it. But what I'm saying is when you brought that up, it's the same talking point that's being fed to y'all over there about us. As if we ain't got shit. We need y'all to come over here and open up gas stations.
I know, bro. I know exactly. Man, look, man, when I was a kid, I used to feel like my family was racist against me type shit. Like what you talking about? I used to feel like that growing up against my own family. Cause I'm like a Yankee. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that's a misconception that's shared amongst the immigrant class. Like we just didn't have gas stations until y'all got here. A lot of the gas stations move into.
You talking about Arabs? I'm not an Arab. Jamaicans don't own gas stations.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying.
Brother.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is something that's
being mixing up.
No,
I'm with another.
Y'all go to the same immigration office. It don't matter where you come from. When you get here, y'all go to.
No, actually, no. They're different consulates.
What about to get into America? I'm not talking about the consulate.
I don't know about that kind of shit, but I do know motherfuckers who I've seen people get deported. Like my brother, I have an older brother. He got killed. He got deported and killed. Like this type of shit like that, like you probably wouldn't understand. Like just like how shit goes on down here in the States. You know, it's like it's fucked up when a nigga got deported because he was doing some real nigga shit, and then he it's different over there, and then nigga wound up just like getting the circumstances of things, and then that's your brother, my nigga. That's like that's
real
your
nigga
brother.
shit sounds like criminal activity to me.
Yeah, it is. But
no, you know what?
That's
No,
what I'm
all right,
saying.
that might sound like that to you. You know what he was doing? He was walking home from work. He had a job. He had a legitimate job. He was working at a construction company. And the police, no, he's walking home from, my brother was walking home from work, and it was a curfew because of the crime rate and all kinds of shit going on over there. He was walking past the curfew time, and then the police just killed him. That's the kind of shit that goes on in third world countries.
That shit go on
And
here.
I do understand that kind of shit. It goes on in but that, I mean, in America, they could have sued them. Like, you know, it would have been some shit like George Floyd type shit going on if that was America. That was
How many niggas get shot?
my brother was a righteous man. He's a Rastafarian, man. Like, he was a good dude. He wasn't bothering nobody, man.
There's no doubt about that, man. But what I'm saying is for the purposes of what we're talking about, for all intents and purposes of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I get it.
The thing is, when you go to your consulate and you come to the United States, y'all go to the same immigration office. There's not a Jamaican immigration office. There's not a African immigration office. Y'all just go to the immigration office. It's the same one. Y'all learn.
No, you're wrong. There are different sectors that you have to go to different consulate. The consulates are different. Like in New York, if you go to, maybe it's different now, because I wouldn't know. I can't talk about, because I'm just like I told you, I'm from Brooklyn, bro.
And we just can't
but
talk.
I've seen people go through I've seen people go through shit where like they gotta get their papers right and all this type of shit.
I'm not
I have
talking
family. I've seen them go through this shit.
I'm talking about where you take the papers to get that green card. I'm not talking about what you do to get your papers right. That's what I'm saying.
Somebody might need to leave them alone.
That's all I'm saying.
You might want to put that down, sir.
Yeah, you might want to put that down, brother.
Yeah, because you don't need any more of that.
I ain't even get started yet. I'm just showing you dual passports and all that.
Look, man, we got to be able to stay. We got to be able to stay on track in order for this to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's go.
And these sidebar conversations, that take us nowhere into circular arguments. That's what I say. Every time we get off these panels, we end up back to the same damn place where we started.
So let's go.
Hey, Mike, what is an agent? What is a provocateur?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
an agitator.
Yeah.
and
Distract.
mainly they come from Africa, the islands, Japan, China, Mexico, Central America, Russia. Okay, all right.
Spies, espionage,
and sometimes backyard too.
All I'm saying
sir.
is that gives off agent vibes when we start going down these rabbit holes and these different veins of the conversation. Nobody in these spaces is really talking about where we can come together at. Everybody's talking about how they could separate themselves. To me, that's escapism and running. That's what
Some agent shit.
That's what Dr. Randy Short was saying about when Dirty said, "I'm not a black. I don't care about your colors," or whatever he said that triggered Dr. Short. It's like, okay, if you don't care, why are you in the midst of the conversation? Because we care.
Right, marry a fat white woman and do your thing. That's what I said. I mean,
A fat white woman.
First of
and
all,
Dirty is family, man.
No. I'm fat phobic. But
Dirty is my family,
y'all
bro.
really going off color? That's what y'all going off crayon shit?
No. Like you said, y'all know who the fuck we're talking about, man. Y'all know what we're talking about, who we're talking about.
Okay, here's the thing.
See, we get stuck in this situation where
no. You know what, Big Mike?
You can't tell me what tribe I'm from.
Big Mike.
So we have to talk about the identifiers that we know. So we know who we're talking about.
No, here's my argument with that. My argument with that is I got a damn near ride with West Side on that. Well, he be extreme, but he right.
Fuck West Side, yeah.
Like when you go by color, then every time anybody of color does,
nigga, fuck Jamaica. Fuck you and fuck Jamaica. You gonna do that and go back there? Real shit. You
I'm from Brooklyn, bitch.
Fuck you and fuck your family too. If you gonna say all that dumb shit you saying here, but that bullshit you was talking, knowing what our family did, it fuck you and your whole story, your whole.
What city you in? What city you in, cuz? What city you in, cuz? I see you doing this
dumb shit. You're a fucking agent. Shut the fuck up, you goddamn agent. Go back to Jamaica, wherever they fucking catch you compounding and send you goddamn your roots and routines. Fuck you.
Nah, my father was actually the Secretary of State.
Oh, that's fucked up. All I'm saying is
that's why we have to come here, because we have to get away from the government. They was trying to kill us.
Under the West Side Cool after tribalism of 2000.
Little nigga.
Whenever
nobody. You don't know nothing.
All I'm saying is when you use a color as an identifier, you get the Nigerians, the Kenyans, the Caribbeans, the South Americans, all the immigrants. And they all come in here and they eat off you and they tell you that rap came from Jamaica. When I'm saying this, dog, I'm not going off a color identifier. You know what I'm saying? Can you trace?
I'm with that. I'm with that, Dirty. I'm with that. I agree. I'm just saying that these agents, that these motherfuckers come in these rooms and talk all this dumb shit, we didn't went somewhere else. And we didn't went somewhere else. I'm even wasting time even doing this. I'm sitting there like, what are we doing?
I actually like your style, bro. I've actually studying a little bit of your style.
Fuck your ugly ass crackhead, AIDS, fucking having babies. Fuck all of y'all.
Yeah,
real
no, but you do make some good points though, bro.
And who's letting y'all up in here is them damn Nazi Zionists, and we got to deal with this dumb shit.
Clout chaser, and I get it, man. But you know what? You're not gonna be successful on that method.
But if I was a cloud chaser, I would do something different.
Let me be honest.
That's what I would do, something different. Banana boat. I would do something different.
I'll be honest. Tola, when you were gone, we were having a pretty quiet conversation. Everybody was talking. Everybody was getting their chances to go. Then you came back, and all of a sudden it gets back chaotic because you're talking when everybody else is talking. That's the problem. We can't keep.
Well, Mike, I respect you to the utmost, and if I'm gonna just go ahead and just fall back. But
it's okay. I appreciate you. Dirty folks,
you know that, man. You know that, Mike. I respect you to the utmost, man. And I fucks with West Coast, man. I want to get into it with them, but you know why? Because I want to learn. Sometimes you gotta learn.
But you're still doing it, Tola.
You gotta listen and learn, bro.
You're still doing it, Tola.
Oh, you know me, nigga. I'm muting.
All right. Dirty folks, continue with what you say.
No, all I was saying is what I said, man. I'm not using a crayon as an identifier, unless I'm talking about toddlers. What y'all taking it as, look, it's 46 million documented colors. That's fine. Cool. 20% need to be slaves anyway. At the end of the day, can you identify yourself, whether or not you call yourself a freeman or a descendant of a slave, whatever you call yourself? Can you identify your people were here in 1860?
Yes.
No, not you. It's a rhetorical question.
No, I got you.
So those people, we tribing. We got to come with our own code, own creed, own flag, own beer. Because apparently my man said you're not a real nation if you don't have a flag and a beer. But those are the things I'm worried about. I'm not worried about everybody else, because everybody else is opposite to they not.
But if we were a tribe that was here since 1860, we don't have to come with none of that. All that stuff was already established. It already
okay. So then people have to reconnect.
Y'all were already here.
Then you have to reconnect. You got to pull out that flag, even if it's the Confederate flag, because there was a lot of millionaires during the Confederate War. Even if it's the Confederate flag, and say, "Yo, this is the real history. This is our real flag. That Juneteenth shit, the Irish own that. We're gonna ride with this Dukes of Hazzard joint. I'll ride with that."
Africans are nasty.
Jamaicans are killers. I've been in the grill. I've been to Montego Bay.
Y'all Chicago niggas are bloodthirsty. Knock it off.
That's how a killer respect a killer, but y'all niggas is killers. And I went down there with Detroit niggas and they killers. And we always like, yo, these Jamaicans different. Y'all niggas got knives bigger than my body.
Yeah. We burn niggas in tires and shit. We do different shit.
So I'm not
we
really.
hate gay people. It's different.
Yeah, so you got to be from like Montgomery, Alabama to tell me that Chicago violent. You can't be from Jamaica because y'all niggas is nuts.
I'm in Montgomery, Alabama right now.
And Montgomery violent.
And we don't got white people.
Montgomery's violent too.
We don't got white people to deal with. Like, we don't deal with that kind of racism. We don't deal with that type of
whole
shit.
economy.
Hold on. Whoa. Repeat that shit.
All right.
A whole fucking
Put it this way. We have like Bustamante. We got like certain motherfucking prime ministers that were they were Caucasian, but they were Jamaican. But they was still like us. You know, they understood the culture. They understood the
English. Your king.
Yeah, this is true. We sold out. They sold us out to the queen,
just
and
like
the monarchy.
Y'all been sold out to the queen and the monarchy. Y'all niggas are Englishmen.
Yeah, and they man, the Haitians are worse, man, because the French
actually aren't worse. They just worse off.
Yeah.
They just worse off, but they not
the
worse.
Trinidadians did it the best, man. They got it on lock. The Trinidadians got it on lock.
Haitians rolled so hard that Andrew Jackson had to go kill all the colors in Jacksonville because he was scared they'll find out how Haiti got down. Haiti, they got sanctioned out the ass, but Haiti was riders.
Yes, they still owe France like $20 billion.
Andrew Jackson was a nigga.
Andrew Jackson was he was a demon. I ain't gonna front. He was a demon.
Yeah, he was a nigga.
He was slinging heavy white dick. I know that.
He's a nigga.
I don't know about heavy white dick. I know he was an alcoholic fighter.
Yeah, he was making a lot of babies, and he was claiming them too. Like, he was actually setting them up. Like, damn, like on some baby daddy drama shit. You got to give him credit for that, man. He claimed his youths, man. The black baby. He claimed his black babies. He was like, the Jacksons, the Jacksons, man. They come from him.
This why I don't know about that. This why
you act like
look it up.
You act like he was the first.
You know there's history.
I don't know about that part.
How did he get the last name Jackson if he was the first Jackson, Tola?
Huh? What you said?
How did he get the last name Jackson if he was the first Jackson?
Now, I didn't say he was the first Jackson, but he was the president of the United States, and
yeah, he was. But if all the
all the babies that came from him, the Jacksons that came from him, they have a claim.
He was a lot of things before he was a president, but he went against the Supreme Court. He went against France because Florida was still a French province when he went down there. He went against the Second Federal Bank. Now that was gangster going against the Federal Bank.
Hey, we
That's
spread
what I
bad
said.
information. Florida was
Are y'all
Spain.
aware that the Seminoles never lost to the government, and are you aware how they didn't lose to them, and then when they did, how it happened?
That's what the new American Maroon is coming out talking
You're right. It was Spain. France was Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Right. It was Spain. But yeah, he invaded a foreign nation to kill some coloreds. He named the city, went against the bank, and I still think the bank thing was so gangster because he understood what a centralized bank would do. Except for the color killing, he was a cool redneck. Except for the color killing.
Like I said, all of us sitting here, we could meet up and do it live, or we could take turns setting up a StreamYard and talk about it offline. We could come up with plans and the means to change things.
I'm with that.
Yeah,
we absolutely can.
I'm
with that.
Man, Drill, I'm gonna drop a link in the back chat. I'm gonna drop a link in the back chat for you. I'm with that.
Okay.
You've been talking that tribe shit, nigga.
I'm about to get ready to go, man. Your brother got to get up and take it to work in the morning. I had an employee that had an at-fault accident today. It's been a fucking hell of a day. It's been a hell of a fucking day. So,
Hey, Mike, you gotta stop in on my readings, brother. I do them in the morning and afternoon, brother, and then at night I do an open mic.
Okay, what time you do it in the morning?
Well, tomorrow morning, I'll be doing it around 10 o'clock, Arizona time. West Side's over here, Trauma, and a few other individuals. So usually about 10 o'clock, and then again around about 1. And then in the evening about
I'll be
4.
at work myself too.
Hey, West Side, do me a favor.
What's up?
When it starts, let me know because y'all are a few hours behind me. I don't want to get wrapped up and then miss it if that's cool.
Got it.
Yeah, just,
Will
you know what I'm saying? I'll put the notification on. I got the notifications on, but for some reason, I don't get all my notifications on, folks.
And same thing with me. I got yours on. I even got you on my wish cards for people to subscribe. I know my boy Randall and a few other people came over, but there's more coming. So yeah,
That's YouTube discriminating against you.
Yeah, that's shadow
well, I
ban.
control history. That's why I was an ambassador. I can't say nothing else. Studied law. I knew my grandmother, great grandmother, my great great uncles. You know what I mean? Fought in the Civil War, Sea. I mean, it's just what it is. And I've been around the world, and I can't really elaborate on all that. But I do on my channel with certain things.
But man, I appreciate y'all for joining. I'm gonna jump out of here, man. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate everybody that joined the panel. Even though it gets kind of heated, man, I wouldn't trade this for the world. You know, this is full contact sport right here, like your boy say, man, Trail. Full contact sport.
Yeah.
So, Dallas D, I appreciate you for coming in here, sweetheart. We always
Thank
love
you having me.
have you in here. You know what I'm saying?
Respect the panel.
Very smart sister. And y'all get over there and check them out, man. Y'all get over there and check Red Wolf out, West Side, Dirty Folks. Check out Dallas D. And definitely go check out.
Hey, West Side. Hey, West Side.
Shit.
West Side. I ain't got your link, man.
Okay. Hey, you know what, Dallas D? I ain't forgot about you. They put me in Facebook jail, but
I ain't forgot about you either. We good. Oh, but Big Mike, I got on here so Mandrell can see what I look like.
Hey, Dallas
D.
Because I told you I never see you cam up ever, Dallas D. Then you finally did. I was like, okay.
Dallas D, cool. And she came in here unscathed. You know what I'm saying? Dallas is one of the good ones. I got treated like white people treat the colors. She one of the good ones.
Appreciate that, Dirty.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dallas. Shout out to Savannah in the chat, man. Shout out to those young ladies. Shout out to everybody except Mandrill because he yellow. And
Yeah, hey, dude, I respect how you kept it with the crayon color. I like that. That was powerful. I like that.
Yeah, I'm out, man. It's always a pleasure, man. This was
No problem.
This was a great content, man. The doctor was on early. It was a great show, bro.
And Dr. Short went off, bro. I love it. I love every bit of it, man. So yeah, man, I'm gonna be chopping it up and get some of this stuff out there, man. Y'all don't forget to hit like, share, and subscribe. Y'all check your boy out, the Big Mike Drop, man. Thank y'all. I'll probably see y'all Sunday, man. And we'll catch y'all next go round, okay?
Oh, no problem. I'm look up some references for old boy. Red Wolf. Yeah. And I'm gonna shoot that to you.
Okay, man. And let's me and you talk sometime tomorrow, man, Drew.
Okay.
Line, okay?
All right, no problem.
All right, man. Peace out, y'all. Peace
All right.
out.
Later.
Peace
All
out,
right.
man.
Peace. There we go. All right, y'all, man. I hope y'all enjoyed the Big Mike drop tonight. It's time for me to go my ass to bed, man. Thank y'all for joining, man. We'll see y'all next go round. Peace.